神 GL 回眸，北京第2季续届。接下来，让我们请出 VN521 应暴打出征 ALL 阿赵 BBE 黄洋。接下来，让我们请出 FunPlus 朱雀焦新凯 SR 小蜘蛛 ASE 轩辕 WC 阿然。接下来，让我们欢迎 TE 吴峰 YCG T225 OUG Mike OA 王亮。最后，让我们请出春季赛单排冠军北京 WBG vs 周子耀。有请北京 WBG vs 周子耀。无间尽无限，2025 Nbpl 永劫无间职业联赛秋季赛开战。
新赛季的最强战神正式开始选拔，你准备好了吗？
早说了我会回来的 ，NBPL 的兄弟们，小心点。等一下，最强老人王来了！
好强的气场！
你来试试，我的刀。
某顶峰居然还在，他加入了老队。
兄弟们，我还没死呢。
看来这赛季单排竞争依旧激烈。
除非是我夺冠，否则我再也不会叫小珍珠了。
方面呢，未免算计 ASE 这边，他们非常兴奋了，还在对练。
小王朝，先赢过我再说。
去年看你们颗粒不收，哥们儿放了放水，接下来可不会那么简单了。
单排这边看来是一场激烈。
用到刚刚而靠。
双江这边也展开了激烈的对抗。
你吃，你先吃。 敢当双骄，问过我了吗？
倾救王者的对决，我要为始祖。
天苍苍，野茫茫，羊羔也敢挑战苍狼。
想成为舞台上的主角吗？比赛开始。
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with my boy Severio. Severio, we're back, but this time around with the fall split. You know, we just finished the spring split a couple months ago. We had our little break time, but we're back, ready for the action once again here for the Pro League. And, you know, with a new season always comes a lot of changes, right, Severio?
That's right, man. Yeah, I think a lot of things we have to keep in mind about is that changes have happened. A lot of rosters have been changed. A lot of player names have been changed. So we're going to keep track of that for you guys as well. In terms of looking past, a lot of successes have come from unknown individuals that some people may not know, but have been in the game. They've been in the dirt. They've been grinding it out here for years to months. And now they have their chances of getting their success. Seemingly so. When we come out here from the standpoint of this intro ceremony, right? We saw WBG's verse. He took spring finals, casing out against Mike, you know, the dominating force. And then even in the Koi Cup, which is something that we didn't really get much to see, but just to give you guys a quick heads up, XY from Team ASE, he also dominated it out. And for trios, seeing Team ASE knocking out the dominating forces of YZG was one thing. And then YZG came back into the Koi Cup with the victory there. So kind of seeing this, you know, rotation of skill, but also the players coming through. And a lot of, like I said, a lot of roster changes, CA, including with the trios comps, but mostly with the solos comps like we see here today.
Yeah, I mean, one of those being MTF, previously known as Fog. I mean, he's always gonna be known as Fog for us. I mean, he can do as many name changes as he's wanted. This a little norm for him. But another thing that's norm for us is these NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Twitch drops. As always, the daily 15 minutes to an hour. You get the Tainted Spectral Silk plus that choice gift box for yourself. And then for the bi-weekly finals now, we have the fishing coins there for the first one. Our bi-weekly 2 final will have a Champions Bubble choice gift, which a lot of people love those for the emotes. And we also have some Jade Disc in the pool for those new blessing skins or accessories that you would like to get in there. And also the spring split item choice gift, which I don't have no idea what that is in there, but it might be some sauce. So that is going to be for the 4th bi-weekly of the fall split, which, you know, that's something new as well. Previously known as summer split, but now just being called fall split, which is, you know, a little bit more to the occasion. You know, we're close to October now, so, you know, it's just proper now to call it fall split. But yeah, I mean, Severio, it's gonna be interesting, right? I mean, to start off the top of the list, we got new cats in the pool today, new kids at school. Zhu and Chen, 2 new players, are going to be competing in the pool, and I'd love to see new players because I want to see if we get some new talent in the mix here for the Pro League. And, you know, today I feel like for both of those players, it's going to be the best test for them, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. But this is going to be our schedule for the fall split. We have our bi-weeklies one now running through 7th through all the way through the 14th. It's going to be a long week. We are getting our bi-weekly finals so quickly this time around for the first one, because right after that we are going to be in Saudi Arabia there for the EWC festival, where the top players from around the world will be competing against the mainland players as well. So that is going to be a very exciting event to watch for both solos and trios, and I'm very excited to see that one there, Severio.
Oh yeah, big time, yes. Especially coming out here and seeing it in the global scene, seeing how the teams are going to represent their regions. Then going back to the schedule, the following month in September, we're back to our normal circumstances of Thursday to Sunday again for week 2, and then we go into a week 3 where we delay by a day. We're on Friday, then we go, you know, go a little bit, you know, delay into the Monday, but then we go back into it by weekly 3. So keep attention, keep a screenshot. If you guys are on Twitch, make sure you guys go on the YouTube for the VOD. If you guys need to look back onto this, since you can't pause or you can't go through the VOD itself. That way you get these dates locked in, just so you can stay up and get those drops as well. But more importantly, going to bi-weekly 4 final afterwards, we enter into the October region of the last chance qualifiers to Solos Grand Finals. And of course, afterwards, you already know what's gonna happen.
Yes, sir.
The big shenanigans.
Yes, sir.
The humalama. You got the whole 9 yards of J Cup in the following month, where the qualifiers would start to stand out. These teams would be competing just to get themselves into the top ranking slots. That way they can confirm J Cup and they don't have to play into the Chinese mainland qualifiers. But these groups, C8, these groups going through here for the for A through C, knock it out.
Yeah, I mean, ASC, BBE, TEJL was 521 for Group A, but today we will be watching Group B and C, which consists of YZG, OUG, OA, DRG, Alliance, SS1, Weibo Gaming, GG, WZ, SR, Bauda. I missed one too at the end, but I mean, this is our players who will be competing in tonight's game. I'm looking at Zhu and I'm looking at Chen, both for DRG and GG. This is going to be a big test. Yes, this is their debut in the Pro League, but we're only missing one bi-weekly spring split winner in this lobby, and that's gonna be Wu Fong. So this is gonna be a very intense lobbies for these new players to get into custom with, but I'm pretty sure they're doing the scrims, they're doing all the practice they have to, and they have already gone to potentially even 1v1 each other now that they're in the league. But still, I mean, this is going to be an insane start. And Severio, we've seen players come to the Pro League not being able to adjust to the speed and the combat and everything that the Pro League players give out in these lobbies. But there's also been players who have really stand out. One of those players being Frostivis, Arano, XY as well came in. Azhao from Alliance as well has they did really well in their debuts, and they've gotten a lot more accustomed to the Pro League throughout the time that they've been competing in the Pro League. But yeah, I mean, this is where I'm really gonna be keeping my eye on both of those players, see how they do. Also, everybody else is Mike going to reclaim his throne? Spider had very close season last season as well. We had Edward winning, Wu Fong not playing today. I mean, it's just been all over the place, right? I remember 2-3 years ago, it was just Spider Mike, and I was talking about this in Spring Split as well, where things change. Now we have a new king right now. It's going to be Verse for WBG, and I don't think he's going to slow down anytime soon.
No, 100%. I think something to keep in recognition about Verse is that he's been keeping a top 3 standpoint, even since Jacob kind of working himself out to be one of those rookies that are the standout choices.
Yeah.
XY was also an opportunity of seeing that coming through here last year, where we saw how XY from Team ASC, how well he kind of developed himself using the longsword, for instances, and getting the weapons with the sheet swap, 2-on-1 swap, but more importantly, his mulch pick, something that gets recognized across the field of play. Everyone's kind of recognizing who it's going to be during the phases. But talking about phases, you guys didn't recognize this coming out here from spring into now for the autumn season. We are going to have a chance of actually looking at a new phase pick system for solos, a system that kind of has been its staple for about a year or so, where we saw the players choosing out groups. In the very beginning, the inception of the pick ban phase system, there was groups of 4 in solos, then the groups to 6 groups of 2, where the choices were if you chose 2 or 3 times, that character can be saved, right? They chose twice, banned, right? Chosen once in one phase, the following phase can choose them and double pick it, making it up to 3. But at this stage, it's a lot easier to digest. You can look at it and you can understand it from what you see, where anytime a character is chosen in a phase, they are banned. They are banned for the future picks going through in that round specifically. So when you see a 1 pick of Shayo, 1 pick of Lani, round phase 2, they have no chance of picking up Lani or Shayo in that phase. The realization of the mitigation of having to have multiple characters on your roster is now been crumbled, right? Where you can think you can use a couple characters here and there. Now you really have to start thinking about those characters. I have opened up the opportunity for some new ones, or rather returning ones. Valda has been the case since I've been a returning pick, just because of the violation of not being able to pick any of the meta characters that were once in the first 6. But also seeing about Kylan still having a namesake in terms of this meta, right? V1 has been more prominent. It's been working out pretty much sublime for a lot of players out there. But Liam is still on top CA. Even after all of the changes that kind of come through here, he still has an opportunity to be one of the top ones with that V2 variation, but also more importantly, seeing about it with like a TOD, for instance, that he still has retained upon patch.
Yeah. I mean, another player that had a TOD that got patched though was Lani, but she was still on the top of the base pick for these players, specifically just always being into that 1 or 2 slot. We were getting, Shayo is getting first pick for a little bit of time as well. I mean, Shayo, where her change just made her a powerhouse of a unit of a character to play in these lobbies. Very curious to see, because I was watching Spider stream 2 days ago, and he was he was playing Yodo, so I don't know if we might see some Yodo gameplay today. I mean, day one, I always call this, you know, the test day, because, you know, you're able to have a little bit of a leeway to, you know, test things out, see how it's working in these lobbies and inland setting. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what if we get anything new from our standard picks. But yeah, I don't know if we're having that new ban phase. Are we having a new ban phase today?
The one that's going to be scheduled out in a month, I don't think so.
Okay, that's in a month. Okay.
Yeah, we have little spoilers out there for you guys. But the pick ban phase that has been from Koi Cup is now in place. So that's the system that we're actually going to see coming through here. I'm kind of curious in seeing if Yoda does make her appearance. She did get changed. This is the patch on 7/24 July. So to give you guys a quick reference guide, is not the current patch. It just dropped last night. Yoda buffs are crazy for that. But this is going to be a case where we could see her even still into the potential, right? Because of her stone form inside of her ultimate. Kylan could be an opportunity for where she counters out. She can counter a lot of things. The only thing that kind of stands out, though, also from Koi Cup, is Wu Chen has been coming back into the ring. And now Wu Chen V2 variation has had its strengths been showcased, but also the F1, seeing how the shield wall has kind of been a blockage for Lonnie Balls, Syra Blight Borbs, which also got nerfed today. But in terms of this patch, she can get denied from those orbs to cause a dazzle spree, the stagger spree, and then also just being able to mitigate chase potential or even just range pressure that comes into the late game circle, something that, you know, Wu Chen has always strived to be one of the stronger points in trios. So for him to kind of mitigate that into solos has really kind of shown his value. But the V2 variation is a death sentence upon foes, considering that we're at a stage where ultimates aren't as long lasting duration, which C8, let me go ahead and swatch that over to you. The ultimates that got nerfed on this patch due to the duration being cut.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's a big change. You know, somebody like Leon being able to, you know, be aggressive and have that last ball into the last and final moments, but now just getting cut. I mean, everybody just in general, right, getting their ultimates cuts. I think that's going to change up a lot of the play style for me. I haven't watched Koi Cup, so today, you know, I'm coming in fresh, seeing it, see how different Yangs look. That is something where, you know, we see those isolated fights. You know, even for the third-party situations, once you burn that ult, lots of the times players are just lurking, waiting for the perfect opportunity to come in and potentially snag up 2 eliminations from those 2 players fighting. And now with those ultimates running out a lot more quicker, it's going to be a lot more rough for these players to try to survive a third-party potential. But, I mean, it's going to be overall very interesting start here for the fall split. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna come out hot. It is day one, so a lot of things, you know, like we mentioned, could be a little test day. We might see a little bit Yodo. Yeah, but speaking about the new patch, Syra getting changed. I feel like Syra might be still in a trio comp somewhere, but for solos, I'm very curious to see if these players still find the massive value that she's had throughout the whole spring split, even prior to that as well, when she got released. But I don't know. And on top of that, just the new system being implemented next month is going to be make the lobbies a lot more versatile. We are going to be seeing Takedas, I bet, on the field. We might see a Takeda being played out a lot more in the lobby. So I'm very excited to see just those characters who have not been getting a lot of love throughout this whole time, now getting forced to play them. You are going to have these characters in there. Nobody's going to be the same character. Handshake meta now is going to be gone now. But it'd be very rough in the beginning where we even had like 6 to 7 of the same characters, then it got dropped down to 2, and you would see the pairs run together into the final circles. And now with just everybody being versatile next month, it's gonna be a game changer for sure.
Yeah, because the thing that kind of comes into this liability notice for the players is, can they rely on a character that is available that is a double opportunity, and do they want to take that then, right? We saw this in Koi Cup with the phase pick system in finals, for instance, where Liam had been held out for pretty much phases, like once phase 1 ended, right, Liam became available, phase 2, boom, double pick, right? That realization comes into a lot of players' anticipation about seeing about what it goes through. Shout out to GG Chen representing GG now instead of Shaw this season for this scenario. But a thing that kind of comes into those phase pick systems is also the realization of who you're fighting. That's always been the case, but it's been a lot easier for you to dignify. What I mean by that, if you look at how it works now, if a single character in the next phase that you're selecting into as a player, if they're in phase 2 and they see a 2-character ban between like Lonnie and Nashile, like mentioned earlier in the example, they can notice that there's going to be one of the 2 players that they recognize in that phase to be playing that said character. So they know that there's, and the second part is that they only know there's going to be one of that character. I think the only players that have a safety net is the last phase, where the players end up getting themselves to 6th phase, and that ban doesn't get revealed to the lobby. It just goes ahead and goes through. So the players then have to like decide upon what it might be as an outlier, and it could be 1 or could it be 2. But phases are in the session right here. Same system as usual. C8, let it go.
Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy change. I just want to talk about it a little bit more because, like what you just mentioned, where you're able to kind of adjust to what the characters get banned from. I'm thinking about finals, match point players. They get very targeted very easily, right? Once those characters are out of the field, if it goes into 2 extra games, you can kind of pinpoint who is the ones in the last selection. So now that can change a lot of things. We have a 1-to-1 split though there from Liam and Lonnie for our 1st and 2nd selection, and then we have Syra still being picked out for the 2nd group. We could potentially have a 3 Liam/3 Lonnie game right here, but we are gonna have a Justina pick for Zoo, first on the Xiaoyo for the 1st round selection there, or for the 3rd round selection for their 1st pick. A Zhao bringing out the Tumult, and Star on the Yodo, bringing out our first Yodo Hime of the fall split. It's going to be Star coming in hot. And yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? I mean, it's something, like I said, I was watching Spider stream and he was playing Yodo, so there's definitely something they feel value in that character. You called it. You called it.
Yeah, I was kind of anticipating because Firefly is going to be for the first map for Midoriya Midnight. So seeing a Wu-Chen here kind of comes out. It's also the fact that it's a single pick though. So Valda comes in from SS1 Zexen. He's actually going to be able to be the main provider for a Kylan to show up. Yep, Chen's going to go ahead, pick up the Kylan as well as Edward. And that was that predetermined play coming in here from that Yoda Hime from Star from FPX. So this is the counter to, to Kylan necessarily. Yoda Hime can be that, dictation for it. I got proven wrong inside of the solo EWC qualifier for NA, just to showcase it from Hypernova. And the thing that happens is that if Yodo Hime ends up going against him in the Robo Yang, in the first Robo Yang, as long as Yodo has the gear, as long as Star is able to kind of get a little bit here and there, she should have no problem kind of issuing out against Kylan's, especially if she ends up blowing him up past the point of him using his ultimate defensively, has a Keelan guard, which is that 4 seconds of immunity burnt out, or even to the point of being close to none. Then she can just start onslaughting, right? With the V1 variation, just getting all the blasts. Now, V1 lasting for, 20 seconds, I believe, in solos for her is a really blink of an eye moment, especially when you start spamming out, because there's a long charge times for the gold focuses to come through, and then by the time that you start charging to release it, the teammate, the partner in crime that you're fighting can end up going ahead, tap dodging everything. But players kind of use it to their advantage by catching them in precarious situations, like in the wall, or even off of a setup for a combo. I know that there's some certain free chip damage that you can just get off of it and grapple them. So maybe we might see that from Star. We could offer, the opportunity is going to rise today, guys. This is day 1 for the autumn season. We got a lot of chances of seeing what the newcomers coming through here, such as BG Chen and with DRG Shu, to kind of pop off here. But we're returning player Exton, also from SS1, and then now the skill selections are on the screen.
There's something I didn't notice when we were going through that round selection. We had a Liam and Lonnie 1st round pick, and then they got banned right after. So I guess that's a change that I didn't know about, because usually, those 2 characters are still up for grab in that situation, right? Where we potentially get those 3 of the same character in a situation like that. But now it being changed, that is very interesting. And I mean, look at the pool, right? We have a Wu-Chen in the mix, and we have a Yodo Hime as well. And then everything else standard, the Lonnies, the Liams, the Tammys, and, Kylan as well. We got a double value there on the Kylan for 2 players. Picking up that last Kylan slot there for game number 1 in Midoriya. WBG, Alliance, SR, all landing in the heart of Predoria. 3 players landing on the north side as well. FPSE, QGG. I mean, this is going to be an overall battle for that Vulpine essence there on the top side of the map. SS1 landing Lone Wolf to the left. Potential rotation into a third party in the center of Predoria. A big mix right here as well. I mean, this is going to be a very scrappy fight there. It's right below the center of Predoria. I thought it was in the middle. It's right below it. And then on the right hand side, we had DRG, OUG, Bauda. It's going to be a big scrap off and, you know, aggression off drop as always, as we see it here in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Game number 1, locked and loaded here for our first game of the fall split. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. I mean, this is going to be a blast here, Severio. I'm excited to watch these games.
Gamers United. Game 1 sets us apart. We're going into this Firefly region in terms of Ascension Forum. That's where we're starting off here. WVG's verse on the north side, and seeing Spider alongside with Asia, alongside with T225 in the eastern end. Blue armor has been picked up. Blue musket with the 50 cal skin. My man rocking that news game. Yeah. Which was available during the 4th year anniversary. Unfortunately for anyone who's missed that going through here, but maybe we'll see in the future. Otherwise, Mike over by the Imperial camp. He was alongside that 4-man drop with a Rano. And then looking at this first fight, being instigated here. Spider finding himself to 1, 2, 3. Blue purple weapons are going to be crewed by 2 of the players here. First, getting caught to the uppercuts. Scarerush is going to be clean here for an R&B hold to try to mitigate it. Gets caught. Man release it right into the face of danger. Scarerush comes in, saves the day, and then armor stop comes into play. 1, 2, 3. We don't release those. We don't connect those. But first is getting that combo breaker and getting hell checked out here by Asia for that first kill.
Shotgun blast there from Asia. I mean, the tap dodge roll armor swap there from Verus. Could have got him out if he didn't try to parry that, but unfortunately gets shotgun bursted there from Asia. Star and Edward potentially in the fight here. Edward looking for the coins, trying to get that Vulpine online for himself. Purple armor off rip already as well. Has 5 of the coins already. Make that 6. Edward, a very good start there to collect all the pieces there for that Vulpine, but T225 going out against Asia. Third party Star in the mix as well. Star is going to be overholding in the back end. We do have Asia losing all that blue armor. T225 is going to get clip off that Scarerush. It's going to be forced to pop that F as well. Trying to make a run for the hills. The Spider, Spider in the mix. Catches off the power, forcing out the Liam ultimate. And now V does connect there for T225. Tries to send it back there onto Asia. Asia still full focus into Liam, knowing that this ultimate is not going to last that much more longer with 1 charge online, but still in the pocket, gets set off the shotgun burst. Nice tap dodge there from Asia to avoid getting caught this time around. And now the R&B focus does not connect. Damage there from the flying. Now Spider still in the pocket, trying to catch up to T225. Gets clip off the R&B focus, the pull shot in hand there for Spider. Asia still full tracking down. The clink off the Scarerush. Massive parry there from T225. Sends back to Spider, and now he is going to force out that F. Another player showing up to the party is going to be Zen. The new cat in the block now is going to be showing up his appearance here for game number 1, but the chase down still going towards T225 way. He looks like he is going to be creating a little bit of the space, but aggression still not spot here from Spider.
Yeah, Spider's great at flanking in terms of going across. Gets a nice parry. F1 still available. Delay on that riposte comes out. Spider doesn't have the terrain to go for the blue focus, but he still tips it out. That's all he needs to do. 1-2s, and that's the elimination right there for Spider. Number 1 on the board. T225 goes down for the first life, but we see Asia, emergency defensive ultimate. He got thrown off by X's Valdo ultimate most likely, who is healthier than, you know, a Nox. But the thing that comes out for Spider now, looking past it, L checking, getting almost caught by the R&B. It's going to go ahead, blue focus, mitigate, uppercut, grab the bump, blue focus. Is there going to be deletion coming out here from the back party? Yes, it is. That's going to be X's kill. Lion Knight's R&B comes out. Shotgun blast 1-2s. No 3-peats. Oh my goodness. Yes, he will. And there's going to be Spider trying to retreat here for a heal. Exit knows that there's not a lot of opportunity to chase this. That corner edge is going to be the Spider's advantage. Mike getting kill against a Rano on the outskirts over by Imperial Camp. Not too far away from Ascension Forum. To Shang and Mike. Both purple armor. Shang's getting caught into the chase. Playing out the blue trend with that V2 F1 variation. And now for Mike kind of working himself up here. Gets almost denied, but caught the grapple just in time.
Yeah, I mean, Mike and Spider just full aggro right now, right? They're trying to reclaim the throne. Choose now. It's the one against Mike. Since the one put an R&B focus, gets the R&B follow up as well. Clink comes in there for both players. Choose loses all that armor, running for the hills, trying to find an armor swap anywhere. He does manage to find a common armor swap, but Mike now still getting full aggressive. Spider picking up an elimination off the action from the scrap off earlier. Now he is going to clip off that LNB focus, but now Mike's going to respond there with one putting out the stab. Big damage, jump LNB for the extra damage. Now the Wu Chen ultimate is invested here from Choose. And what's going to be the mix-up here from Mike? He's going to be calling in that Cyber ult as well, waiting for that the blades there to rain down, and he does manage to avoid it, but the pressure's still going to go towards Choos's way. We do have him trying to scare rush on. Now, no dazzles yet. There it is. As soon as I say it, now he's going to be clipped off that the storm blades there from the Wu-Chen ult, and now Choose still hiding very well. Doesn't seem to get caught up fully here, and now 1-2 from Mike, gets the last jump LMBs, get the mitigation off the F, but it is not enough. As soon as I say, I curse Choose, but Mike now with 2, Spider as well, Choose Asia and Action with 1, and first round's about to spawn in pretty soon as well.
Yeah, that Blade Storm miss on the first one was really unfortunate, but we are going to see him later on. Otherwise, Spider versus TT25, who is, I believe, on a reset route. Carry comes out to LMB. This is for round 2 between the others at Ancient Stockade, and I'm pretty sure TT25 finds himself here light beam. 20 meters, by the way. He's going to get himself eliminated there. There's Syra beam. Now, remember what I mentioned, right? The current patch is different from the Syra that we're seeing here. This is 724 patch Syra, so keeping in mind about the fact that there's only 3 orbs available now for her. Otherwise, still got to be utilized here inside of the bully scene. For WBG's verse, over by the Hall of Military, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to take some fights, I should say, in the Hall of Worship on the western end of Imperium. As Verse gets himself caught out here at the stars of that troublesome spot. We saw in his scope selection B1 F2, the combo breaker, a necessity inside of the solo stream, especially in this patch, but for Verse, or for Star, I should say. So we'll get a couple of seconds here to try to break this line of sight, because Verse isn't going to be the only one in this area. Shen also going to be probably caught aware. If he decides to get into the bells within the vicinity, you can get a vision on this. Edward also on the outskirts of Wisp with the Realm Yang. Now, Edward is actually one of the first players I actually was watching and seeing about Moonbane purchases into the Realm Yang. It stopped for a second inside of spring season. I saw like people left it for a bit, but now it's coming back. And so for Edward, Bullpines, that's that reason. Remember, we saw him with 6 points at one point. He obtained it, got himself that Bullpines. This is an insurance policy. I saw him Koi Cup. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was Star or Burst, where before their Vermilions right now, they left their Bullpines at the corner edge of the rock. And they left it so that way they don't burn the Bullpines with their Vermilions. Now, if he takes that same strat to his use, we could see it. If not, it might be just something that's selected between the players. But it is a great idea, considering that once Vermilions goes through and you do get the death threshold, that you burn that Jade without any sort of real value, especially when you do want to kind of expend yourself and you use that timer to just float around.
Yeah, I mean, that's best case scenario, right? You go in around, you don't burn that Bullpine, you still have it after Vermilions, like you said. You drop it, and it just pretty much, you just become Thanos, I guess. You die, you come back, you get back up, find your Bullpine, get it, and then you just get right back in the mix and just be able to sustain all that. It's just insane to watch. But yeah, just watching Yoda there, I got PTSD from back in the day where Yoda was able to pop 2 healing pots inside her F. That was a crazy thing for the Yodos. But right now we have Spider going out against Verse, the champ here from the spring split, going at it against one of the GOATs as well, Spider. Nice headshot there from Spider to open up the fight. Verse still kiting around, trying to find an opening. Looks like both players are playing dual blades. Now we got flying out there for Verse. He is going to be overholding, gets the damage there off the overhold. Now Spider's going to lose a lot of that purple armor, trying to get in the pocket. It is going to be releasing at 1.0, but now the F is going to be called in from the Xiao. Looks for the raw uppercut. It's going to go ahead and iframe it there with an ult pop there from the Xiao ultimate. And Spider trying to cut out the pressure from the Xiao ult, just trying to make sure he can pop his ultimate at a better time. But gets clipped off the first shield throw. Verse now trying to apply the pressure. The F called in. The Cyber ultimate is going to be forced out of Spider as well. And now it's going to be Verse trying to run for the hills.
Now, Verse is going to be going ahead and having 2 shield throws to be available to him. There's the first one. Spider is going to have the longer duration, though. Expending the ultimate right now is the biggest ordeal for Spider. Make sure he can try to get those light beams. Of course, the pillar is going to be the play. He's going to find himself no dazzle there. Goes on the foot, hold, gets a nice blue focus. Blue vertical, but it's not going to be a now. It's going to be the combo breaker that comes out. Verse L checked on him. Slap, baited him out. Go for the LMD catch. Not going to happen. It's going to be the clink coming out from the fan now for this reset. Cannon's going to be thrown out here from Verse. He could have just double cannon shot. I think it would have been good for him, but there's a blue focus vertical, and that's going to be Spider for the victory. Quick release, quick anticipation. Victories across the board with the Rano, Edward, and Asia to be included into this board. Looks like Mike Mike actually lost his Realm Yang, which is crazy enough. But the Telluric Crystal has been picked up, Gold Greatsword, as well as getting himself another range Jade. He already had a quick charge as well, but he's going to get mitigation regardless. He had Sunwing Shot as well if he decides to go ahead and try to upgrade that later down the line. Otherwise, we are switching on over here. DRG versus WZ. Now, DRG did lose that Realm Yang, and he is up against the winner. Now, Rano gets caught almost with a 2-pick. Man flipped over his ankle, and this fight might turn around with his Lonnie ult.
Wow, there goes the Lonnie ultimate. Gets clip off the first one. It's going to be forced to pop this out. Zoo now. Go ahead and invest in CC ultimate. Doesn't get the freeze off of this. Doesn't get cut off the second ball throw. It's going to go ahead and create the space. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. We also have some new art there to show the buffs as we had last season. We do have just the logos now with the team looking very crispy now, but Zoo still in the mix. Ooh, catches the grapple up there, trying to get away, and is able to apply the pressure onto Arano. Arano now looks like it's going to be an even help for both of these players. Blue longsword in hand here for Zoo. Arano, though, with the gold longsword in play. I believe he does find a common armor swap in the back end. Pistol shots connected from Arano back-to-back as well. And it's just so much damage off of that. You see the white health drop in half now. Arano still going back in. Click comes in off the scare rush. Overhold since the 2.0 there from the longsword. Trying to get some more chip damage. Arano still in the mix, trying to get the elimination out to Zoo. But it looks like he is going to be able to find a common armor swap. It looks like it's going to be a full reset for both players. Mike has Yang depletion timer. Zen as well. This fight still happening. Edward picking elimination against Asia on the kill feed. Players still going at it once again inside the lava battle of the fire. Zoo is still creating the distance. Loses a lot of HP once again. Arano has everything he needs to continue applying the pressure here with the Vermilion's Birds Might. Goes for the 1-2. Goes for the slap. It's going to be a parry bait there. The probably goes towards Arano's way. And now it's going to be forced to pop that F there on the Justina. Tries to counter grapple there with a musket shot, but does not connect, I believe. Nice jump LMB time 2. Trying to go for the slap once again. And now the final LMB from Arano to snag up the elimination there onto Zoo. But I mean, the pressure was there. It's super unfortunate not being able to find some more success, but look at how many players we have at the center of Perdoya. Players might be getting active now once these timers start dropping very, very low.
Yeah, that was a meticulous fight between Zhu and Arano. I'd say Zhu, you know, tingles are around. This is his first day kind of playing this out inside of the Pro League for today, but he'd also kind of carried his own weight. Even within the lava structure that Arano had, he was still getting pressured out. Still, though, first game down for Zhu. We are going to go ahead and see in terms of the Hall of Military, the east side of Imperium, where Mike is, I think, I'm being chased out here. Remember, 100 seconds on the clock, he lost his only game, by the way. So this is going to be a case right now for Mike to try to go ahead and bake away here. If they force the Cyro ultimate, the lobby will take control of it. Star is going to go ahead and negotiate that low shot. Health check of Jackson comes out, the combo break comes through, and with Exon getting himself dual blades, kind of going ahead for his RMBs. Almighty coming up for Edward now. I do want to mention this. Something I haven't seen from Edward is something nasty with all the F2 into the finite. We are going to see this ultimate cast coming out connection. Lobby can take control. Just looking for the Cyro. There is the ultimate cast for both of these players here. Down for Mike. Getting caught by Sagan, not going to be the case. He is going to look ahead. Gets himself a nice dazzle. Level 1 to level 2 light beam comes out. The F2 been burned out. And the Almighty comes out. Now, this is going to be the cancellation for Mike. Does he do it now? Does he cancel it? I don't think he has enough time to go ahead and tap dodge over. The universe is so heavy right now, the HP threshold, that kill elimination from Star comes out. Both shot Mr. Extraordinaire from the distance. He's getting another +1 with Verse, or Star getting his first elimination as a Yoda team.
Yeah, Yoda still in the mix. Mike falls, though. Mike is out of game 1 with 2 eliminations. We still have Spider, and also Verse is gone for this game as well on the Shayo, and now Star trying to post up for the second round with Yang. Both players, I believe, as well. Spider, and there was another player near, but it looks like Star is going to be snagging up that Yang pass. He's going to have to try to cut out the pressure here from Spider, but it looks like Spider trying to play a little bit of the mind games. We do have him preparing the bow at this moment. He is fairly stacked there in the weapon department. Pretty much all purple weapons in his inventory. Spider's going to wait out next to the Yang, trying to see if he can take it, and there's nobody else posted up inside of a portal. Now the Yoda ultimate is gonna be invested in for Star. You better back up. I have the big sword, and you know this can do some damage. As you can see, Star gonna wait this out. Volpine Essence still online for Edward. Gold dagger as well in the back pocket, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take the second round. But Edward is looking very nice right now for this first game. Star, go ahead. A little bit of cancellations there with the bow into the aerials from the hold of that, but Spider waiting this out, picking up the Spirit Well, is gonna back on up, has both full sword in hand, still on the Syra. Could potentially get contested here from Choose, as we see it here in the minimap, and it looks like it might be a scrap off between Choose and Spider here.
Yeah, James gonna have himself here. Some Jades. You're gonna see his chance to see Star, who does have Palm Lightning. If I'm mistaken, he has engraving. He has a longsword in the back pocket, and he also has Juggernaut, so he can start the second up. Advanced heal, Juggernaut level 2, and a Cab Bloom on Arano's hands. He has purple dual blades. He's got longsword. You know the cheat swap. It's gonna be happening. And of course, now we're looking at the air side. We're looking at Star, who's looking to initiate this. We get another 1 bow shot, maybe 2. It's nice clean to deny this aerial pressure for just a moment, but of course, dropping in here. Remember, combo breaker F2 in case he does get caught out. He does have that insurance. Gets a nice stanchion, burns out the combo breaker. This is good, this is good. Going for the diving strike, there it is. Looking for the hands in the scene, no, not engraving, but gets parry, loses stack. So now he's got that long sword as a secondary weapon here. This is gonna be where they're not catching the toothpick if he can't get the carousel. It's up to him, of course. Grapple Bump comes out from Rano, the biggest counter to Yodo's in period. Now looking for a scare rush. It's gonna be an attack chain coming out, nice blue focus. Not gonna be anticipated from Rano to try to see whether or not he can see the Yodo ultimate in this moment. Now, there's a toothpick, boom, everyone's back up. You know, the combo breaker's gonna be available here, but as long as Star kind of goes ahead and hardcore like he just did on them, they got them beat. He got them going through. He's got the Mirror's Edge gameplay going on right now, CA.
Yeah, he got a little backflip action there to avoid a product from Rano. And now the Lonnie ultimate is going to be called in. Has to stay up for now. He's going to go ahead and use one powder in this situation. He's going to go ahead and rotate in the backside of the pillar. He's going to go ahead and call in the Yoda ultimate as well. And now, I don't think that first flash connected. Don't really know. Oh my god, he clips him there off the ball throw, but doesn't get a full stagger off. And now Star's gonna go ahead and invest the ult extra, but it was not enough for Rano there with elimination onto Star. Edward going at it against Asia. Kylan against Tomo. Looks like the Temi has no ult as well. Edward still has a little bit left here on that ultimate, and that's gonna be enough damage there for the elimination off the V1 there from Edward. And like I said, Edward is looking really clean right now on the Kylan. We see him winning his Realm Yang. Still has Volt Point, I believe. I don't even think the health even dropped that low. I think he still had a little bit more armor in. Go ahead and snag up gold full sword here from this round, as well as the White Tiger's powers, I believe. Yes, he is going to take the White Tiger's powers. And now he's ready for the chase once again, but Star is not, because he has a Nbpl timer, but he does have some time to work with, but he has to try to find somewhere to cleanse that.
Yeah, the Volpines actually, I think, got burned out. I'm not sure where. Maybe it might have been around Yang. We might be able to get a replay of it. He didn't have it on hands for some reason, but he did get himself into a Cyan Fang. Could opportunity arise, he could have picked up that Razor Swift, but instead decided to opt out for it. Though he does go ahead and get himself that buff, the White Tiger's prowess, to kind of start overhauling. Now, Edward is next to Rano, who is also the other Realm Yang winner, buff winner as well, able to get his stakes together. Before Asia right now, on that Realm Yang depletion playing on Smolch, this is going to be a weird case instance, right? He's got himself, with the Flying Knives, got a dagger in case he needs to escape level. We're about to go into open field territory. Sword Tomb has a little bit instances here and there, the area where Rano is currently, where there's a lot of walls, but they're very spaced out. If you fight in the center, you're not going to have a lot of fun time except for holding blue and just start dashing away. The player's going to be trying to opting in for a position that they can get oversight on, seeing about where others might end up fighting, and then they can just go ahead and snag up, like we saw from earlier, the yoinks. The kills that are then theirs if they get the nice bow shot, nice muscle shot, something that's a direct line, a direct projectile that just ends up hitting the lower health target. 4 minutes on the clock right now for Asia. GG Chen waiting this up here. Pretty sure I see GG Chen with it. I think he has a tuna proccing right now, passively. We'll have to see that later. But Spider's going to be working on one of the swords in terms of just, playing King of the Hill pretty much. But it's going to reposition indefinitely just because the Syra doesn't want to be caught out.
We see it now. Star trying to catch up to Rano. Rano, I must say, I mean, that Lonnie drip is so clean on the Bruce Lee. It's just so nice for her. But yeah, Star. Gotta see a little bit more value on the Yodo. Yodo looks like it's a little rough right now, but we could potentially see other players play the Yodo as well to see if she does find some sorts of value here in these games. But as you see it right now, it's a chase game here for Star. Trying to catch up with somebody with a terrain like this is never easy to try to find an opponent, but another player who needs to cleanse is A Zhao, and A Zhao might be potentially getting aggressive between one of these players. We do have a no ult zone pop there from somebody to make sure nobody can pop their ults. I do believe that still is active on the very top of there. You can see it kind of goes over, but the hits do connect there. Back-to-back full swords. Oh my god, just so many scare rushes there. Connect onto Star there from Edward, I believe. And now Spider on the top side clips some, forcing out the F here from the Yodo. And now look at everybody starting to move on up here on the top side of the terrain. Star does manage to pop one powder in. Now runs for the hills. Does find a little bit of spot here to take another reset in. And it looks like nobody's going to full commit here.
I'm so scared about full sword drop downs, man. Especially the one RMB and gold sword. Yo, gold full sword RMB. Yo, goodbye armor. Star literally lost half his health because of it. Now he's on to this escape game. 2 minutes on the clock, F2. Now here's the thing, right? We saw this in the Romy game. To him and Lonnie, oof, you know, when the Lonnie ultimate pops out here and he thinks his F2, he's safe. You know, you think your son is safe, Laura? I will. Like, that's what happens. The ball just goes ahead and pops out. That's a Man of Steel reference for y'all. You know, we're going back with the movie references. We're gonna see a chance right now for Star to try to get the full reset. He's got under 110 seconds left. Arano trying to keep himself nice and tidy on top of that sword, and then the Star at the bottom now. It's like, where does the target go? Now for this Yodo, he's the only Yodo in the lobby. The player's gonna realize that. You can see Arano trying to look for a random uppercut, but that does happen. You can confirm that if the player decides to do something else instead of not holding blue. But for Star or Tap Dodging, he is gonna get clinked off of that. Star does go ahead and just plays non-60 situation. Spider though does want to try to play the aggressor. Remember, there are 2 Romy Yang completionists on this, Star and Asia. And Asia, if he decides to go ahead and try to, pop out here with an R&B, all he's got to worry about is whether or not someone's going to be on that back line. This is going to be where it's coming out. 1-2 into the ultimate cast, going to have another minute on the clock. He's going to hold out the full focus, get the nice catch it. Down to Tumult. Everyone's going to realize what the Tumult is. And holding gold focus in midair is going to keep Star safe. Gets that B catch. He throws it again. The palm line comes out from everybody. I don't even think he's going to get the soul bloom because this wall is going to be the Grief Central. And that tap into the soul bloom pickup is going to be given towards Chen.
Yeah, unfortunate there from Star. A very great player there with the Yodo ultimate. And I have seen that you can full stagger there with those uppercuts into the LMBs. But unfortunate for him, the Tomos was able to pop that ultimate to stop him from trying to collect that soul bloom. And now still trying to fight to stay in this fight. He is going to go against Choose. We see Choose on the Wu-Tang, the drippy outfit there as well from Persona 5 collab, looking nice as we see. Now he's going to be forced to pop the ultimate there. The Storm Blade's coming on in. We do have him being able to dodge the majority of them, but gets clipped off the end there. Star now trying to play inside the F, doesn't manage to do so, and it's just so much pressure from everywhere. Arano being able to snag up the elimination. Choose does not cleanse off of this as well. Edward invests the Kylan ultimate, I believe. He did get the Spirit Well buff there in the back end, I believe, while these players were finding it out, but Choose drops very low. F called in there from Edward, but Chen there with elimination off the flying knives, also on the Kylan. Still has that Yang depletion timer as well with 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Has to try to get active. 4 players still alive, 3 besides him. We do have Edward still having that ult online, and now waiting out, trying to see if anybody's trying to get aggressive onto him. He's just gonna wait it out, gonna reposition. Spider playing in the upskirts of the map as well, so it's just a waiting game. But Chen needs to try to get active pretty soon.
Yeah, big time. And the thing that happens, right, the Yang Spirit Well gets picked up is going to be causing a Yang depletion on everybody. You're going to see a Mortal Defiance, Bodger's Grip, among other Jades. Like Edward has had that palm lighting since I think after the first round. He's been able to carry that through. Chen, though, gets the flag. Now, the system, if you guys, I forgot to mention this earlier. System, if you guys have been keeping up with the game, if you guys have been showing out here, much love. This is going to be the Yang Spirit Well mechanic here. After that Yang Spirit Well, which is a very specific Spirit Well with a shape of the pillar, you need to get this flag for 10 seconds. You need to be able to get this flag and stay inside that Yang Spirit Well where it once was and hold it for 10 seconds. You get rid of your Yang depletion, right? There's the cleanse. Full reset comes out here. That's your answer, CH, earlier. Yeah. For this chance right now, Chen then goes ahead and gets a full reset. Now, not rage, just health reset. Full reset on his health. He's able to claim it out as long as he's able to kind of keep himself in there. Now it's up to the opponents try to look at this guy who has no ultimate. This kind of specifically a unit that does not really do well without the ultimate on standby. Parry comes out. Arano delays it to this connect up. Parry comes out again. He avoids that Moonbane, and Chen just has himself to use that common fan to get the heck out of it.
He's gone. Gone like the wind. Spider still keeping up though. Rano looking for him as well. We do have the ult online there for the Lonnie, but there's going to be a quick little reset there for Rano. Chen eats up a lot of damage, but Edward for the back end there with a massive R&B from the full sword. He's going to snag up the kill there onto Chen. Spider does not get the elimination there, but still has 4. Edward now ties it up with 4. Rano in the lead with 5, and now a 3-way scrap off. Edward getting the loot there from that body. Spider potentially winning this out. I think he's the only one with ult online right now. Edward nearly getting his as well. We don't have a Lonnie ult right now. 47, 48% though there for Rano. Quickly getting that rage back as we see it here. He is going to be potentially going inside the zone. He's going to go ahead and pick up the remaining resources there from the Spirit Well, I believe. Also a gold posted on the ground. And now full reset, re-topping off that white health. And this could be going the distance here for our last and final circle. But yeah, the flat cap, right? The flat cap, very interesting mechanic there. Was very curious to see what was the perks of waiting that delay, delaying the capture there. As we see it there, it's just you know, it's different. And I was very concerned of how Chen was going to cleanse that. And now with that in the game, that really changed up the playing field for sure.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, if anyone's in the field to play, if anywhere that within the radius on the map where that stairwell is, everyone gets Yang depletion. There's three opportunities for you to get rid of it. One is getting a solo like usual. Second is either picking up the Spearwell buff that's also spawning at the same exact time. They drop at the same exact moment where you have that Spearwell. You can cleanse the Yang depletion with that as well. And that comes into play with trios. But the third option is that flag. Now, best case scenario is where that Yang Spearwell ends up going through and stays within the shadows collapsing. Otherwise, the flag wouldn't really do much when that shadow starts to enclose around it and you really don't have a lot of room to work with. Yeah, you do get a full reset. You could expend your time in the zone. But players catch you lacking. They will literally R&B flying knives you into the face. You couldn't do anything to Kingdom Come. There is going to be a lot of opportunities right now to see if the Yang Spearwell just becomes that strat of a full reset for certain characters. But certain characters have that leniency of it, right? Like for instance, Island, he can go in the zone, but he still takes zone tick damage. Same thing with Valda. They go straight to the health bar. They lose it directly in 12 with Syra. So, you know, kind of hoping to see, or actually no, Desperate Kylan actually just give it a guard, but the shields procs come out from Syra and Valda. They can proc ultimate to try to mitigate all that zone tick damage and then get right back into the zone and then start fighting their opponents. But top 3 on the board, 5 eliminations for Arano, 4 for Spider, Edward at 4 as well. Anybody can take this MVP to get first place, I'm pretty sure. Even with the 4 eliminations to 6 or even to 5, everyone is at marks for the first MVP for the first day for solos in the autumn season.
Yeah, as we see it here, palm lightning standoff between Edward and Spider. Just waiting this out. Edward already in a lower level, Spider in that mid-range, and then we have Arano on the top side. I think everybody has palm lightning at this point. I think, yep, Arano has it too. Spider had it earlier, so it's gonna be a full palm lightning on the board for all 3 of these players. And now it's just a waiting game. 49 seconds for the zone 7 to start spreading, and now chaos is gonna be happening pretty soon. Do have Spider now repositioning towards the bottom. Edward, go ahead and claim that top layer now, opposed to Spider going and dropping down to that lower level of this terrain. Arano on the high ground. It's going to be very interesting to see if the Kylan can win this off, or Spider on the Syra can potentially sustain enough to get a dazzle onto both of these players once the zone closes, or even Alani is able to find a massive ball throw between 2 players. And it's just a matter of moments. We'll be seeing that unfold. 10 seconds for the zone to start spreading, and it looks like it's going to start spreading upwards, so towards Arano's way, I believe, as we see Edward claiming that bottom side of that pillar or of the whole building structure. Spider might be forced to start rotating on in once this zone spreads. Now, as we see it here, we do have Edward trying to close out the doorway here to make sure Spider gets some sorts of pressure thrown his way. Edward doing a really good job seeing that he has to rotate on in. Arano on the top side can wait as long as possible until that zone fully covers. And now Edward trying to contest the high ground. We got Delani going all the way on top. Arano dropping out pretty soon now. Edward and Spider going at it. And now the Kylan ultimate should be invested here from Edward.
Yeah, 22-second duration coming out here. Edward does also have sap, but it depends if he wants to cast his ult early. We're going to see Spider on that Syra ultimate. Arano keeps himself nice and aloof. He is going to go ahead and try to keep the zone tick damage at the minimum right now. And for Spider, it's all about insane right now. Keeping that HP shield active. Now, Edward, he is going to go ahead and lose a little bit more. He is going to get that zone tick damage. It's going to affect his HP directly. Look at that. Look at his HP. It is still going down, and there is no value for him but for a tie situation between the top 3. These guys actually just tied it out. That's crazy. And Arano gets himself MVP as a result. He had 1 elimination extra. He's getting himself here from that small placement point value, yeah, but it's still placement point value, and it's still an MVP. Getting the Kylan value out, and it's crazy too, considering that with both them, Edward and the Spider in that situation, you know, the sap data was in one of the hands, so I think it was Edward, so if anything happened with melee weapons, it would have been a lost scenario, because he would have gotten all that system back. Still, though, Edward's still knocking it out here for the remaining of this round. Kind of surprising seeing the Lux strat coming into where Spider fighting on TTQ5 at the beginning and then rerunning it back with him for the 2 eliminations, and then still picking up 2 eliminations alongside with the Roman. So for this, Arano, Juggernaut stacking it up nice and tidy, MVP on the roster.
Yeah, that was just beautiful position there from Arano, making sure he just stayed on high ground. Really no pressure from any of the 2 remaining players as well onto that high ground, so he was having free will to do whatever he wanted to. A little bit of pressure got thrown towards Spider's way there on that lower level from Edward. But needless to say, Arano played that out perfectly. Even though it was a 2-way tie, he did have one elimination more and was able to stay up there to avoid the pressure from the Kylan ultimate being invested on the bottom side, as well as the Cyro ultimate getting popped out a little bit after. So that was just beautiful plays there from Arano. He is going to be taking this MVP, our first MVP here for the fall split for the bi-weekly one. And yeah, wow, what a beautiful game to watch. I mean, we saw Yodo being called in here for one of these games. Wu Chen as well. I don't remember the last time I saw Wu Chen in the mix for solo. It's been a very long time. We did have a little bit of experimentations once he got his changes, but it wasn't that drastical, right? Like I kept calling out, we're gonna get a Wu Chen. I felt like Wu Chen has some potentials, you know, with that FTP now being changed from opposed to how it wasn't his ultimate, now his F, but when that happened, it wasn't even enough for these players to even find much value. So, you know, we did get one today. Potentially, once again, we might have another player try him out, even the Yodo Hime. But we also have the answer for treasures for everybody on the Twitch chat. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to Twitch in order to try to have a chance to win a spring or a special gift box, a fall special gift box for this question. The question is going to be, how many kills did SR Spider get in game number 1? Is going to be A4, B5, C6, or D7. And I mean, if you guys took in consideration how many kills Arano had, you can just -1 because that was the winning factor of him taking game number 1.
Yeah, answer is going to be for you guys in Twitch chat. It's going to be 4 kills. So make sure you guys put the prediction in there for Spider. Now, back to that Wu Chen, you know, opportunity. We did see him coming out from after those changes. He was a last chance qualifier option to be played for a, you know, potential counter Syra. Players, when they saw that coming from Spider, everyone was like, "Whoa!" Even T225 was like, "Let me play him out." Yeah, and then boom, 5 kills. Like, what? You know what happened? And the things that kind of allow for Wu Chen now in this scenario was the fact that he does have those 2 casts to be available for him throughout the 25 seconds in terms of hold duration. So you can throw that at which point same with Liam. Now for Arano here with that MVP, 6.5 points for first Spider, 5.5 alongside with Edward, at 4.5 for Alliance's Asia, with 2.5 for Mike and Shen. 2 points for Bowda's Xisheng and against the Star, 1.5 for SS1's Exen, but no points to be earned out for all for DRZ Shi, WBG's Verse, and YCG's T25. Now, like I mentioned, T25 got a unfortunate circumstance, not run back necessarily, but he spawned and Spider showed up. And that was all the way from Ascension Forum up and towards the southwest corner of, you know, that engagement between him and Spider. And the difference was the Syra versus Liam ultimate, you know, where Syra can go ahead and light beam out. She can tap out in midair, something that T25 can really do in that scenario, especially at a last swim effort. As for versus Jit, it's bad enough at situations that they got caught out, especially when DRG lost inside the Rum Yang. He only had a limited amount of time otherwise. And especially with Verse kind of keep the chase out here, was playing Shayo, but not getting as much value that he was kind of hoping for off of this round for her, especially being able to pick up such a strong character. But for you guys out here, you already know what it is. Got some replays brought to you by China Unicom with the first kill coming from Spider. Gamers United.
Yeah, we're definitely back. Gamers United here for the quick highlights there for game 1. Mike in the mix against Arano, says the 1.0, gets the damage, last hit there onto Arano, and then against Choose goes for the R&B 1-2, and just after that it's a full chase down there for Mike. The Wu Chen ultimate doesn't get really much value there for Choose. Gets caught off the jump LMBs there for the finisher, and Choose goes down. Spider against T225, massive parry opener here for Spider. T225 loses pretty much all that common armor on the katana, which is very hard to watch or very hard to see in a pro league, because that weapon doesn't really get played out unless it's being played in a swap style. But last and final moments of the game, Arano staying on the high ground. Alani throws down the first ball if he needs the TP, getting free grapple air time, throws down the second, drops down R&B, TPs, ball throws on in, catches both of them, and as well tries to go for the full stagger there off the third ball, but wasn't able to do so. But the damage is done there, no elimination from anybody, and Arano being the last one there with the most eliminations on the board for himself, taking the MVP for game 1. And what a beautiful way to open up the fall split with just open up with a win. And we see it here. Rano, one of the newer cats in the pool, been in the league for I believe a year now. When he came in, had a lot of very strong plays and wasn't really able to finish out in a spring final or in a final regardless. Just been very close to the chip. Also being one of the first players to even making to the threshold there for the finals, but never being able to close out and now he is looking to take vengeance here for the fall series, and just trying to make sure he can stay in the top of his game here. With game number 1, you see that he is feeling confident.
Yeah, I think things that kind of led into Arano's success is also kind of just seeing his maneuverability and some of the meta. Usually we saw him kind of taking a stance like this, pretty much like, I'm gonna play out the characters I like. Tessa was an option on the table.
Yeah,
that he played out, and she wasn't really that predominant in solos, kind of coming through. And then even after some certain changes, he still wanted to try it out. Didn't really come out to full success. Then kind of take a new approach, literally kind of upsetting going through, where his aggressiveness kind of comes out to be plant strike symbol, and that's something that also comes in from certain players. Like Spider can kind of come in here like instant and then dip out, and Arano's kind of taking some sort of strides into that. And then we actually seen him getting a full valuability of using the certain weapons in combination. And one big weapon that's kind of come out here in string that's also been touched up on was the flying knives. Still a weapon that no one wants to dive away from. I'm not even joking. Like, I know when people were talking about the fist blades and how that kind of came out to be in strength, but the flying knives, bro, throw the pen on the table, throw the notebook in the trash, things just go ahead and just get thrown out for how much more value that weapon can conceive rather than any other weapon in the game, period. And I'm calling that out facts. I'm calling that out so many facts that there's so many things that flying knives can operate on that you don't really need to go into the more technical stuff. You can literally LMB uppercut and just press right click, left click, right click. You can go back, and it's easy if you get the chance and opportunity. The extensions, the chances of being able to catch your opponent from a distance. I was talking about this earlier, where Edward was able to utilize F2 Volda. He did it in Quake Up against Verse. He caught him over by the Burning Pagoda by the Eventide Temple. He ended up going ahead and catching him off with a ranged R&B, and that's a stagger. They changed the stagger timing from that point on to now, but he was able to get full value off of that as a free combo starter and just delete it off first off the face of the planet. There is nothing that you can kind of conceive about that weapon other than that its strength is unparalleled. I'm using a lot of big boy words here. I'm sorry. Yeah. The thing that kind of comes, the things that kind of make its value though is just how simple it is in its effectiveness.
Yeah. And I think that's the first weapon that gets prio off of any start, right? I don't think we've ever had another weapon in the pool that has any catch as a prior, right? That's why we play halberds with Hongsword/Katana, or dual blades with Hongsword Katana, so you can catch with R&B and then you swap into the LMB prior, right? But his weapon, having that already in the pool, having the range, having the damage, you can omnidirectional, the shotgun burst. I mean, it's just an overall just a so much strong weapon. Restands, I don't even I still saw the restand last weekend for the scrim, so I know the restands are still there. You throw the R&B on the ground, you're able to catch power once again off of that as well, and we saw that very heavily in the solo spring split as well, especially from the Liams. They backwards F into the R&B on the ground, catch power off of that as well. A big flying knives enthusiast, Frostovich, really showcased a lot of the potential there with that weapon as well. So I mean, just overall, that weapon is just absurd. It's just crazy to watch just how strong that weapon it is. And I think by far that is the best weapon that has ever touched the game. Until there's something else that has, that pairs up to that level. I think that is the kings of all weapons, or the queens of all weapons, however you want to refer it to, just how strong the weapon is. But yeah, I mean, I just want to talk a little bit about Edward. Edward being our bi-weekly 1 winner for the spring split this year, had a very strong start in the beginning of the spring split. I mean, he had an insane finals, I believe, as well. I mean, game number 3 was already in the threshold, was super close to ended in 4 games as well. And, now today for the first day of the fall, he's looking very polished as well here for Edward. I mean, on the Kylan, we see him winning his games, has a game plan, going for those Wolpine essences, lasting pretty much throughout the late game as well. I think he lost it in the second Yang, but still, very long time, still catching value, was in the top 3 as well. Had second to best in elimination as well, just by 1 kill as opposed to Murano there. But still, it's just, I just hope he can stay in that consistency and stay throughout the whole game in that form. And on top of that, just maintain that momentum throughout the remainder of the bi-weeklies to for him to get more value in his games as well. Because Edward's been a veteran here in the Pro League. Wang Liang just being the staple name for a long time. Him his prior name, but now him swapping it out to Edwards, just you know, it's been a little rough for him, but he did find some value last split, and you know, hopefully he's able to find some more success here for the fall split.
Yeah, exactly. I think this kind of comes into where their styles kind of differ. We saw Edward back in 2023 kind of popping through for the summer, but now, you know, we fast forward to now, he's kind of hoping to hold it through. You know, TTG5, another player that, you know, previously with KLA, or their name changed into YCG, TTG5 has been the man of the hour, right? Consideration hero. If he comes out here for a win, and we're like, yeah, we've been expecting this, you know. But
yeah.
he's been getting himself caught in letdown situations. So of course, having not enough points, just being caught out, you know, straight up and on a threshold. Even Koi Cup, where Mike was there chasing him down right before XY was able to finish off Mike, and TTG5 was there in the whole situation, but just got caught out, and that was it. The chase was too strong. Then talking about Mike, it's also to the potential of seeing his value here this year. This year has been pretty much the accolades have been kind of not there for him so far, but I mean, he won J Cup last year. He's going to go to EWC this year. He's got a new ambition in mind. He's got a lot to think about for it, and this is, you know, this is another season, another day, another week. This week leads us into MSCs for week 1 pair preparation. Players most likely, and even into the global scene, getting prepared to play on the patch right here. Probably. We'll have to see how that ends up going through for MSCs with the EWC Festival, because once we enter into a new threshold, a new patch, there's a lot of new changes, and a lot of changes that come through for the players, not only to the rosters, but also to see what finds them the most niche aspect that sets them apart from their peers. And we actually want to talk about the you know, new weapons coming down the line. We do have Chainsword coming out sometime, probably next season. Chainsword probably going to be coming through as a replacement generic for Longsword. I can't wait. I literally can't wait for that weapon. I was calling it out like 2 years ago. Like, imagine we got a Chainsword, dude. I thought it was going to be a with a flag, but nope. It is going to be a Chainsword. Can't wait.
That's lit.
Yeah.
Also Juan too. Juan fit to be in the mix as well. I don't know about solos. His F looks crispy. I'm not gonna lie. His F, being able to have those iframes on that, I believe that's his F1. But you know, being a transformer, it's very hard to see a transformer in solos, right? Because pretty much you grapple out. Transformer really doesn't have a lot of value once they transform up. Yeah, you can get a reset in, but as you see it here, nothing has changed. As soon as those ults are gone, I mean, it's just a full collapse there for the remainder of the lobby. So very curious to see if any of these players are gonna find any value with that character, or even be meta in the pool. But you know, that's gonna happen next patch once we get it here in the Pro League. But yeah, EWC for me, I think that is going to be a big difference, just in the sense where the mainland players have never had to travel for a major tournament, and I think this is going to be a test for themselves. I mean, jet lag is a thing. I know that is a factor that not a lot of people think about, but I think that might take some consideration in maybe some of the players. But everybody around the globe is going to have to travel as well. So it's going to be very, very exciting to watch EWC, and it's coming up very, very fast. But you know, these pools, once again, Yodo back in the mix, Valda, Akos for Verse, not anything crazy there for Verse, because he does love the Akos. As we see it time and time again, he loves playing that Akos. He's had some crazy success as well on the Akos. We got double Temmie picked up from Mike and Spider for the 5th round selection. Arano and TT25 having last pick. As we see here, all those characters are banned. And we're gonna have a Wu Chen for TT25, and Sabir once again with the call out. Call it out, TT25 seeing the Wu Chen have value, and we're gonna be able to see it here for game number 2.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is gonna be where Wu Chen then starts to ramp up in usage. I think being able to be double picked is a huge benefit right now for the Wu Chens, because they can shield one another. If they ended up going into the final circles, they can protect. I'm not saying protect one another, you know, but we would be able to see them mitigate a lot of forces against them. For the early Yodo and Highland pick, it's like 2 forces that were literally meant to counter one another, or she was supposed to counter him. Then in order for it to mitigate it, you know, he's there. For this phase, there was a lot of single picks to be made out. I think in terms of the single picks, the players are just going to go for those individuals. And I was kind of suspecting this, kind of seeing how Koi Cup was kind of operating on, where I was thinking about how we've seen so many double picks in the past where the players were so consistent in double picking, but now just one player can set the whole tone off, where everyone is thinking about what's going to be played, and then when they see the bands, they can say, okay, can I think about what's going to be played afterwards and be that character? But then their partner in crime in their same phase, so when they can't see who they're picking, they'll end up picking something else. You know, they always think of something different, and because they know how much of value or how much more availability for a character is after a phase when there isn't a band, that they got to start thinking a little bit, like they start thinking more about the open variety. You know, and since the character's available in the first 3 picks, the first 2 phases, they can then choose those first 2 base characters. Otherwise, Justina's would also be something to be showing up here later on today, for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Justina, and I'm looking at the Wu Chen picks as well, where, you know, last split we got the Tarka change, and Tarka's nowhere to be found. We're having the Wu Chens now taking those spots instead of the Tarkas, which we had a little bit of players dabbled in to the Tarka for these Pro League matches. XY not in this lobby now, but was a very Tarka believer. He did play it in a couple of his matches there throughout the spring split, but now we do see, you know, the Wu Chen's F1v2s just, you know, showcasing now for these matches, and the Yoda as well being tested this time around from Asia, from Alliance, and we're gonna have to wait and see how he does. This is a character we got to keep our eyes out on and see how she does in these games, because it's been a very long time now with the rework. She could have some potential in these matches, and now in Hollerod, we're gonna have our drop zone for our second game of the day. And I mean, look at that lineup. It's just straight through the middle here, Samaria.
Yeah, that's a lot of people on Salvation Push. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot of players on there trying to get that gold weapon and try to rock out here. And there's other players right down south, like 3 of them, and half the roster is on the field in the southern end. So now, right now in the north, you know, SS1s, you know, with Exon and then with WBG's verse, they're both gonna be spawning over by, I think, Snow Lotus, if I'm not mistaken. They're really far out there. So if any resets come out, they might even go towards Yushan Ruins or even further down south. But Asia on Moonfall Pass, he's by himself. WZ Toronto is also going to be in City of Tong. They're going to be by themselves. This spawn right, the spawn rate between FPX, OUG, YZG, GG, that's just one stop. And then leading into the Salvation Podium, that's going to be the next. Into Medtop, it could be a reset for the players after they eliminate themselves out for the first lives. Otherwise, game 2 commences. A lot of changes kind of coming through here as well. Since I think it's since last, even in last season, it was available. Any trove you get a melee weapon guaranteed. And now the players can now start not wondering when they're gonna get one. They want the moment to see a trove. Might get some time to a fight, but beautiful carry, switch over the fan. Yeah, disgusting. We know the RMB is gonna be held checked out here for Mike though. Once he goes for the 1-2s, those are 1-2-3 vertical. And now for T25, all he does to do is go ahead and kite out before the cooldowns come right back up for the F1.
Overall, Temmie back, this time with the fitted as well. Looking crispy here on Mike. T225, trying to get a quick reset. Calming Katana once again in hand here for T225. Looking for potentially a better weapon for himself. Blue fan in hand here for Mike. We've seen the pressure he was able to apply there onto the Wu Chen. Now, seeing he can catch up to him. The kite game here in this situation is very rough. Just a lot of terrain for these players to get mobile in, and we see here T225 having the route turn that's in this building, but Spider in the mix already with 1 elimination, the first kill of game number 2, this time around against SS1 Action. Do have him now. Able to tap out his end, tries to go for the R&B, but now the fall up there from the Halberds from Action gets clipped there, goes down the Wisp, massive crouch parry there for Spider as well. It's gonna be able to even out the held. In the backside, we have another player showing up. It's gonna be Zhu, but Zhu's gonna be able to get paid there from Action, and now Zhu's gonna respond as well. He's gonna go ahead and invest the Temmie ultimate, trying to catch him there off the parry. Wasn't able to do so. They do force out the Syra ultimate, and now pressure gonna be going towards Zhu's way. He's gonna try to scatter out of the situation on the ball that gets caught off the whisk there. Beautiful whisk there from Spider, and now the pressure is there. Action now trying to get a quick reset in. Spider sees this player trying to go for the reset, but Spider with the R&B finisher there to snag an elimination on Action. That's gonna be his second one of game number 2.
It's crazy. First was going to be his first kills, and now it's going to be another coming in through here, and the bodies are keeping going. He's going to be trying to look for the uppercut raw. He's looking for himself for that musket shot as well, and with the whisk throw coming out here. I know Spider's looking for the army health. Oh my god, he 1.0. He's looking for the 1-2s?
Wow.
Looking for the 1-2-3? Nah. Spider's going to be holding on for a reset here. Commendable effort, right? But Jude's now looking for the army catch. Not going to happen. Looking for the LMBs, looking for the hell check out 2.0. Nice LMD trying to catch up for uppercut. The F1 still available. Lowest cooldown in the game, by the way. As long as he's immediately throwing the wisp, which Spider is 100% going. Gets carried out the scare rush, and the army catch up goes out to the 1-2-3s. Okay, jump LMD. No, we're going for a scare rush out for the clink. Scare straight up in the air, and Spider has to get inside one of the buildings to try to see about it. He's gonna go ahead and find himself up here for another armor swap, and there it is. Gonna be playing his role playing out Mike right now with those armor swaps. But one thing that comes out is that Spider now has created enough distance where he can now reposition. Look at Verse though. That man's on the run back territory. He got purple armor, common armor, purple weapon. Last cannon builds in play, and he's looking for that run back.
Yeah, Spider trying to run for the hills. Burst now showing up to the party, ready for the action. Spider has that Nbpl online. He's going to quickly invest it as well. He's going to buy out some resources here from the buy zone. Going to buy out purple armor from that beautiful plays there from Spider. Making sure he stops that aggression from both of those players. We have a bounty up as well, as I saw there in the mini map. Spider being able to back on up, and I mean, just beautiful plays here from Spider, using the wisp there to avoid the pressure from Zoo there, to avoid getting pushed through the doorway. Unfortunately for him, he sends the scare rush and gets parried and gets put in the back foot. But even though you see the plays that he's doing on the Tomo, being able to utilize the wisp there to this highest potential, which is, you know, just good to see. And I know a lot of these players started win against XY, because XY came into the league, has had those crazy extensions with a Temi and some crazy wisps as well. I think XY still has by far the best Tomok I've seen in the Pro League, with just how he snipes down with the wisp. We've seen big upset from players trying to run, being in the run game and still getting clip off the wisp in terrain format as well. So, you know, right now XY not in the mix, so probably not going to see that. Or we might see that by one of these other players if they've been putting in the time. But now T225 winning is out on the Wu Chen. Chu is going out against A's out. Yodo's low here in Samaria.
Yeah, she is. I don't even know if the F2 is available. She's just putting the hand. Yeah, he's still sending the blue. I'm like, yo, wait, we doing this without a combo? With breaker, we're done. Uppercut's good. And the F2 is available. We know there's gonna be a shield throw into a double shield throw proc, so it's whether or not he's gonna be going ahead. I saw V2 earlier, right? We were talking about the skills, and I'm just like, I saw the V2 and I'm like, nah, it must be a dream, right? We're not using the skill. It is rage retention thing, so we are gonna see it be canceled early. H.I. gets himself out of there for a situation for 1 second. That's all he needs. Gets caught by Scare Rush, and that's all that Chain needs to really gather. He's looking for the one arm being a dream. The Salvation Polio weapon is in his hands, and the armor plus from H.I. been pretty plentiful. Finds a nice F2 reproc. The Whisper promotion is gonna counter out this Yodo F2, but it's not going to be thrown immediately. We're going to be looking for chase here. Look at Spider. He's looking for the nice catch-up. Nice R&B. H.I.'s throwing all these blues. I'm kind of surprised right now. He's getting an armor swap again and available for this case. He's looking for the 1-2s. Waiting for the combo breaker from this is Shio. Shio doesn't get himself into a scare rush. Yo. Not getting caught by the blue focus. LB. Armor swap's available right now. H.I. finds a swap again to that previous armor that he had prior to this, and now he is still running it up.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back blues. I call it T225. I don't know what I call 4, 5, 6 blues in a row. That might be called Asia out now, because I've never just seen the blues game let loose like this, how Asia is doing it. But do have him now posted up for the round. Looks like a little bit of clip pitch there from Verse. Verse has the pass in hand. F2 aquas as well. Go ahead and send the follow up there. Gets the damage, forcing out the F off the Yodo. Can potentially get the grapple bump, but he's gonna go ahead and invest the musket shots and gets the damage there. Nearly getting the elimination. And now he's gonna be able to get away. Verse is gonna play for the round, making sure he doesn't lose the opportunity to get the buff plus the weapon upgrade if he wins that round. And the scrap off emerging here for Blue Spider, and we have another player in the mix as well. Star in this mix, trying to get active. The Spider has to pass, needs to survive 19 minutes, and he invested his Temi ultimate. And now clippage there from Star, still in the Yang pool, being able to stay up. Spider 9 seconds and counting, swap it on over to a blue dagger to make sure he can stay alive here with no armor, trying to stay up. So maybe stop to the bow, crouches in the air to be able to get that fast fall inside the first round. And it looks like he is gonna be going against a Rano, and that's gonna be a Wu Chen against a Tomok here. What do you think takes this, Severia? We got the Wu Chen here with a drip.
Ooh. You know, it's kind of tough. I think F1 might be coming to. I think the Wu Chen takes this just because shield wall. Deny from the pressure from the Spider. F1 comes out here though. It's for Spider. He's gonna have the advantage to get some nice LMD. Catches it. Turns up the combo breaker. 1-2. Throws the base throw. This is it. Each cast comes out. The most can't remember this, but the counter into the counter is gonna be hit on his ultimate play. He's gonna get the marks. He's gonna force Spider here to tap dodge. Tap dodge has enough stamina for that, and another shield throw is gonna come out here. Nope, not gonna be the case. After the shield throw, the Spirit Blades. Gonna be giving this. Look at this. Look. See this? That one? It's gonna be the works. Spider has V2, but or V3 I should say, but he isn't gonna get any sort of value off of this, especially off of with the F1 shield throw. There's still another play now. This pillar is not gonna be accessible anymore for Spider to tie around. So this is gonna be a reset position right now. Scare Rush comes out. Gravel go. Not looking to go for a gravel hook. He's gonna go for a slap. Confirms again. Oh, who's taking priority? Oh, gets buried. Loses the purple face plate. Gets elimination. Armada is making decisions that led him into that path with being in close proximity with halberd split spam. That is going to be where Spider will get up. Making himself a Rummy Yang victory. Gets gold face plate as a result of this victory, and as well as getting a switch tassel, which he's just going to hopefully not get green because you know how to switch tassel. You switch to your weapon, your ranged weapon after an attack, you're locked in.
Look. A-Shao put it in the back foot, forcing out that Yodo ultimate. And that ult is not going to last that long. Edward already full focus in here. The Yodo might being able to tap dodge roll everything. In the backside, Zul there with a falling knives, being able to snag an elimination onto A-Shao. Might now chases his attention onto him. Go ahead and get the bust the flying knives, catch the foul. F throw down here from Mike. But now the flying knives in the back end there from Edward. Forcing out the Vaal, the ultimate is scatters here from both of these players. It looks like Edward's still in the pocket though. Gets cut off the Vaal, the wave there, off the ultimate. Forcing out the Lonnie F. Still has the ult online. Shotgun burst his back. Doesn't get the damage, I believe. Throws down the second spear. Doesn't get this catch this time around. But Mike now, waiting for the perfect opportunity. 1 point for the halberds. Big damage. Forcing out the Lonnie ultimate here from Edward. Throws down the ball into the TP. And it looks like Mike with the bow shot there for the elimination. Edward now has one more ball throw, and this could be bad for him. He's gonna cancel in the Tumult ultimate. Now it's gonna be invested here from Mike. Gets caught up in the whisk. Chen in the back end there, laying down some pressure off the pistols. And now Mike go for the TOD. Both shots whisk. Now applying the pressure once again off the whisk. Now back-to-back damages. Sends the 1.0.
Oh my
God. Chen sags up the elimination. Chen now kill steals there for Mike, and now it's gonna be a full reset for both of these players, and they're definitely gonna get active after this.
You know, I thought Edward was gonna slam the table after that. My man was cool and calm and collected. He said, remember what my therapist said, man. Usa. The amount of Temi was coming out there and to be allowed for the amount of range shots as well was like, it could have been a snag between the two. But Jen wanted to confirm it. He popped out that was in that reset. Eyeball. Exton though is on active Syra ultimate. He is up against Burst, who was previously on active Akos, but now the ultimate is done. The leaps have been consumed. Exton takes a nice move focus to the face. I think T5 is going for 1-2s. Yes, he will. Further the combo breaker, but the V2 Wu-Chen is still going to be something to see whether or not around the lane, because this is going to be that solo that he needs. He's on game completion for the next couple of minutes. Gets a nice confirm on it. He's going to confirm out some focus the first one. The 2 point out from that. Can he get the solo? The TT5 going to get caught with the blades, and that's going to be actually TT5 ultimate that was invested here. Wait a second. Terry comes out. TT5 gets caught in the second pair of blades. It's coming from Arano, and now it's going to be his. Hopefully. Oh my goodness, the grief. Arano won't have anything left to go through this. Gets shield throws. I know there's going to be an RB somewhere in the distance. There's going to be a musket shots. Shield throws, get himself mitigated to the sky. Has one more. Ready to go for the F1. I'm not sure if Arano can get out of this live dog.
I don't think so either. The pressure's still going towards his way. You see TT5 waiting for the perfect opportunity to start moving on. And chooses well on the top side. Arano running the laps here in this terrain, being able to stay up there off the scare rushes. We do have now getting clipped off the 1-2 there from the dual blades. The F2 there from the Akos as well in the back end. TT5 laying the soul breaks there and the release there onto both of these players. Arano is going to be able to get one powder in. Still, with a minute and 18 seconds, needs to try to apply the pressure somewhere, but in the backside, X-Gen now has full eyes onto Arano. Arano trying to find the distance. TT5 still in the mix. The flying actions applying tons of pressure here. Does manage to get the parry off the F as well, and now Mike showing up to the party as well. And this is a full brawl here for the remainder of the lobby. Spider and the star on the top side. This could be anybody's kill. Arano trying to stay alive. Not sure who's going to snag at the elimination. TT5 tries to cut the ankle. Doesn't manage to do so. They're getting a little bit confused there off of the Wu-Chans in the same spot, but it's going to be Arano taking the L to the zone. And that is the best case scenario here, there for him. Making sure no one else takes any eliminations. Ends up with 3, winning game 1. What a play there from Arano to make sure no one gets the kill, but unfortunate for him, he does fall.
Yeah, Star comes out of the zone with 1 HP and a Drain. Spider is going to be the one with less health overall. For Star right now, it's going to be a good... He doesn't have ultimate, but it's going to be an opportunity to kind of hold out here for that smoke ultimate and speed on the standby. TT5, though, is in near vicinity. He has V2 active, has one more Spirit Blade to be thrown out here, has that full standby. Looking for the carry. I don't know if he's going to be able to carry up Blue Focus here. Nope, he's going to get the Blaze on Spider. He kills Star, though. Last hit confirmation somewhere. He got last hit confirmation on Star. I don't know. I need to look at that. The pistol shot was there, though. We are going to see T25 getting pot shot in here by Mike, though. He's going to probably zone Grease him if he ends up going ahead. There he is. Holds on to Blue Focus. Might be scared rushing throughout the inside of the alleys. Nope. He is going to have a chance right now to just lose his F1 the moment he gets caught by one RB by the nunchucks. That's all I'm going to say. He's going to dash away here and hopefully he gets the building. Of course, there it is. F1 gets caught in the building. Shield throw comes out. Beautiful scare rush exits. They are going to take him going further. He goes backwards. And this is going to be that 1-3 side thing. Comes out here. He take that man's swing for the ultimate pass. He's going to be going ahead to the corner again. That is by going down.
Ooh, Spider gets the kill. Now Mike doesn't get the elimination there off the nunchucks, but I mean the grapple LMB from the nunchucks is so good, right? It looks like it just tracks completely there over terrain, but unfortunately for Mike, doesn't get the last hit with 10. And also Burst going at it here. Spring champ against the newcomer 10. Leon B. Aquos here in the situation. Both ults still available for both of these players. It looks like he is going to be having the Prowl here, forcing out the Aquos ultimate. Chen's going to respond with a V of his own as well. And now just proc off that V2. First connections there. Doesn't get the follow-up there off the R&B. Jumping around. Chen being very patient there with the ball throw, making sure he can confirm that hit there. Just clip off the jump LMBs there from the Aquos ultimate. Drops back down. Looks for the Clink V, but doesn't manage to connect so this time around. Nice skill rushes there from Burst now. Applying the pressure, catches the R&B into the ball throw. What's going to mix up here? R&B focus? No, LMB focus. Gets the damage now. Doesn't catch the full follow-up there. He could have gone for the R&Bs in the air for the extension, but now the follow-up from the 1.0 there from Burst. Both health nearly even here. Massive jumper parry there from Burst. Gets the limit. Gets the damage though. The F call there from Chen. Burst still trying to apply the pressure. Does manage to hit the R&B there to apply the pressure from his side as well. Now goes for the raw uppercut, connects, and now the R&Bs time 2, time 3 into the follow-up 1, 2, 3. Big damage on the ground. Aerial R&B as well. Doesn't go for the R&B on the ground. Gets clip off the V2 or the F2, and now the damage here from Burst is not enough. The F caught in here from Chen, and his fight is neck to neck scenario.
That's Clink is going to be enough. I don't know why he did it.
Wow.
I don't know why. I think if he went vertical, I mean, it was a 50-50 shot, or it was a third of a shot, 33%. If he goes left, it goes right, goes up. It's going to be one of the directions for him to decide upon being there. For that Clink, that's the kill sentence. That was a close fight. I was looking at the cooldown with the F1 coming back up. My man had it just in time. We are seeing a timeout, though. You see this, right? To Shang and Nexen both losing that Romy Yang. Not either of them getting a victory in there. That's both the Liam and the Shio, which is crazy, too. We just saw 2 Liam fights between Liam and Akos and Liam Shio. Now, usually Liam Shio would be in Liam's favor because once the shield throw comes out, as long as Liam is preempted with his ultimate and the V2, he can catch her out of it. For an Akos, it's a little bit of an antsy game because he can tap dodge because he's a lot more mobile with his ultimate. He's able to get those leaps and then tap dodge into the ship. But also the V2 makes him invulnerable when he's on the leap and the pouncing stance. So when he goes ahead and the target grabs him in the jaws of the tiger, he's gonna go ahead and be immune during that whole time. And sometimes even Liam's way until the end of that animation, but that's gonna be anticipation from Akos to tap dodge that for the moment just to make sure they can immune. And Chen was holding on for that first orb for a long while. When he confirmed that second one, the R&B spam coming from Flying Knives was his best option there inside of the Romy Yang. He just didn't have enough height to kind of work that out. Maybe not even have enough time to kind of work that through. We see Frostus, for instance, from TVE kind of work that in succession with the Flying Knives. He did that even in Diabolical terms in the Toy Cup too. It's just that in the Romy Yang, you do have a limited amount of space, but once you find that wall angle and you start getting used to that, that is going to be your succession. Otherwise, Exen winning this out here and losing his Romy Yang, I should say, he is going to go ahead, having himself with the Syra, with the play with the gold honk sword. He's going to get that bounty scroll and then Touché right there.
I'm very curious why he didn't win for the R&B on the ground there when he clipped him off the first uppercut or the second uppercut.
Yeah.
You know, not sure if that doesn't catch on land anymore, you know? Could potentially be where that doesn't catch on land. Because, I mean, he could have full killed it there, I believe, if he would have popped the prio off the R&B as well. So, that's just, it was just so close, right? It was literally one hit anywhere, but it goes so versus way. We saw the neutral there from that man, and it's looking very clean there in an isolated fight. But now, Choose also having that Yang depletion time and going against Action, sending out the R&B focus there off the gold fan. In the back end, Verse now showing up to the mix here with the White Tiger's powers. It's going to be able to have the aura there. They are going to be able to see that he has that buff in play. Choose being able to get on out. Action tries to go for the scare what's to slip off the 1-2 in the back end. Verse now trying to apply the pressure. Mike showing up to the party as well. Palm lightning in the mix as well there from Mike once again. making sure he gets some sort of damage. Chu's gonna be able to force himself inside the zone. Burst still full chasing on up. We also have players rotating up in his backside, I believe. Action being the only one taking the back exit, but now won't catch it up. It's gonna be Burst. Throws on the F2. Now behind inside the zone. Does know he needs to call his blessings there, and Choose is going to fall there to Verse. Spider, Mike, Action, all waiting this out, but Chen still has that Yang depletion timer on the Liam. Action as well, and now with 5 players up, bodies are going to start dropping very fast here, Severo, with a 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes coming through here. We still have Yang Spiritual to be determined on where that location is going to be. For GG Chenda, just trying to look ahead. BS Liam is it's still a target on his back at the moment as he is forced to use his ult physically. Now, Blind Eyes in the mix right now for Mike, as well as for Chen. Not sure what kind of Jades we got. We got a gold rarity Jade on his hands. Could be really much anything. We will find that out later on. But Chen right now puts himself right to just kite around this building. He could lead himself into Pinnacle Town, theoretically, but they are blockading that. They are the troll under the bridge. Pay the toll. They will literally weigh him out across the corner before he tries to make that divergence. My man just hanging out there, you know, doing some stretches like, yo, it's been here often. You know, this is going to be it's crazy. As Exon kind of works around the corner, both of these players, like we said, they come out here to be in their own main depletion. Getting Chen into play in the offensive stance. Gonna see Exon get caught again. He's a Liam COD. We're looking at this RMB, but this is gonna be the time for many other players. Okay, you get this finally. RMB. Okay, RMB. Boom! It's stolen. Burst comes out here, and he takes it right out. My man said, not today. This is my sales. Like Black Friday back in 2011. My man said, I'm gonna pick up this LCD. I'm putting this on my back. He said, no, you're not. Drop. Skim gets elimination. We got 50 seconds left right now for Chen.
Yeah.
And he invested his ultimate. That's unfortunate.
It's just rough, right? Gets kill stolen, invests everything in his arsenal there, and doesn't pick up the soul bloom, even though he doesn't get the kill. And now he needs to try to apply the pressure. Only 3 other players are up inside him. On the Liam with no ult. Mike is fairly low here, potentially get eliminated if he gets caught up here. And we do see everybody looking at him. The Tomoke ultimate is going to be invested here for Mike. Can off the R&B. I thought he was for the uppercut off of this. Chen skirmishes through the window, uses the F to knock him back to the other side. And now on the backside, the Tomoke is not going to be looked at. Chen still for the Temi, I believe. Verse gonna go ahead and pick up the Spirit Well. Spider might be contesting that as well. With 8 seconds remaining, Chen having to run inside the zone. Has to call it here for game number 2. Spider and Verse gonna be going at it there against the Spirit Well. We have Spider with 4, Verse with 5. For this game, and once again, I mean, Versus on the Akos, we've seen how strong he can be, running that F2, being able to snag up those kills as well as we saw there from Chen, just yoinking that elimination there when he full invested everything. Spider's going to be the one snagging up the buff, and he is going to have, oh, it's going to be Mike with the flagpole waiting this out, and there it is. This was what I was curious about here, Severo. Well, what's the player here delaying it? And as we see it here, Mike gonna be able to contest that and go ahead and snag up a gold dagger off of this, I believe. Gold Hong sword in hand as well. We do have Spider, the gold fan, gold fist blades, and is that the dagger one that he has?
Which one? For Jades?
For the Z.
Oh, the Z? I triple check. I saw the Jades. I was looking at his Jades. He had a Kabloom, but no dual blades. I was worrying about that. Seeing the Sign Thing and the advanced heal into a martial art wolf from Hook. That's for first. Pretty sure he has a dagger on standby. No, he has a fan on standby for Spider right now. Gets fist blades, LMBs, forcefulness, and I don't know, man. I mean, the Akos versus Tumult, you know, there's another tumultuous distance, and for Mike right now with no ultimate, he's gonna be looks out. He's out. I know Verse though has the chance right now for raw uppercut. Yeah, I was gonna say, oh man, I'm about to do it. And there's the full circle, and there is Verse not taking it. No bait. He is not taking any bait. His Moonbane though might see that otherwise. Oh my god, the whisk throw into the Moonbane. That's it. Double bait. Slam! That's Spider getting himself out here for that gold armor, but look at Mike. My man said, yo, you have to stick in one corner, me or him. And he looks up, he said, Willem Dafoe doesn't want to look up, right? Look away from that. This is going to be a 1v1 situation, Mike versus Spider.
Big fight right here. 2 of the golds going at it once again. This time around, the pause for game number 2. We got Mike now. Back to the 1-2, overholds. Doesn't let lose on the shotgun burst. Can be able to parry bait there. Spider going for 1 powder. Mike is well to respond with his own, but now massive parry there for Spider. Doesn't get the damage off of that. Closes out the distance there into the R&B focus. Now nearly clips off the bane in the back end. Does manage to avoid it, and now Mike losing all that armor. Spider with the upper hand right now. Currently able to swap on over to the dagger. Overholds. Doesn't let loose of the LMB focus. And now the Bane nearly clears both players here as well. And that's all that it will take here for Mike to get hit off of that. And go ahead and swap on over to the gold armor, but it's not full. It's empty. Spider going at it. Massive parry hit from Mike. It's going to send the LMB focus. The Wisp not even called out. It's going to be delayed there from Spider. Now it needs to be recurring. Not going to get clip off of it. Since the soul break, he's going to get parried off of that as well. And now Spider with the last hit, being able to stay up. And yes, he had the dagger chime caught there for the Z slot. I don't even know what's the proper name of that. I just know it's just massive dagger slashes off of that. And
the book.
The book.
Yeah, the book, the tome, the red jade. Yeah, Shadow Eclipse. Yeah, that's one for the dagger. I saw that last game too. We saw it from the from the Spirit World baby. That's new. It was never used. Yeah, all the red jades, you know, Great Sword Annihilation, Render, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Long sword.
Yeah, long sword one, the movement.
That one. Yeah.
That one's diabolical.
Yeah.
Time for 2 seconds. And if everyone sees that, they can throw that Wisp throw and it's done. So, but that 1v1 to mulch inside of a Moonbane circle, cutting it close. Every time they cut a corner around the building, I'm wondering if there's a Moonbane strike. And there was. You know, the Scare Rush's attack, the Scare Rush attacks are very potent for stagger time or just trying to relay it. But when you push a little bit too far past, there was a Moonbane. And luckily Mike just didn't get enough going through there until Spider finding that nice parry time. Yeah. Finding at the right timing, especially with the dagger, and just trying to find the right time for release, that's an awesome another case, right? Because Tumult Wisp, once it's used, right, the F1, once it's initially used, your first anticipation is to hold the focus, not to immediate release, right? Because they can always space parry it, right? They can just jump parry through. Yeah. Or they can even whisper to save more allotment to the timing into the place where you're going to be ending up going forward. Spider just read it. You read it going through. And even with the reset, I'm trying to find the armor reset circulation. At least it wasn't a full armor. It was still a gold armor. He was trying to go ahead and bait out Mike to go ahead, take that open field fight. And since he did have ultimate more so, he was able to take full advantage of that. Spider kind of showcasing it out where under those like tight situations, he did have that in the bag. And especially coming out from that yoink that Mike was potentially going to pick up with that Wisp throw from the distance. Alas, came to his victory, picked up the soul blow, and was able to get that rage advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a crazy Wisp there from Spider onto Burrs. I mean, 15, 20 meters away, catches him, and then just Bane shutting down versus Gabe. They're just double hitting in the same spot. It's just super unfortunate, but I mean, great plays there from Spider. We see the composure he has, even getting aggressed on with Mike after, just staying on the upper foot. And we see they're closing out game number 2 very beautifully, taking MVP as well. So, I mean, crazy game 2 though, right, Severia? I mean, we saw there the crazy sequence there from Mike, getting his kill stolen there from Chen as well. Chen going at it against Verse in that Roma Yang, just back to back, a last hit decider as well. Just overall, just so much aggression still. But yeah, I mean, off of 2 games alone right now, I saw Chen's neutral is looking very, very strong, especially in that round. We saw how composed he's able to stay as well. And, you know, you got to give a little bit of time here for the newcomers as well to get accustomed to this LAN play. You know, everything besides what they've been doing till now has been online play. Yeah, it can be on low ping, but still, you know, LAN is a whole nother demon to overcome. And right now, Chen with 1 elimination for this game alone. We see him now potentially even getting a lot more comfortable throughout the night, so we're gonna have to keep our eyes out on him. Zoo had a good day, good game 1 as well. Unfortunate for him, he doesn't manage to find a lot of value as we see him there in that 10th place spot, but Spider does find a lot of value there with 6 eliminations, 10.2 game score, Verse with 6.5 for this game 2. And now overall standings as we see it here from bottom to top, Zoo with 1, T225 with 2.5, Star with 3.5, as well as Action Choose with 4, Asia with 4.5. A donor for game 2 needs to bounce back off of that game alone. T225 has been having a little bit of a rough day as well as you see it there. Donor for game 1, 2.5 for game 2. Chen there with 2.5s back to back, equaling up to 5. Mike with 5.5 as well as Edward. Burst with 6.5, Ronald with 10, and Spider with 15.7. I mean, right now, Spider, I don't think Spider's been happy with how his season's been playing. As see it today, he's not here to play any games. He's in his element, ready to try everything. Yeah, I really want to see him play Yodo, because once again, I saw him streaming, he was playing Yodo, so he's probably testing some things out in Immortal War when he's playing at his crib or whatever. But still, beautiful game 2 there for Spider. Still got 4 more games here to be played out in Severia.
Yeah, I think Spider in phase 3 next game, when we enter into more South midday, he'll end up going ahead and maybe potentially figure it out. We'll have to see. But we got some gameplay highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Double blue focus. This is that first elimination we're talking about. Man, caught that clean as it was. Oh, he's going for the parry too. And then look at this, right? Looks for the RMBs, which throws out here. And he finds Exit with 1 RMB. Now it's the second elimination. Romy Yang goes out here for Spider, where he decides to go off, sees about this Wu Chen. And this is that chance scenario where we saw whether or not the Wu Chen versus the Mulch. The ultimate countered by a skill was one thing, but Spider took this by face value, took it by combat standard, and literally put Arano out. Once he threw out the blue focus, it was already a done deal. And the swap was already enough time with the RMB swap. And then, of course, we saw what happened then. I don't even want to know if they showed a reaction, because he didn't have a reaction one thing. You saw it on camera. This right here, diabolical.
Wow, that's just unfortunate there. Beautiful ult usage there from Chen. Spider there with a crazy whisk there. Gets the elimination due to the Bane. Opens up with a crazy parry there onto Mike. Closes out the distance. Gets his damage off the R&B. And now back to neutral with no armor left. Mike trying to clink off of these light attacks from the dagger. Does manage to get clipped off with 1-2 there from the dagger, but pays out his distance. He gets clanked up, but manages to get the distance to avoid that Bane hit. Now Mike responds with the parry of his own, but the whisk comes out, swaps the bow back to Fan, opens up with a whisk throw parry there onto Mike, and just lets go of that ult there just because it's over. And we see it there from Spider with a beautiful game 2, showcasing how Tammy is still one of the toughest characters right now in the mix right now. And Temmie, I mean, we heard about Temmie rework for quite some time too, so I'm not sure if he's next, but I like the state that Temmie is right now. I think Temmie is the most balanced character. He did get a change there where you still get your F cooldown even if you get resets off his ult. But I think right now Temmie is in a great spot. I just hope his rework doesn't make him any less or even greater. You know, I think he's in a good spot, but I know the reworks usually aim for greatness, so we're gonna have to wait and see how he does there for the Tomote.
Yeah, I think looking into it, right, from the NARAKA Fest that had occurred, that the V1 and V3 is going to get combined in the future. I'm not sure about duration wise, considering V3 right now, which is the duration of what we're seeing is at 12 seconds. If V3 becomes 16 seconds, crazy, right? Crazy word.
Yeah, because 12 seconds is very short.
Yeah. And seeing about V2, not going to be applied. What's going to be is a new skill where in V2, he's going to be aerial form and he can just dash through people like as a Atari. So that's going to be interesting and seeing how long that duration is going to end up. We're going to have to see how that ends up going through. But the question for you guys in Twitch chat, which player killed OUG Mike in game 2? We just saw the replay, yo. Don't hassle me. You know the answer. AWZ Arano, B always Edwards, C WBG Verse, or D SR Spider. Put your answer inside of the chat. I'm gonna say the answer right now. It is gonna be Spider. Like, we were just watching that replay upon replay, where the Moonbane strikes left and right, and the final circle kills. Seeing some Mulch though, if he does end up getting stronger, it's like you said, he's at a good spot right now. The rework itself later on in the season, we're gonna see that. I'm not sure it's gonna be directly in the September patch or even later on, but he is something that if he does get a little bit stronger, a little bit tedious, it's gonna change out the trios matchup. It's gonna be something that sets up for solos even more so. Like I would say that V1 though puts himself where he can multitask, or he can be on ground, he can be on ground, and he has a little bit of extra things, right? That F skill cooldown, not being able to reset off of the walls, passing through it, definitely good markup. But we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna mark ourselves down here for round 3 in just a moment. We're gonna take a small break and we'll be right back with you guys for And ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Game 3 is going to commence. My name is Severi, alongside with creators. We're here for day 1 for the autumn season for solos. Catching up in terms of the scoreboard, we will have that in just a couple of seconds. I'm a little stuttery here, I'll be honest. But not stuttering over what's going to be happening here, which is going to be the shakeup. The shakeup in terms of the scoreboard could potentially start now. Spider's been keeping himself in the first place lead for a good majority of time. I think that in the case instance is that when Spider decides to go ahead and sticks to it, he will keep that lead unless someone says otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, game 1 opener, Arano taking MVP, and now for our second game, Spider being the one taking the MVP with a massive, I think, 10.5 game there for his second game. Being top 3 in game 1, so right now, Spider playing out of his mind. Beautifully plays there from Spider, as we saw there with a crazy whisk throw there onto Verse for the last and final moments of game number 2, and then ended up Sean there against Mike for the last one. We won in game 2 as well in Holleroth, but you know, now we're taking a trip to Moore's Isle for our third game. Yeah, I mean, nothing's too crazy that we've seen. We've seen some players dabbling into the Yodo Hime with her change, and you know, Wu Chen now being parted out by a lot of these players as well for solos. And you know, right before the break, we were talking about the Tomo rework, and you know, when you mentioned trios, character that came to my mind instantly was Takeda, right? I mean, Takeda when he got released, it's just he was very strong when he first got released. But, you know, in solo specifically, he's fallen out very, very low. You know, it's been a very rare sight to see. We sometimes see T225 playing him game 8 in finals if we do see 8 games being played out. So it's been very rough. And, you know, a lot of people love Takeda as a character as a whole. So that is a rework that I am definitely waiting to see how they do with him and how they change him up, because when he first got released, it was a lot of talks about Takeda, how he can do this, how he can do that. But, you know, there are still some core Takeda fans, especially in the CN side, where I see them still playing out Takeda in solos, finding any way possible to find value in. Just right now, the set of Takeda is just, you have to kill in the TOD. If you do not kill in the TOD, you're pretty much done for, because these characters right now in the game are just so strong. Syra, Shayo. I mean, Syra now with the change. I don't know specifically how she looks now. Patch just went live, right? So need to see some little bit more of Syra. But you know, just I mean, what else? Just everybody in the pool right now is just so strong, especially with how the meta has been shaping up for the past year. And just we'd love to see how they do with Takeda, just to get him back into that role as well.
Yeah, and another character that kind of has been making its marks, maybe more so in like the rank queue, but hasn't been performing well in Nbpl, has been NARAKA. I think some players are kind of keeping eyes out and seeing if someone finds some sort of niche, whether he's at a state where he can work out. Otherwise, not going to be working out so well, you know, today. I mean, he's been nerfed to the ground, low-key in the Pro League by comparison for when he went on the rework release, but then they buffed it, then they pushed it down. So I'm kind of seeing if he ends up getting value, because as of right now, V1 Combo Breaker is something that comes out. Now, the RD shield. My man's first day. I seen the sweat glands. My man's like, yo, is my music in? I don't even know. If my man double checking, you know, yo, I'm not gonna front him, right? First game, he went out in the bottom 3, which meant that there was no placement points to be earned out. So it was kind of a rough situation for him at the end of at that stage. He did get a point into game 2. It's just slow roll, right? Marks against him would be someone who started out like Asia from Team Alliance, who came out the gates swinging. Who ended up kind of popping off in terms of, I think, the first 2 weeks of the season, but then the latter half, it just ended up kind of slowly gazing out. And people started figuring him out more so, just try to get him down for the players and their play styles. It doesn't take too much to kind of go ahead and understanding. It's just whether or not they're going to be doing it, and then you realizing it in game if it's them, so you can just start using it against them. But for our phases, Star and Asia to take first phase versus Nisha is going to be going through phase 2. Spider and Mike third phase. T225 Arano phase 4. GG Shen, as well as this one Shin Exton going to be going out here for phase 5, and then without into that final phase. Whether or not Sheng decides to bring out the Kylan, it's all also up to whether or not he's actually going to go ahead and rock with it. But with Edward, I would be curious in seeing what the first phase kind of brings out. Same old, same old. It could be a mix-up between 2 different characters, between Lonnie and Liam. That's going to be the case. For the second phase, could be Shiles, could be Cyrus. We've seen Cyrus double pick in the phase 2. So whether or not DG should in the WG's first decide to go ahead and bring it out, there's Siren #1 for Shu. Looking at verse and seeing he's going to be playing out the mono pick. I'm not sure if he's actually going to want to make that happen. Yes, he will. He will lock that in. That's going to be a 1 ban specifically for one character that leads into the 3rd phase. This is a Yodo territory, Kylan territory potential if it's going to be an early pickup. But otherwise, there it is. Mike going to be up the Yodo. Seeing about Spider if he wants to kind of work into that too. They've been playing. Last round they were a double pick to mulch.
Yep.
This
smiling too.
He could pick Wu-Chen. You know, I say that with a voice crack. Yeah, he's going to be picking up Wu-Chen. So there it is going out there. And as much as Arano and TG5 are now available, they're going to see these bans. They're like, yo, what is next?
I'm very surprised right now. I mean, yeah, the Shayo and Arano. Yes, okay, that's what I was surprised about. I was like, where the Justinas at? Because Justina is, you know, another character I feel like she has a very high skill ceiling, but I think she does very well against a lot of these characters as well. So only just seeing her being selected in the 4th round selection, she's usually around there though. She's usually 4th to 3rd as well. So you know, we still seeing her. I don't think we had one last game, so it kind of threw me off. But now to game 3, we are going to be having one, and a lot of players are testing the waters as well with Valda, no pun intended. But still, yeah, we've had every game had a Valda in the mix as well. So they probably know that change is coming, that I gotta get comfortable with these characters. I have to see if I can adjust as soon as possible, because once this new ruling comes into play, I don't want to be looking like a lost fish out here. I want to be able to feel comfortable with a character that I'm not very you know, accustomed to. So seeing that these players are, you know, testing out these characters, we're seeing the Wu-Chens, the Valdas, looking at it like, who else would we see? Some love from Tessa is Fong, and you know, Fong's not here, but potentially Tessa. Matari was strong for a very long time as well. As soon as she got her rework, a lot of players, we had a Matari meta for quite a long time in the Pro League as well, but she started really to fall off, and haven't really seen her as much, only in finals days where, you know, there's 8 games. So that is kind of standard, where you're kind of out of characters and have to get the last chip in the bag and try to come up with something that you can for your last game. So that's another character I'm very curious to see, and as well as the new character Einer Wan. If is he gonna be played out in these games with that new format? He might be forced onto it, potentially even like Yushan. I've seen Yushan solos as well, playing with the but I mean, I'm just thinking ahead, right? Because I'm just looking at how these players are testing out like that Valda. Like, I mean, Valda did get to see a lot of pro play time when she was fresh off of that V2 change, but you know, she kind of slowed down. But now we've been having one every game thus far.
Yeah, it just kind of comes out where Valda had a point in time where she was perma-picked. I think it was because of her duration of her ultimate was at 25 minutes, 20 seconds. So that was huge duration ult. Then the duration ended, the spears got reduced by a certain amount, at least in terms of the duration of being able to throw them, so you weren't able to spam it now. Still though, has a lot of sustainability, especially flat damage to be dealt towards her face, and she has a lot more shield than Syra would. Now, in this selection of the drop pools, this is daytime, so there's no fireflies directly on the floor on the surface level, but anywhere in between caves. But this map is looking a little bit more in the northwestern end as a dictated area of control for the spawns. I know the YCG TG5 is going to be looking towards servants grounds, trying to pick up that green trove, maybe even a gold trove that might spawn in that hut, and then he goes straight north, straight past opponents. Otherwise, inside of the southeast, there is nothing. There is nothing. It's a barren wasteland, at least for right now. We'll have to see how these resets end up going after these first set of lives. Three you know, coagulated spots right now between GG, YCG, and WBG over in the north with the OUG. Like, there's a lot of teams that going through the players between Mike and Spider, between Exon, as well as his opponent over by Taven. Taking a look at game 3, folks. We're gonna look at the scene about Servant's Grounds. This is gonna be that spot. Remember I said TG5, right? Look at him. He's over there in the distance. Spider gets his blue armor. He has a spare one already on that blue check. Dare I say it? TG5 getting himself loot up, but nothing too high rarity. Not yet, though. He's got common full sword, if I'm not mistaken. So he's gonna be having that only as his only weapon. Wary Spider is looking healthy. Now for this verse, has himself up here. At a moment right there, we're looking at whether or not Mike is in the distance. Yes, he is. He's going to be passing by the shrine over by the Noble Cave, but Mike is actually skirting right past and going inside of the surface grounds area, where Shang and Exit over by the Islet Crater are going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, tripping Kyler right now, ready for the summer. See him on the common nunchuck, choose. Gonna be able to eat up the damage off the LB focus, and now trying to create the space. Action, go ahead and count his blessings, re-pick up his purple armor, and re-top that off as well. Choose on the bottom side. Be able to pop one powder, now going for the Battalion as well. Do have the isolated fight thus far between both of these players, and I don't see anybody in the mini-map, so come down to this isolated neutral fight between both of these players. Now, F2 catch there for Choose. Couldn't go for the uppercut due to the soft trueness, but now Action recatches Proud this time around. A nunchuck RB focus there off the grapple bump, and now the 1-2 spam from the dual blades from Choose. Action still has the health advantage. Choose trying to create the distance right now. Has that Aqua's ultimate online, but he's waiting for that comment ult, and there goes the F. No ult pops for none of these players thus far. We do have no Cryo, go for the raw uppercut. Now the Aqua's ultimate is gonna be called in from Choose. Action trying to create the distance. Make sure he doesn't get caught up off the V2. Could be bad for him. He does get caught up here. Now he's gonna go ahead and force to pop this ultimate off the grapple spam, and it looks like both of these players are going to retreat for the time being.
Now for Exton, still has a little bit of time here to go for the reset. Otherwise, we're showing for the Mike, who didn't take an advantage against the fight between Verse, but found himself in the latter half. This is going to be the Ravine fight. Kind of very skeptical to see how this ends up going through. He's finding the plan advance. He's getting himself a parry. He gets jump LMB and LMB 1-2. Ugh. Voice of Halber's RMB. Very dangerous situation finding himself. He can't even ultimate here. There's not going to be any value for him to use that ultimate here. And then now for Verse, finding it up, has that Sire ult ready to go. Still has to fight up against Shu, who is going to have his own Sire ultimate, so it is not going to benefit Verse to stay too much longer. He's going to try to climb up. Now, H-Dow is over in the vicinity, over by the Noble Cave Shrine. He is going to probably see a little bit more time to heal. But as for right now, as Alana, he is going to go ahead and try to get that gear reset. He is going to go right back towards what we're just seeing, and he might have. Just a little bit of sound cues. It's seen that. Nicely some lethal jab coming out here from Murano. Catching a good freeze against Spider. No parries. The Wu Chen horizontal doesn't get caught, but he gets a tap dodge. And an F1 to mitigate that next freeze for the flying knife, man. The flying knife. You know how it goes, man. This weapon goes ahead, is omnidirectional, and there is nothing that Spider can have done, even as a Wu Chen with steel walls.
Yeah, I mean, it works just like the Temief, right? If they have flying knives, they can just burst up and you just eat up all the damage, even if you're going for them. As you saw it there with the Wu Chen F. Same sequences, and I mean, even the walls don't even protect you there from that weapon. And now that is going to be a reset there for him. And now we do have Verse. Still finding out, no ult online. Actually still in the midst against Choose. Now, both players with no ult online is going to be able to cancel the nunchuck meter burn. Gets a little bit of damage, but the terrain doesn't give him the full capitalization there off the uppercut. Choose. Going to eat up more damage, loses a lot of HP, have white health now. Action trying to find the value here from this kill as fast as possible, and still isolated fight between both of these players. Drops down with the LMB focus, gets the damage, catches the prowl, forcing up the Aquas ult once again. Double tap dodge to avoid that leap there from the Aquas, and now not be able to catch up. Seeing he can get the last and final hits, gonna be able to iframe with the ult pop, but no, the V2's gonna connect, and now I think he procced the Keeling Guard, and it looks like he is gonna be able to cancel it.
Yeah, he still has 5 dashes. This is V1. It doesn't matter how much HP you have. This is a flat number ultimate. It's just flat amount number of casts, I should say. It's a stagnant cast count. For Star, though, no, 10? Oh, I was going to say, you get caught by the 1, 2, 3 vertical. I'm going to ask questions. The 1, 2, 3, though, comes out for Star, though. He has ultimate to be ready to go to try to yoink off Chen here. He catches him right there. Ugh, not going to be the case. Has a plaque, throws away. He did catch him. He got him. He did catch him. Star goes ahead and gets the elimination. I was like, wait a second. He's got another chance right now for the catch. Gets avoided. Verse getting this. Canceling out the ultimate. Oh, man. Scare rushing left and right now. And he doesn't have a quick scare rushing weapon against the nunchucks. He switches to fire knife stuff. Better weapon for scare rush. Better pizza. Better ingredients. We have a spot right now for Star to get 1 health reset. He has full armor, so 2 would be the best case. He gets caught into everything. This is good. Okay, he didn't pop the restagger. That's a really nice saving grace moment. He's got F1 in 3, 2, 1. Case gets caught out, but there's 3 targets, and they're gonna see a low health. Oh my goodness, he just dash dodged that, and Chen is looking for this rush attack like no other. He is looking for his elimination as Star goes out, burns the combo breaker. Star finds himself in the backside of the Immortal Temple, still looking for the 3rd floor story. He drops right down to that LMB, gets LMB staggered, and that right there is his first life. 2 eliminations, but Zhu is now also 3 kills in this game, and we were talking about it earlier. we were saying maybe he's had a little bit of time to activate. Maybe that he played that playlist on his, you know, on his iPod. Again.
Oh man, it's just so crazy to see these fights, right? I mean, one mistake right there. He dropped down, but he wasn't able to clip onto the lower half the wall there, and he dies for it. It's literally one movement error that costs him his life there, and as you see it now, Arano this time around. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Action against Arano this time around. Still on the Kylan, halfway through that ultimate. It looks like Arano's gonna back on up here from the situation on the Justina. Action, go ahead and snag up the Yang pass as we see it here, ready to take this first realm of Yang. Versus Chen, looks like Verse is gonna be able to get aggressive onto this player. He's gonna probably play around this. Chen is gonna be able to go inside that first realm. Arano rotates quickly there, straight into money, or across money, I should say, going through the riverside, potentially looking for another pass if he can take. Verse as well, looking for repositioning. We do have, I think it's a spirit well where Arano was heading to. I caught a little bit of glimpse of that in the minimap. Verse puts it up for the realm as we see it here. The pass is available for him, so he isn't able to take this and go ahead and invest the ultimate just in case. He is going to get that right back as soon as he enters, as we see it here. And it looks like nobody else took the first portal. Players are waiting it out. Mike on the Yoda. Oh, look how fast he's running right now on this Yoda ultimate. There it is. This is what we want to see right here. Mike on the Yoda. Verse on the Syra. It's going to be very interesting to see here Mike playing out a character like Yoda Hime.
Yeah, has himself salt smaller, so if he gets a burn hit right now early on, a little chip. Goes for the clink here. That's for flying. That man looking to try to hold the horizontal here. There it is for the dagger. Waiting out for the 2.0, then potentially comes out here. Verse looking at it very sparingly with the parries into the RMBs, into the corner sides. Again and again, throws up the soul break. Okay, we're doing it again. 1, 2, 3 piece. Oh, crouch killing me. Damn, we're standing up here. Get the F1 be avoided though. No dazzle opportunity. The Hellcheck of Destiny comes out with another soul break, free chip damage. Crouch comes out here, gets a nice horizontal off that capture stagger, but doesn't want to commit. Verse will want to space up. The F2 is still available. He doesn't know what skill is going to be Vyoto, but most likely it is that combo break. It's like how the retard is using V1. Listen, 1 Shoes comes out here for the 3 piece. We know that there's going to be 1 LMB potential for another combo break to be utilized. Mike doesn't get caught in the dazzle again. Bang, very tenacious right now for the R&Bs. First the Fire Ultimate, that's okay. That's okay. He's gonna be look at this color. Rolls it. He still has enough sight to sustain coming out because he has his ultimate ready to go. We saw this in Jacob, but after the stamina nerf, it's still being done.
Wow, that was nice there. He's running into the wall so he can keep line of sight, but he still has the pillar as coverage there. That was just beautiful there from Mike, and now he's gonna rest the ultimate here from the Yoda Hime. We see him connected off the 3 section. This is what I was talking about. That was exactly what I was talking about right there. I seen the infinite off of that ult, and we saw here being played out by Mike, and you just see the HP just quickly fall over and over there off that Yoda ult, and oh my God, Mike there. And you know what's the crazy part? Mike didn't even invest the F not once there in that realm of Yang.
He didn't. The moment he got that chain, I was thinking in my head, yo, it's like a fighting right now. And he locked him out. Picking this up, this is gonna be a big one, especially considering that he already has his gear. He's got purple gold nutties now. Didn't have any jade upgrades, it's all right. He has a telluric, and if he finds flying knives of any rarity, he'll upgrade that. He'll use that weapon, unless he wants to hold on to it. He didn't pick up that jade in there as a warrior pace. Nah. Unless it applies to his ultimate, don't need that.
That would be crazy.
That would be nuts. I don't want to think about it. GG Chen though wins his Roman Yang. He's at 1 kill elimination right now for the Verms. He still has himself with the purple flying knives, his primary. Still has the bounty to look for target, and now it is up to him to hunt it down. For Exton, over by the pool of cleansing, winning out his Roman Yang with the Island. Still has at least that 1 elimination. Got to score for himself. Right next door. Takes it up against Mike. Another Roman Yang victory. So Mike, he's dominated violence right now. I'm gonna sit on the ground and avoid the stagger. Nicely done from Exton to kind of avoid that. But now it's gonna be the case. Will Arano come out for the grief?
Gonna have to wait and see. There goes the F card there from Mike. Ooh, gets F shoved out there. Beautifully done. Another character you can do that with is Tarka, but now gonna get cut off the fire in the back end. We have another player showing up. Arano trying to go for the velocity on soul. Big damage there from the flying out there from Mike. Look at the HP there from Action. He drops very, very low. He's gonna be forced upon this kind of ultimate. Still focusing Mike here out of the bunch. So Yodo still has that online, but he's trying to kite out all this pressure. The pillar there is his saving grace. Gets the jump the 1-2 into the jump LMB there for the finisher, and now it's gonna be Mike against Arano.
And it might find a common armor swap, so he finds another one. He's going to look for the LMB's catches here for Arano. That's going to be the case. He can't do anything to counter this. He's trying to grapple stagger Mike here, but that common armor heal isn't going to be as much as he's kind of hoping for. Not a lot of sustain, right? But the spine nice, he found it, made it into a purple rarity. He's going in. He sees Arano out into the corner, gets hell check, Gets that block extreme, baits out that parry opportunity, but Rano's not feeding into it. He is held checking this, and there's the open cast. All right, 1, 2, burns out the combo breaker with it. Tries to see an ult dash out. Maybe even go right back in with an imprint. I'm thinking about it, and Rano still has an opportunity here, CA.
Yeah, it's gonna be a quick reset, and Mike's ult is about to run out pretty soon. And Rano ready to go back into the action, and now last hit there, the recast of the ultimate doesn't get any sorts of damage onto Rano. Rano has that online, can either damage off the shotgun burst. Doesn't manage to cast the prod, does manage to cast the parry though. In the back end, another player showing up to the mix and to be action once again. Running it back against the Yodo. Not happy about losing to this fight earlier. Goes for the 1-2 off the dual play. Delaying the wake up, beautifully done there, but still gets slipped off the jump of LMBs. And now Berlin's burst fight is gonna proc. Rano backs on it up, knowing the third party came on in, and it looks like Rano wants no piece of the action now, trying to scatter it out of the situation. But we are gonna have 3-2-5 against Verge and Choose, and this third party central here scenario.
Man, I'm calling it out, bro. I call him out all the time, bro. It's crazy. Dejang still has an opportunity to chase down Verge, so with that Cyro ultimate, not yet invested. All you have to do is wait that one out. Still, though, finding a lot of buildings over here by, hopefully you can see it on the dash. What a nice to catch this. Nice baited through the horizon, doesn't want to get shotgun blasted. Looking for the R&Bs, looking for the 2.0s. This is really, really dangerous right now. And he could actually keep the wall if he really wanted to admit where he's going to be ending up. There it is. Burns it up for combo breaker. It's going to be verse. It's going to go ahead, go down here. Pistol shot to the pistol shot. This is close though. That's not going to come out here, but Verse is now going to be on death's door. The situation is dire. Excellent is right there for Team SS1. He is looking for this joint here. As much as the 60 PO procs come out here, Duration of Ultimate, Mike is already on it, man. This Yoda Heat main, he's going to be the one outlier for the other Heat mains inside the Pro team, and I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of clippage there, but doesn't get the full damage. You do have, I think Mike stays back. He wants to take that roam. I want to see the second roam once again for the Yoda. But now, first eating up tons of damage here, trying to stay alive. Does manage to scale rush on. Now we do have action with a pistol shot now connecting. Gets elimination this time around. Catches the bar on the Choose now. Forcing out to pop this Aqua's ultimate. Now what's gonna be the mix up? Trying to find the tap dodge. Does manage to create the space though. Choose looks like he is gonna back on up and trying to find a quick reset. And action though, putting pedal to the metal, still applying the pressure on the throttle, making sure he can keep up there with the Aquos. And the Aqua's ultimate is running out now. Clip out the B2. He spins it back, gets the damage. What's gonna be the mix up? He's gonna go ahead and back on up. Has the performer online though. He's gonna clip off the R&B. Doesn't get the R&B focused though. And I think our second roam is happening. It's gonna be Mike against Star. The Yodo against Liam this time around. Is Mike gonna be forced to pop F this time? We're gonna have to wait and see. And there it is. As soon as I say it, it's gonna be able to pop one powder in, take a quick little reset in, and now once again, I know you're waiting for the ultimate here, Scenario.
Of course. No, the Liam. When I was waiting for what the Liam ult's gonna be used, because this is gonna be the chain of events, right? The R&B could be used here. Sorry, get some nice timing here for it. And then there's gonna be one R&B to the 1-2. No, he's gonna dash away. Good man. Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. The Liam orb's ready to go, yo. We gotta remember that, y'all. B2's gonna be go ahead, try to mitigate the Liam orb if anything, but it's gonna be a little bit of pick damage. The pillar's gonna be denied, and it's gonna be horizontal. 1-2 vertical cannon shot comes out. Looking for the berry bait. Ooh, and holds the LB. I'm not even sure he's looking for that. He went for the cross. He went for it. 1-2's open juice. Gets caught by again. That 2's gonna be up for just in time. Remember range shot. Oh, and a little bit of range shots with the counter. That was gonna be the biggest way to counter this. Waiting after the end of the duration. 3.5 seconds. 1-2's. Hold it out. Backs up. Goes for the R&Bs. Still spacing up between killers. Worried about that whole horizontal from the cannon. Oh, there it is. And that is going to be one chip damage. One last cannon shot. Can we connect those Mike please? One uppercut. Something. A sneeze. There it is. What? The eye line. There it is. Okay, you know what? One chink. One click is going to be all that's going to be necessary coming off of this. My man just go ahead and pops off. Mike literally having Yodohime as the highest stat gain character so far in the season.
Hey, that F is still nice though. He threw it down. He went for the powder. He was able to cancel, dodge in R&Bs, and goes right back in and still was able to pop the powder in. So, yeah. I mean, that's still a lot of time, to do all those actions. It's still nice as to say. And then Mike right now just running through with the Yodo in the round. Wasn't able to get the infinite this time around, but still winning this, manages to win the second round. And now, wait this out. Players have rotated on to Morris Isle, or to Celestial Star in Morris Isle. Star on the top side with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer on the Liam. Potential investor's ultimate here to get a sign throw there. That could be a potential play here for the Liam, being able to snag up in the ball. But now, Arano on the Justina. And wait this out, he's gonna eat his damage off the 1.0. Star playing swap there from Dual Blades into Hung Sword. The 1-2 from the dagger there from Arano. He's gonna back up a little bit of pressure. Star still full throttle on in. 4 minutes and counting, 4 minutes and 20. Looks like there's nobody around here for the third party just yet, but players can start rotating on in here in Celestia. We do have Arano being able to create the distance there to take one powder in. Star now being the one getting aggressed on here from Arano in the corner. 1-2 into the slap. Nice dodge there from Star to avoid the slap. Since the 1.0 gets parried for it. The dagger there from Arano though doesn't get the Valley though. He is going to be able to F out of that. But Star now trying to make a run for the hills. We have players showing up. We have YZG in the back end there. We have Action as well. Players now see Star being the one hunted down. He is going to be having this terrain to try to kite, but right now a little bit of reset there from Star. Arano playing the top side, trying to cut the ankles. T225 as well, being the one applying the pressure from the bottom side. And there it is, Star. Go ahead and rotate on top. It's going to drop right back down. And I believe there's another player here as well. It's going to be Action waiting now, knowing that this player could have potentially moved right back into the center of Celestia. Mike Chen going at it. Asia and Choose at the backside, seeing the player getting chased down right now. Mike with the right side just fires, still applying the pressure. This time around onto Chen. Chen on the Tomo is going to get clipped off the grapple LNB. So go ahead and invest the F, throws on the F instantly. And now the cooldown re comes back up here from Chen. You can go ahead and try to kite towards Celestia. We do get grapple bump here though, or grapple stack go to the 1-2. The 10 ultimate is going to be invested here. And now this could be bad here for Chen. He's not able to get a full reset.
Yeah, I think one thing that comes out is that once this ends, it's going to be an R&B spam from Mike, at least for the little strips coming left and right. But A-Shot's right there. A little bit of understanding and whether or not that most can be found out, but Star in the zone. Star at 2.5 minutes yet for this Roman inclusion gets a nice vitality heal, potentially vitality heal. He is kind of getting spotted out here the moment that Bell gets struck. Still has a little bit of time to get the armor heal as well, but his vitality is going to be running through here. This is his last armor powder, looking to pass this corner, and hopefully by this courtyard he can cross without any issues. Cross his fingers. Hope to die, not to die right now. Star is kind of moving right now. He's going back and forth right now, playing zigzag games. Gets picked up by H.I. H.I. sees the low target. Cat Bloom burns out the combo breaker. The combo breaker being burned out is a nice sign of life for the players to see. There are fights to be occurring around. Rubs or Gale though from T225 class. It is going to be where he can kind of spot himself out and find a nice isolated fight in a ravine, unless Shang is looking to try to yank this out, because I can see him right there. He is looking up across on top of the watchtower, so if anything comes up from Star, as long as that combo breaker is still up, he is still safe. He still has a limited amount of time, 100 seconds or so left on the clock right now. So, hoping to see whether or not he can find supplies alongside that pathing. Otherwise, he is going to be at that store, T25, rocking in that, degenerative for Shayo. Nice bright red for the Shayo, but it's, remember, in game, the players do not have the skins. So you guys are wondering, man, how do you just not know? This guy is wearing a different skin from this, because they don't have the same skins. Everyone has the same skin, the default skin. That's what everyone's wearing right now from one night to another in game. They have no idea who is who. Their valuation comes out from those picks, and that's about it from the point in the phase system. So for Star right now, Liam, 70 seconds left. Has only one vitality to his name. Still trying to go ahead and try to mark up and see what's the next moment, because he doesn't have ultimate. He has 45% rage until he reaches that threshold. And for the players that he has to find out, he would have to start initiating violence, which they can just negate by escaping. They can try to space away.
Yeah, and we're gonna see some aggression now. We do have the Mr. Mike up for grabs, and we see everybody rotating the top side of this terrain as well. Mike being the first one on the top, I believe. T225 already posted up though, as well as Action. So we are gonna be seeing ultimates being invested, everything, third party, green shots. I mean, T225 has that rupture gel, so he's gonna be able to apply tons of pressure there from a distance. Star against A-Shot though, getting active, goes for the raw uppercut. Connects with the F call in here from the Lonnie. Straight 3-band central here from Age now. Trying to connect off the LNB focus. Gonna be forced to pop the ultimate though. Star with 18 seconds in county. Gonna have to potentially just run off from this fight. It looks like nobody's applying the pressure onto the Lonnie. And just with no time, it's gonna be forced out, potentially to die inside the zone, making sure nobody gets the elimination. And now, Age out in the center of the spirit ball. T225. It's going to rotate towards the bottom side. Star does fall now out of game 3. T225 there, applying the pressure onto Asia. Asia does get clipped off of that. And now everybody in this area gets that Yang depletion. You got to be real careful, and everybody's looking at Asia right now. Mike with his ultimate, he also has the tune. I think it's just straight daggers as well. That's all we've been seeing throughout all these 3 games. And Mike trying to find the value, going to recast the ult as well. Now has the ult once again because he captured Asia. 1 shot, 1 hit, and it's going to be Mike with elimination here. Kylan ultimate now called it from Action. It looks like somebody cleanses. Not sure if it was Mike or somebody else. Sorry, I'm not sure if it was T225 or Action. We're going to have to wait and see. Arano has the flag, going at it against Chen. Both of these players finding this out, but Arano has to see if he can capture it. He does manage to do so.
Yeah, this is going to be Arano waiting this up. He's a little concerned of like he's trying to pistol shot to Chen, but Chen still going to be kiting through. Now, 6 grapples to his name. He still has to have the belly up. He's going to catch it right then and there, and then throws that whip to protect himself from any stragglers that might form. One army from Mike, though, will turn away his armor. Having this common fit, or this blue dagger is going to be a little bit tough right now. 1, 2, ooh, to meter dump. It's going to be a spot for Chen to get out of there, out of Woodworks Bill. Oh, almost gets got by T5's vertical RMB from the Fist Blades. Blind Knight is also being spammed right behind him. He's got a little bit of time right now with that Rep Gale, but he's going to burn the white vitality to have his efficiency. Even with the burn tick talking in here and losing half the value, he's still wanting to get that heal off. And now for Chen, the movement, the almighty movement. This is going to be a little bit scary right now because the moment he presses F and he is stuck inside of the center of movement, he is dead to rights. He will be hot. For Chen right now, horizontal, spaces up, and shooting Oculus comes in the day, and he still has enough time to space up here toward the northern end of Sunvale Dwelling. Maybe even hopefully try to find some supply for the body like the one right here.
H moving though, raise the distance. We better pop a powder in. I'll go for the quick reset and choose. I think loses life percent for a little bit, and now right back into the neutral state. We do have a little bit of clank. Arano in the backhand, potentially full chasing. T225 as well. I see in the minimap trying to find the location of Chen, but Chen cuts line of sight. Arano still has eyes onto him though. Do have the Alien Challenger from OUG this time around. Chen still alive, but with 40 seconds and counting, needs to try to cleanse. Choose as well. Has a Yen depletion timer. Choose gets caught up in the center of the Bane. I believe gets kicked off for that. And the pistol shot there from Arano is going to snag at the elimination. And now players are scattering for that bloom. I thought, who was that player on the left? I thought he was going to grab it, the player on the left, but that's the bloom go. Chen still 20 seconds and counting. 42% on that rage. Players still knowing that the tumult has been aggressive throughout this remainder of this game. They are going to be trying to focus him, but inside the zone, the pistol shot almost connected. Does manage to stay in safety there to not give anybody else the elimination. And now dropping back down to 3 for this game. Players gonna fall. We do have, or 4, already counted our player with that Yang depletion timer. So we still have a runner on the Justina, Mike on the Yodo, Action on the Kylan, and T225 on the Shayo.
Mike has advanced heal, has Sap Jade, pretty much has Octoslash Blade to his name. Seen Summoning Shot, Slow Shot with the Phantom Step, Cab Bloom, and a Silent Fang for Exen. If he does decide to go for 1 to 3 horizontal, that means that he will go for the extended range in the catch up. TD5 with a Universal Slash, Dead Around, Thunderstorm, Bar Bullets as well as a Rupture Gale and a Summoning Shot. So he is settled in Arano, Mortal Defiance, Pride's Fall. Seen about an engraving as well as a Phantom Step, and also has a Velocity Untold with Sap Jade. So he's clean with it. He still has the blue dagger. If he decides to find any sort of way of upgrading that, he would have already for the Blur Crystal, but there wasn't any in sight. Now it's just the case. 4 players left to go through here with Arano in first place overall. But 4 eliminations on Mike, and every other opponent has 3 eliminations. It's anyone's game to try to pick this up, and I'm pretty sure we're seeing another game with Shadow Eclipse being available. The tome, the red tome that is in the hands of Mike. It's a huge gamble if you fight up against the opponent and then all of a sudden they're gold focus, and then you are locked in. Unless you have a combo breaker, you can't break out of that chain of events.
Brace yourselves. Saw Pride's Fall. I seen Pride's Fall. That Pride's Fall connect. Y'all better brace yourselves. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Potential hit and load is in play here for the last and final moments of game number 4 or game number 3. Sorry, 4 players still alive right now, waiting, and now zone 6 starting to spread now. T225. Gold pole sword in hand. I believe a lot of these players have gold weapons. Mike, we see there with a dagger. Action with gold dual blades. Arano definitely potentially has something else as well in his back pocket, opposed from that blue dagger. So full stack lobby right now. Gold nunchucks here for Mike. Probably looking for an opener to use this tome. I mean, 30 seconds of counting. Has to potentially use it pretty soon if he's just gonna let it run out. We're gonna have to wait and see how he plays out that situation. But on the Yodo, he doesn't really want to get caught up here. Arano Blue Dagger once again. Pride Fall in play. Action playing right below him. T225, the flying knives. No palm lightning this time around for this game, as we saw there in the Padoria game and even in the Holoroth game. Just crazy Jade. Yeah, I mean, palm lightning even getting hot fix a couple days too. I know you remember the hot fix.
Of course. Yeah, the hot fix have reduced the drop rate, reduced the hits, and reduced the range, the speed at which it throws out, and it's still an optimal Jade. Yeah. 4 hits. Come on, are you kidding me? Versus 3? Versus 2 horizontal? Like, there's a lot of value in the optimus. Plus, it's a line of sight thing too. You know, the implosion effect with all the ash and smoke. Like, theoretically, you can't see where your target is by that point. You can see the health bar, but if it's like a visual thing, and you're noticing where the hit and it's getting like obstructed, it's over for you. And then, the final minute, folks. We enter into the final circle again. From game 1 to now. I'm thinking Kylan's going to take advantage here, but I really want to see the Yodohime take it. I'm not even going to front. I want to see the Yodohime just go ahead and stand everyone out in the zone, and this gold focus is so informing at all. They have to focus her down. I think Justina might be the dissolving factor for that, even though she wants to stay alive. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to play the high ground. Does fall. Action now has the high ground. Arano invests in that Justina ultimate. Mike now drops down low. T225 has that Shaya ult online as well. Waiting to throw the shield throw. Does manage to catch Mike this time around. Mike can tap dodge back into the ult proc. And now the damage might be happening towards his lane. Nice shield throw there from T225 there to avoid the pressure there from the Great Sword. And now Mike playing in the center. Go ahead and invest the ultimate. Connects. No, it's Arano with the elimination onto T225. And look at the Kylan ultimate just snagging Mike outside of the ring. So far out there from the damage. Tries to go back in. But Justina F there for any stop the pressure there, and it's gonna be Arano once again coming up on top there for game number 3 this time around. And what a game 3 there from Arano, and what a beautiful start here from Foster. Called the Justina bros. I mean, she's gonna survive. She's gonna stay in the air, and then she drops down. The succession of slashes coming out here from the Kylan though didn't really give Mike much an offer, considering he had taken time away from the fight. I think Mike would have gotten a little bit sustained. He would have been able to knock that out and gotten the MVP. But Arano still staying true to his name, MVP, for this case, for the Justina. And now having Sunwhale dwelling into that final circle as well. The building obstructions as well as that tree, that singular tree gave enough spacing for the players. And it literally kept going through. Shayo using early might have been the downfall a bit, just because when you start seeing about how the Shayo kind of operates in terms of that final circle, it's really using the tick damage of the zone to your advantage. So whether or not T225 held his ult for a little bit longer, it's up to whether he thinks that the Kylan should ultimate at a certain point in time. That way he can start pushing him into a threshold, in which case everyone can just start focusing on the Kylan. After he throws up the single slashes, he'd still have blocks available for himself to mitigate those pressure points of just being pushed back. But then again, it was, what time is going through, that's just going to be going as the hindsight, and that is going to be where we see their end result with that WZ win for Arano helming it at the ship. I know it's just been 3 games. How do you feel about the Yodo though? How do you, what we think about with the Yodo right now? I guess the stone form just being as strong as it is because it's gold focus, well, rather you can kind of keep yourself safety netted from slashes, right? That's where that end game goes through. Let's work backwards, right? And then seeing about where Yodo starts to stack up there, it all depends on how her Realm Yang victories lead into it, right? If she ends up getting a personnel that she fights that isn't a direct counter, luckily Liam fight wasn't officially, that's not the one that you would expect, because Liam's could take easy work out of her. As long as the F2 is down, he could catch her out, right? It's a risky situation if she ends up going against him. Otherwise, if she fights everyone else, I mean, Shayo could be an opportunity, because whenever she's holding gold focus, the only way that you mitigate against a Shayo, or a Shayo that can mitigate against a Yodo, is when she is trying to charge up in midair, and then she can get caught with her pants down pretty much. And there's nothing you can kind of do against that as a Yodohime. You're just going to get fully eliminated from the chip damage itself. But it's really utilizing that stone form and instant release. And if you can catch the crouch LMB spam to come out, then you just go in for just crouch LMB like Zai, And that's where that correlation, when she first got reworked, what she ended up looking like. She ended up looking a little bit like a Zai, having the movement increase speed boost, but just being able to initiate and then being able to space out. That's just one form to another.
Yeah, I mean, I see the potential, but man, I just think there's just a lot of like good characters right now. You know, it's just so it's so hard to like give her the benefit of a doubt. I mean, yeah, we did see that crazy round, but I mean that's an isolated fight, right? I'm looking at that re-ult popped, and I don't know if. From what I've seen, it doesn't even do that much damage, you know, like from what I've seen it connect. So it's just, I don't know. I would have to see her be played out a little bit more just to give out my full opinion on her. But right now I'm kind of on the fence, like, yeah, she can work, or no, she cannot work. So that's why I was asking you. I was very curious to see what you really thought about her right now. I know it's just 3 games, it's still fresh. So you know, obviously whenever new characters come into play, that is, you know, we're keeping our eye out on them very, very heavily to see how well they do in the meta. But you know, with overall standings, Zeus now still with 4 points overall, Choose with 5, a little bit too late on that, but 2-5 in 6th place with 7, Action with 9, as well as Verse with 9 points, Mike with 11.5, Spider with 15.7, and now WZ Arano taking the throne currently with 19 total points for his overall game score of 3 games for the first bi-weekly day 1 of the fall split. In a nice session here, 9-point game here for game 3, 6.5 for game 1, and then that 3.5 for game 2, still being able in that to stay in that top 3 for every single game, and even taking top 1. I mean, it's just good showcasing here from Rano. I want to see him able to take a chip home. You know, it's always been he's always been super close, so hopefully this is his split. But we are going to be taking a quick highlight look for game number 3, powered by China Unicom. Sabrario, take it away.
Gamers United. You know, Exton has this in the bag when he gets his R&B charge up. He's like, all right, I'm going to throw this parry into a jump LMB. Doesn't catch, doesn't ride, doesn't matter. He just goes ahead, ping, 1-2s, and that's it. Now this is what Drew lost his Roman Yang. Now we're switching on to Shang from Team Bada. 4 seconds left on the clock. Getting almost just dipped out here as the Octos, but he still pushes on. He still sees Chen, and the Moonbane said otherwise. The Moonbane literally said, nah,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and this is a lot. It's a lot to worry about. This is that Rana position for that tree flank came into play. Gets a double dash, doesn't get any resets, but the value comes out for the Soul Bloom because he denied it for for both of these opponents. But the Mortal Defiance is actually what sets them up. So we talked about the Jays earlier. Well, we saw that Mortal Defiance is pretty much another health tick pop. And it's actually, I mean, technically it's 2, because then that second one is the proc, and then your opponent does, then that's just you surviving at that point, and you're surviving for that long, you know, duration. That might seem not so long, but in the face of the players, it is a lifetime. Pride's Fall, though, had been retained, hadn't been used. He got Hong Sword usage the majority of this match alongside the spear and the pistol as his range weapon. Still having that velocity untold, though, is where those nunchucks kind of came out at the end and latter end of the matchup, but he still took utilization for what he had early on, which still, I'm not sure how early on he had the Sap Soul J. I can only attest that it was somewhere in between the second Romy Yang and whatnot and past that point, but if he had it early on, that would also be a preference why he had that pop off and damage so fast, so, you know, for the fights both between the Pool of Cleansing all the way to the end zone.
And one thing that never changes is, you know, the Ice Queen wins games. As you see here, Justina being a very strong hero. I would put her up there with overall how, like, what state they're in, like Tumult, in status of just how strong they are and how well they can do in these games. Obviously, last thing Justina got was, you know, her rework where she's able to get that freeze off as well. She wants to burn some of that rage, which we've seen now players use that to her advantage, right? Being able to catch that freeze instantly right after pop was where we usually see it. It is easily dodgeable, so we kind of do see it to try to catch dodges off the pop of the ult, but still, just overall, Justina's still very strong as we see here in the meta. You know, we can go down the list, everybody, right, just who's gotten changed has been able to get themselves into the door of the meta. Shayo being another character like that. So potentially even Yodo, once again, seeing her being played on these games, might be a good player to showcase her as we saw here for game number 3. I'm still waiting for the Spider Yodo. seeing what he's been cooking up once again. But overall, insane game threes. Now we're gonna start taking on over to our Firefly matches, right? We're going to Padoria. Sorry, Padoria. No Fireflies because we did have for game 1, but after that, the Firefly matches. You know, Akos is always strong. Temis love being in the Firefly maps. Hoping to see a Tarka maybe. Hopefully somebody wants to pull out a Tarka. But yeah, I mean, Tarka just took a big toll after the nerf, right? That grab that he gets now is just slower to opposed to how it was before. It's just a little rough now. He had a little sight of good wealth to see him getting reworked, but after, you know, he's been toned down. I know he was very annoying to play against in trios as well, where the Tarka's just infinitely having ult, just the ult never runs out, just applying damage as well. But that's trios. Just overall in solos, I mean, what else can we say, right? What else we can wait for and see potentially when the new system comes into play. We are going to be seeing once again a lot more heroes in the pool, but overall crazy game 3. And first game of more is just showcasing how strong Yoda can be there for Mike. But yeah, the Valdas haven't really been seeing a lot of value. We do see them, I think, being taken out before even at the end of mid game. They are getting eliminated towards that mid side of the game, which is unfortunate there for the Valdas. But overall, nothing too crazy thus far.
Yeah, kind of we're worrying about whether or not there are going to be some reworks down the line. Of course, seeing about if there is a chance to see those reworks in the future, change up the way the characters are going to be prioritized, whether it's by the duration or just the effect. CC control being one of those, right? That's why Dazzle is such a strong point for Syra. That's why she's always been the face. But now seeing about the changes in the live patch, less opportunities for CC means that less opportunity for control in a fight. This is less value overall. For the solos operations, though, if anything kind of comes out where a character's in a nice spot, changing them up can either slightly differentiate from being okay at best to being utterly a 2-pick, no questions asked character. For the phases 1 and 2, we've seen a lot of splits coming out between the Lonnie and the Liam. They both kind of split between phase 1 and 2. If they're going to be coming out here for a mono pick between phase 1 and phase 2, then those available characters being chosen early on, they end up going ahead and just straight up, you know, dog watering everyone else in the competition. If they end up going ahead in the victorious startup run, or if anything goes through. But we got an interview going through here, guys. We're gonna go take a look in the scene about with our hostess, and then see about you guys afterwards for round 4. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our player standing here and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，阿然先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WZ 阿然。
欢迎阿然来到我们的赛后采访。Wow, so first congratulations, you just got MVP. 那首先呢，肯定要恭喜一下你刚才这把比赛拿下了这个天选之人啊！哎，其实我特别想先问一下，刚才这把真的，最后我其实是为你捏一把汗的，最后怎么可以连续的拿下这么多人头，然后直接把自己的这个总积分干到了最上面呢？
运气好，有一个续命术，不然就第2了。
还是吃到了一个魂域的优势。So first of all, I would like to know, so why like in the final circle really have a high skills in the final circle? And he told me because of the soul jade and he got like healthy quickly, so that's why he can just kill like quickly and have a lot of like KDA in the game. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们也来看一下今天的题目要给大家送出的福利是什么。让我们来到我们的下一个环节。Okay, so answer the question on the board, and if you know the answers, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will get a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so today's question is, which hero did WZ Arana use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中阿然用到的是哪个英雄？又说回刚才这把比赛，因为我们今天其实都在讨论说，今天这个版本妖刀姬真的是加强了很多。我想问一下阿然，你最后碰到 Mike 的时候，哎，怎么从 Mike 手里把人头给抢回来？我先翻译一下英文好不好 ？So I would like to know because we know Yodo now is really strong now in the solo game, and I would like to know so how you just can kill like the person from Yodo， 来给我们说说好不好？
因为他当时被砍飞了，他碰不到人，所以说我运气好就碰到2个。
你要这样说，整一把都感觉自己运气还挺不错的。其实我觉得应该这样子说，不能说只是运气好，是真的找了一个非常合适的 timing 上，对不对？正好让到了 Mike 一个没有办法去收人头的时机，然后稳稳拿下了这把的 MVP。Okay, so I would like to say I think I'm really lucky in the game 3 because Mike, you know, he just be shut to another like position and can't do any more damage in the game. That's why I can kill like 2 more person in the game. And I would like to comment on this is because like Arana really find a good timing to join in the fighting. That's why he can get MVP. And congratulations again. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 安然应该准备好给大家送出福利了，对不对？那接下来就让我们进入倒计时吧。来，英文。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那也有请安然给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是哪个呢？
C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations. If you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered, so please pay attention. Okay, we know now it's the new beginning of our season. I would like to know so your expectation, and also we know we have the new player, so how you can comment on him. 那我们也知道，其实今天也是我们新赛季第1天的开始。想问一下安然，对于自己这个赛季的表现来说，有没有什么期待？以及我们单排也看到来了新选手，觉得第1天目前3把打下来，对新选手有怎么样的评价呢？
先期待的话，还是期待于自己先收获第1个冠军吧。新选手的到来的话，我觉得他们估计还要先适应一下比赛的环境和节奏，
还是需要多适应一下。哎，刚才我们可能说的比较简单，说希望拿下第1个冠军，这个冠军的目标是指什么冠军呢？
什么冠军都行，先拿一个。
只要是冠都可以，是不是 ？Okay, so my position for like this season is first of all is the championship, and which championship is, whatever is the biweekly final or grand final, I just want a championship to like prove myself. And also for the like new players, I think they really have ability in the game, but I think they still need to like adapt the speed in the matches and keep going on, and you will do that. 再次感谢安然来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你，希望在新赛季可以看到你的一个发挥和自己实现自己的愿望，好不好？来加油 ，cheer up for Arana, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Fall Bi-Weekly 1. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Severio. We just seen 3 games being played out here for our first day of the fall split, which have been an insane sequence of games that we've had thus far. And now we're gonna take our last trip back to Perdoria for our 4th game of the day. We still have 3 games, 2 after this one, so to be a crazy sequence to watch. But thus far, Arano has been looking very polished thus far, taking 2 out of the 3 games with the MVP status. Spider showcasing his potential still in these matches for the 2nd game, taking the MVP for that one. But still, I mean, it's been a nice set of games thus far, Severio. We did see, Yodo now being brought up into the mix with her rework, and we're starting to see Valdas as well. And we also have some Wu-Chins for our first 2 games as well.
Yeah, and even in the scene about her and him in game 3, I should say, Spider was able to pick up the Wu-Chen into phase 3, but didn't get as much value as we might have thought. Service grounds fights were a little bit, shunned out. There was 3 targets on his back, and then to boot, range blue focuses coming out from Flying Eyes, which completely, it's no mitigation against it, especially with the shield throws from the blades that come out from Wu-Chen's F1. Now, in this case, right now for Spider, he did get a donut into game 3, so this value kind of, throws him off, but into game 4 inside of Pedora Morning Dew, if I'm not mistaken, Spider comes out here for games phase 6. That means that his picks may be hidden for the players that are going to be seeing the picks and bans, and if he chooses someone that's an outlier, mainly, or whether or not it's going to be Kylan or even an Akos Loki, the opportunity right now comes out for him to kind of get that speed back up. Arano, though, is kind of chilling out. Like you mentioned, 9 points MVP last round. He's in phase 5. He's going to be in the latter end. He'll end up having a chance in the spotlight, of course, with Exton, as Exton is going to be going through here. He himself popping up here to phase 3. For this, might be a Yodo pay, might not. I'm curious in seeing if anyone's going to be double picking at this stage right now.
Yeah, me too. Very curious. I mean, I wouldn't be also too surprised if we do have everybody testing out the Yodo. As they saw there for this game alone, Mike did make into that end circle, so he's obviously doing something right with a character like Yodo E-Man in the pool. So I wouldn't be too surprised if anybody else wants to test her out and see how she does in these lobbies. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how the pools or how the picks look for this game alone. But I mean, yeah, overall, just everybody has been stepping up the game. Arano, once again, been having an amazing day 1. Always been one of those players that came into the league and has adjusted very quickly into the pressure of the pro league. And unfortunately for him, as I always mentioned, he's never been able to close it out and take a chip home. But he's always been a player to contest that, and I think he didn't make it. I think it was 1 bi-weekly he didn't make it last split, and ever since he got into the league, he has made it to every final, I believe. But that should just show how strong of a player he is. And another strong player is TT25, another player who has been fighting his way to try to take a chip home, and he did last spring split as well. So TT25, a veteran in the scene, finally does manage to find a tournament win for himself and his organization, which he did last season, and now still trying to hope that he can find his fitting in these matches. Has had a slow start throughout these first 3 games, but still there's still a lot of NARAKA left for tonight. And versus our spring split champion, took the ring home for the spring split as a whole. I believe he's like in 3rd and 4th right now, so he is playing very well, still in that top side of the pyramid. Zhu, a brand new player into the scene, playing for DRG. We did see him finding some value in his first 2 games. Chen, that we haven't seen on screen, but also a new player in the league. Have some crazy fights in the Yang against Verse. Also snagging up eliminations against Mike in the third-party action that we saw in the Holoroth game. So overall, we have seen him been able to find a little bit of success. Not a great ton, but it's still day 1. These players still have to adjust to everything going on here in these matches, and we are getting ready to get our hero pick selections here for game number 4.
Yep, and like I mentioned, right, Verse and you're going to take them to the first phase. We're going to see a chance right now for them. For this case scenario, we are going to see Verse probably just be able to pick up the Lonnie straight up. I think he's going to go ahead and just lock that in. Lock that in for Lonnie, and maybe Zhu will do it as well. But Star and Aishao still have room to work with. And, last round, DRGG found the most value, thankfully, because 3 kill eliminations, pretty good. I think one thing that we have to keep in mind, though, he has a lot on his table right now, representing the DRG name. Now, Lonnie gets picked up from him, so he is going to have that insurance coming through. I'm still kind of hoping to see a double pick, and there it is. Versus going to go through. He is going to be over there in the outskirts of being able to be the solitary comp. And there's a Liam. I was waiting for it, bro. I was calling this out. I was waiting to see if these guys are actually going to go ahead and double pick, and this is going to be the case. Now, first is Shang and Jin. They're going to be a split between the Shayo and to the Syra. And then seeing about Edward coming through here. Wood, Chen, open to see if he's able to kind of work off on a Kylan pick, a Yodo Hime pick. I doubt a Yodo Hime may even show up here for this case. These guys might be wanting to use her more inside of a Firefly area, unless she shows up suddenly into phase 5, but we're gonna see that Wu Chen coming up from that.
Yeah, and there it is. Back to the norm that we know it. Double Liam, double Lottie for our first 2-round selections. We are going to be having a split between Syra and Shayo for our third, and then for our fourth round selection, we're going to be having that Wu Chen and that Justina. And now here it is, T225 trying to see how the Yodo Hime works here in these matches. Is going to be his selection for his 4th game of the day. Arano snagging up the Kylan for his selection for this game alone. And now Mike and Spider in the last group. We have a double Akos pick once again. Both of these players matching their hero picks for the second time, I believe. They didn't for game 3, but they did for game 2. And now we are going to be seeing that once again for our 4th game in Padoria into this Akos game. And yeah, I'm waiting to see if anybody's going to do the Lonnie TOD, because that did get patched.
Yes.
But there is a way to do it still, which I won't say how it's done, but I've seen it done, and it's very simple to do so. So hopefully somebody's been doing their homework and showcasing how you can still TOD with Lonnie off of uppercuts. So I'm waiting to see if one of the Lonnies is going to be able to showcase that. And now with 2 in the pool, we might have a greater chance to see that, opposed to where we've been having that split off from the Liam and Lonnie. And now with this version of the pick ban, where it's automatically canceling out the hero if they're not double picked, which, you know, it is a change from what we're used to, but it's not the greatest, it's not the biggest change that we will see in a month from now, where we are going to be having a lot more versatility in the pool than just 1 to 2 splits, or, you know, a mirror in between the group, which, well, everybody is going to be forced to play a different hero. But for now, we are going to be having a pair of characters in the games, as we see it here. Locked and loaded once again here for our 4th game of the day in Padoria. We have our hero picks locked in from all these players.
Yep, looking at the skills right now for the combo breaker for the Yodo Hime for T225 with the V1 variation, and then seeing V2 F1 from Edward. Everything else seems to be the same. V1 for the Kylan, first onto the F1, F1 and the V2 for the Lonnie. And then seeing about the Akos, the F2 V2, seeing about the Liam with the V2 F1, as well as for Ashao. And then looking at around, nothing else has been changed up. This is going to be the case. Everything is going to be this stagnant. The only thing that would have had some sort of change would have been the Akoses, whether or not F1 or F2. Obviously, having F1 or F2 is going to be determination. I see Mike switch on between F2 and F1. Usually we see F1 being utilized. I think they were testing out, seeing if whether or not F1 was going to be utilized off of the hits off of flying knives, and then trying to get something off of that, or just experimentation in general, and the mitigation of group fights, etc., etc. Our drops still have us here. Seeing about the Heavens Watch between GG Chen and YZG T225. Arcade is going to be a 3-man drop site. FBX Star, OA as Edward, as well as one other. Between Alliance. Confrontation right now. This is 100% going to be going through. These guys had an interview on the main broadcast, and now they're going toe-to-toe next to one another inside of the floor. CA. This is going to be here game 4, folks. We're over the halfway point. Afterwards, Padoria, we go into our Firefly maps, but violence does not stop there.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, guys, for you guys to chat. I see you guys keep asking, like, do I get the hat? Do I get the hat? The hat was exclusive for a final, so sorry to tell y'all, but the hat gone. The hat's 50, so if you didn't get the hat, you didn't get the hat for now, yeah. But right now, Mike being able to end up the damage there off the R&B focus there off the Spider. Big scrap off F2 here from Spider. Catches prior on to Mike, and now this is Akos v Akos. Mike has the F available for him if he needs it. He's gonna whip off of that. Doesn't catch the pile. Now Spider applying tons of pressure. He's gonna go for the aerial LMB into the grapple RMB as well. Gets big damage. So Mike now is gonna respond. Doesn't go for the focus attack drop. Trying to look for a common armor swap. Doesn't manage to do so. F2 once again there from Spider. He is gonna be taking the first elimination of game number 4.
Spider coming out here with that first elimination, a little bit gold in his hand, as well as Pros to be able to be looted. He's gonna go ahead though. Switching on over here to Heaven's Watch. We do see GG Chen versus TT5 on the Yodo. Purple Spear being picked up here. My man going crazy right now. For the Yodo key, made cannon shots. TT5, it's in tandem. RMB Hell Tech goes to Dragon Slayer and Dishes. We know that the grapple stagger is not going to happen here, so it's going to come out from Chen. He's prepared. Does go with the Kami kick. Obviously, one RMB into the next. It's going to be where Chen's going to be Hell Tech into 2.0. Into another kick. Into an RMB catch. That's 2 combo breaker pins out, but we know that TT5 can be prepared for this. Okay, maybe not, but he's going to have his own combo breaker ready to go. Hoping to see whether or not Chen's going to be able to survive this with his cannon shots.
Yeah, and I mean, that burn tick can do wonders here, but doesn't manage to connect off of those cannon shots. Chen is going to go ahead and get a common armor swap. T225 is going to back on up, and now trying to find some more resources. Asia, Spider, and Zhu going at it here. The 3-way scrap off. It looks like Asia is going to be the third party here. Spider, the first one in against Zhu in the back end. The F2 clips on the bow shot connects in the back end. I believe that was a headshot as well. I heard the audio cue. Now the Nbpl into the 1-2, forcing out the Lonnie F and the shotgun burster from Asia with the flying out. We do see Zhu trying to create the distance here. Is going to be able to back on up. Drops very low with a quarter white HP. To drop down R&B off the blue nunchucks is going to be enough damage to snag an elimination on that.
Man, Spider making sure the chase is not going to be easy to go through and escape from Asia. He might be in the corner side to drop down and then maybe work himself into the inside, but this is actually difficult right now for Asia if he doesn't get the reset. He does find one heal to one R&B from the blue nunchucks. That's enough. And the ultimate to counter out this is going to be where Liam Orb really starts to make its pressure right now for Asia. Heal is not an option. The orb will be. He doesn't even have a chance of using heals to extend this. Oh, there it is. Oh, he drops it. GG's. But wait, Spider drops it for a second. Combo breaker picked up, and Asia still has a day to live.
Oh, I thought he was going to do the tech. It looked like he was going to do the B2. Cancel the B2 to catch fire, and it looked like he was going to do it, but stays in place still in the pocket against Asia. Spider, the health advantage, going for the grapple LMB, tracks him down to the rock because spins back to LMB as well, gets the RMB damage on the ground, and now to the aerial LMB, ready for the aerial RMB as well, but not even needed there. Nunchucks broken, gonna be able to repair that. Arano, half white HP. Edward trying to kite the situation. Star in the back end on the Liam though. Potentially dropping down some damage onto Arano. Arano's ultimate is about to run out pretty soon here on the Collins. Going to be able to snag up a purple staff here from that troll. But now, trying to see if he can reposition. I think the pressure will be going towards this way pretty soon. Edward on the top side. Star, the one chasing Arano now. Do have him. Doesn't get caught up, but choosing T225 going at it inside the zone. They are close to the safe side, but T225 on the Yodo once again. Going to have that ult pretty soon, around 75%, but Choose has his online if he needs it. The click comes in off the scare rush, goes for the parry, doesn't catch the power though. T225 now just creating a little bit of space here to find an opening. Overholding, nice grapple cancel there from T225 to avoid that scare rush, and now the dazzle does not connect. Tap dodges away. T225 being able to stay inside the pocket into the 1-2, jump on the B, aerial RB or RB on the ground, forcing out the Syra ultimate, and now all he has to do is kite this pressure from the Syra ultimate just to reaggress the aggression.
This is going to be a interesting case. TT25 still has an opportunity for you guys in the Twitch chat. You guys have a prediction for that, but TT25 on Yodo Hime, and he still has himself a little bit of rage yet for ultimate, and he is the gatekeeper for the verdict cast, where Chisheng will have to inevitably end up to leave. So for right now, we're going for 1-for-1. Star gets killed against Arano inside of the Arcadia region. I'm not even sure we're going to see any sort of Wolfpine's essence in the end of players, because right now these fights have been enduring since the beginning. For Star getting caught with this uppercut, the 1-2-3 vertical jump RMB. No, he switches to static. Damn, this is pretty good. We're going to look for this horizontal to the pitter patter, but Star still has enough time to escape. Gets a double jump, gets a pillar extension to back up, and now it's an escape game. 2 eliminations right now for Star, and he has enough grapples to kind of space up. There's not going to be any chase, but there's a roaming gang right nearby. So in the next 30 seconds, could see them square up for it again. Who knows? But Star gets himself a purple armor, reset. That is all that's going to be what she wrote.
Spider-Man putting in work though. 3 eliminations on the board on the Oculus. Quick eliminations there for Spider. Mike hasn't been able to find any, currently with 0, but we are going to be panning on over to him. On the purple fist blaze, trying to find some more resources to take this first round with Yang. As we see it now starting to form line up across the whole map. Jill in the back end gets Age out, potentially be contesting that realm. Edward going at it and gets Star still. Star, applying the pressure on the Liam. Edward on the Wu Chain, winning is out. Snags up the pass. Now just has to cut out the pressure. 75% on this ultimate. Can take a little bit of hits, but on that blue armor with 2 blocks left, you should be real careful not to get clip off of this. He is going to get aggressed on here on the bottom side of this terrain. Mike's going to snag up his first elimination of this game as well, as we see it here. Trying to go for a quick reset in. Pistol shot does not connect there for Star, I believe. And now, since the 1.0 gets the damage off the staff, trying to cut it out, is going to continue create the distance. Star now drops very low. Both players going to be taking this reset in. Star is going to have to respect the full reset, and now winning this out. Has that ult online this time around if he needs it. Can pop it if he needs it as well. I think Choose is in the back end, potentially third party this, and now does manage to clip off of this, sends the follow-up as well. Big damage, and now Edward is going to be forcing out to pop his ultimate. Throws on the first Storm Blade, can wait this out. I think he can take the round in 3 seconds, so he's be real careful. Weaves that ball throw. Now trying to go inside the gates, does manage to do so, and now he has to go against Spider.
I'm gonna say Buongiorno. He's inside of that Roman Yang. He's like, hello, how's it going? This is gonna be a difficult case scenario right now because Purple Armor Spider or the Akos, ooh, you know, this is a Starfall, this is a Blistering Edge. That's all you need. What are you talking about? Boom. Listen, Spider looking for the R&B. He looks for horizontal shotgun blast, and he's got the full arsenal from Model Warfare 2. He's looking for the 1-2s. He's got the Model 1887s, maybe on standby. The dual combo. All right, we're stopping here. We're gonna look for this whole mess of blades. He can't walk in there. He might 2.0 this. He could be looking for a Scarab. I'm gonna with 33.3% chance right now with the Scarab off the pillar. That's only if the opponent is on the pillar as well. Right away, right there, gets a blunder. Wait, Akko will go ahead though. He has to mitigate that LMB uppercut. That's gonna be that store unless Edward somehow finds a way out of here. Remember, he has Wolfine's Essence. You saw that earlier in the J selections. He's gonna get that B2 cast. 40% mitigation gonna be here. It's gonna be the split itself though. I think Edward actually might be rising from this one cast here. There it is. It's tapped on. Does not mitigate that. That, my friends, that's gonna be the end of the case. That's gonna be why Flying Knights is gonna peak, and that's why the baseball cap is not returned. That thing is limited time. But just like we're on limited, or just like how we are on limited time, WBG's verse up against GG Shen.
Don't piss him off. Don't piss off the chat. Oh man, first off, has the health advantage here in this situation against Chen. Chen now on the Justina is gonna be forced to pop his ultimate. Josh very low in the health department though. Only has half white health. Doesn't connect off that. It goes for the dash into the LMB. We see the LMB catch now for Chen. And this could be the elimination to the R&B, and goes for the musket shot finisher. Beautifully done there for Chen, and I believe he still had another dash in his arsenal, but it is not even going to be needed. He is going to be winning his round, and against Verse, that's a massive round to win, and that's another run back there in the rounds. We've seen both of those players getting active in the round throughout the whole day, and now Mike being the one hunting down X-Shin. We do see him here with every million's burst, right? So he's trying to find a value from this buff alone. Choosing the back end as well can potentially be running into the pressure here from these players. Asia all starting to move on in. I believe we have 4 players here in the mix. Mike trying to go through that little crevice, doesn't manage to do so. Tries to see if he can find another player. We do have Spider getting active in the backside. Mike getting counter grapple in the backside, trying to see if he can find some source of value, but the pressure happening towards the middle of the building. Arano now starting to move on in, and this could be bad for one of these players. Edward, Verse, Action, T225, all with Yang depletion timing, so they have to try to cleanse this as fast as possible. Mike with the buff as well as Spider. We also have OUG, SR, Alliance, and GG, all with a buff. So these players are going to be getting active. That's to see it here. Mike trying to find a values in the back, going up, trying to make sure you can take a quick reset in, but Choose, first one on the scene, trying to capitalize off of the hits there that were thrown onto Mike, losing 2 blocks of purple armor. Now he's gonna be able to find a little bit of spot there to take a reset in, but Verse is still seeing that this player is trying to back on it up. The F2 calls in, gets clipped off of the F2. Chen now moving on in. This player has to see he can find this elimination, but he does have the room in his burst. Mike trying to find some sort of value in the back end. Edward shots very low. We do see him eating a lot of damage there in the backside, and it looks like it's going to be Spider with elimination onto Edward. And now Spider is in that ultimate form state, so he needs to be careful and not be able to stay in the pocket for way too long.
One thing is to notice earlier is Mike actually blowing up the flag side with the Liam has control. We see Age getting eliminated and Mike able to pick the kill. Spider gets caught to the captain blunder, and now that's a jabbing. Nope, not gonna be the case. Kills coming out from Vertus. He didn't get the solo, so the Air Vision comes out. We got a lot of hits right now for the flock state. As the goalie stands, making sure they throw the ball. There we go. The space is up here. We got 2 minutes on the clock right now for Verse. A lot of danger zone positions right now. Got in 1-2 RMBs. Oh my goodness, it is a lot of action in the close pocket section on this wall. Now for Verse, it's only a matter of time. Gets himself the block, but he's going to go ahead and skate over towards the Hull Terry. Spider can kill against Chen. Vermilion's number 2 down here. Now for Arano, the lowest level target is going to be in the Kylan. Spider looking for the F2 hits if he could have added the Akos, but he still gets a guaranteed grapple stagger into a musket shot. A lot of damage came out of that one. Arano still looking for some heals, some age out. Who is going to go through here? But, you know, one thing to mention is GG Chen. My man has a gold staff, and he has jabbing, and he's Justina. That is probably the scariest combination that can come out of here, very much so. If you are low enough HP, you are at 800 or lower, you are done. He's going to kill you out. And now Arano might be the next one.
Yeah, he was kind of stuck there in that terrain. Does manage to get on out. But I love the confidence there from Spider. He dies, gets that Vermilion's burst right off, and he just respawns right back in. Comes right back, gets another elimination, not afraid of running it back as we see it there. And now in a better position than where he was. Is playing around the area where all this action is happening. We do have Burst though with a minute left in his main depletion. Arana drops very low, trying to stay up here on the island. Cleaning up the 1-2 in the backside action. The last hit is going to be snagging up the elimination. Burst manages to cleanse though. Proc comes in off the nutchuck. And the prowl there from Action manages to knock the full capitalization, but still backing up Burst. So now forcing out the Lonnie and Burst is going to be forced to shut her back on up. Action still has that all line as well as Lonnie. Nice scare rush there from Burst. Catch the prowl, forces out the Lonnie F, and now catches the prowl once again. Doesn't get the grapple, but due to the terrain, overholds. Now forcing out the Shayu ultimate. Can't kite this out if he needs to. Is on common armor, so needs to be real careful. He's staying in the pocket though. Eats up the damage off the R&B. Sends him back. That common armor is shredded off with 2 hits as we see it there. Action still trying to take a quick little reset and grapple to the musket shot. I don't believe he connects off that, but Action responds with a musket shot of his own. In the backside now, swap on over to the Gold Blade, trying to see if he can catch up onto Action. Gets clipped off the first shield throw. Now the 1-2 off the fan. Click comes in once again through the window. Gets a blue armor swap. Beautiful eyes there from Verse, making sure he knows where those armor swaps are at. And now it looks like Action might be in the backfield once this ultimate is completely gone, as it is, I think, already.
Yeah, no grapples is in. I lied. He got 12 grapples off of that body. I got that immediately. The moment I said it, he's looking. He is Loot Goblin. He's gonna go ahead though and keep it going. I should say he's anti-Loot Goblin. He said, oh, "I need that." That's it. Think about that. Sap J coming out here for Mike though. He's got himself with it. So if he doesn't get a parry, it's gonna be F2 Shang. He's gonna lose a lot. He's got irritation though. The purple focus is gonna be dangerous. F2 comes out for the Robert cut. But now we're gonna see a chance for the combo break now for Mike. So yeah, Soul Shatter as well. He's gonna go ahead and try to go for the crouch on B. But with a pizza fan,
pizza. Yep.
So, you know, he's gonna go crazy right now for the uppercut. He's gonna force up the Octopus ultimate. Of course, Cyro is gonna counter it out. G2 will connect. It's gonna be a kill for time for the Cyro ultimate more than the Yakos. It's just going to be the case. If he can get a gold purple focus, he can go for stagger against the Shang. Weighing it up, working around the orbs. Nice first stagger, goes for it again, temperamentally. And now we're going to be aerial. The G2 cast is going to be diabolical. There it is. Doesn't connect. The F1 is burn out for it. We got an F2 though, waiting for the mid-air target. Grapple up to R&B. Confirms jump LMB. Goes for the LMB. No, he goes for another jump LMB. Crazy good. Now he's going to see him for the pillar. Look at that flick. And he's got that one too. He's going to go ahead though for this elimination. Gold armor, gold weapon, gold jade is preference. Well, not say preference. He's going to be finding a gold jade that he can potentially use. Kind of curious and seeing what's going to be. Dropping his weapons first, he's going to find himself a universal slash, go flying knife, that's all you need. Juggernaut as well, that's all you need. For Mike right now, and White Tiger's powers at 4 eliminations and playing his premier pick. Over by the Sword Tomb, or over by the Horse Service Bureau, he's going to go straight up north. Other Rome Yang fight though, Spider versus Chen. That Justina versus that Octopus pick, man. He's going to have to go crazy.
He tap dogs that jabbing there. Shots past the scare rush. Doesn't manage to connect off of that. Chen though, look at the HP he drop off of that. Gets caught up right once again there into the 1-2 off the uppercut, and that's all that Spider needed there in the second round as we see it. And now right back in the mix once again. And the center of Predoria Verge now getting caught off the F2. The terrain gives him a little bit of a leeway there to get out, but a jump LMB sets from Spider. Still applying tons of pressure. The 1-2-3 connecting there onto him. And now the F2 in the backside. Looks like Burst manages to stay up just for now. Spider clinks off that player ×2 there from Mike. And now both of the Oculus is looking for Verge. Verse playing the front side of the building. Spider goes over as well as Mike, and Verse lives to see another day in this game. Manages to cut that line of sight just in time, but a player that is very hard stuck right now is Action inside the zone right now. trying to see if he can take a quick reset and does manage to pop one Vitality in now. Cutting deep inside the zone. Choose though, not afraid to chase this down. Spider as well on the backside, knowing that you see Smike as well, following a Spider action onto the Shaya ultimate, kicks him there off the first shield throw. The F2 doesn't connect in the backside, but Spider with the musket shot off the F2, snags up the elimination onto action, and now Choose with no ult online is gonna be hunted down by these Oculuses.
Yeah, he's got the soul boom to pick up. He's got that rage to be picking over time, but there is no Fireflies here, folks. There's gonna be nothing for him to get his ult right back online immediately, like in that corner side of the gates. So for Mike and Spider, you know, the crazy thing is that both of these guys are both Oculuses. They both Roaming Gang winners. There is no excuse for them not to want to take no engagements between one another, right? So they have everything kind of working for them right now for the next minute or so. Still, though, we still have Yang Spiritwell after that time frame. After a couple seconds then and hereafter, they will be trying to contest for that. Otherwise, inside of the Hall of Imperium, we are going to see GG Chen still alive, but without that chance of actually being able to get rid of that Roaming completion. Under 3 minutes is the timer. Shang is right there next door. Shang finally himself out here with no ultimate. Cheng doesn't know that, neither does he have one, so he can't really go for hard confirm freezes until a jabbing release, which would do a good amount of tick. But for Chen, it's all about the LMBs, right? It's going for the LMB. If it goes for a hashed up LMB into a grapple bump, he could jabbing it, he could confirm it, and it will do a lot more instead of having to space up the time for an arm instead of when there's an opponent nearby. And in this case, Mike still has the chance right now to go for Shang, knowing that the Syra is probably the same one in the zone. As bow shot connects it, goes for a grapple stagger. Might be looking for a scare rush, but he won't connect this. Is going to be another target to kind of look for the flank here. Is what we've seen from Spider. If he is not on a nearby state, which he is looking to try to chase this down here. And no health Syra, no armor Syra is going to be the motion. But for Shang right now, T8 having 6 grapple to his name and having the whole lobby after him at the Hall of Military, all he needs is a fan and a drink.
It needs to be perfect right now. Being able to get out of the situation is clip up that scare rush now. Mike being able to catch the 1-2. The F2 doesn't clip him now. Being able to create the distance a little bit. He has the remainder in the lobby on his shroud. Chen manages to cut that line of sight. He clicks off of that, gives him the leeway to go through the next window. And now Choose getting caught off the grapple stagger. Burst showing up here against Choose. Still staying mobile. He doesn't manage to get fully caught. Mike has eyes onto him. Does tip him off the F2 through the wall. That was a disgusting F2 there from Mike. And now in the back end, Asia is going to be forced to pop this ultimate here. Choose trying to stay alive, to be able to fly away. These players start dispersing into every direction as you see them now taking a full reset in. Chen managed to pop 1 powder in, but on the top side, Asia burst, waiting for that Star ultimate to go away. He also has Star grappling on top, and now instantly off that ult being gone, players drop fully down onto Choose once again, and we see him playing inside the zone this time around, being able to cut the line of sight once again, but it's gonna be bad. Spider waiting this out. Verse, Chen, everybody just waiting to see if they can find elimination onto Choose. Choose in a really bad spot right now. Do have him with no eliminations as well currently. Chen, go ahead and invest in just ultimate. Uses the dash into the brawl, into the jump LMBs, into the freeze as well, into the jamming. Beautifully done there from Chen. Tries to put a pair a little bit too early. No cleanse there from Chen, and now has to make a break for it. Doesn't manage to find the valley off the ultimate completely, and he should just die out to the zone. He's trying to stay alive, trying to put up as much fatalities as he can, but it's not enough. The corruption has spread. Unfortunately.
Can we talk about that? Yo, can we talk about this? The past 3 rounds, Chen has died to Roaming depletion. I saw it in the game 2. I was like, okay, dang, you know, but he's doing a good job, right, for not giving the kill. Game 3, same thing, and then game 4, we're here with it. We're still going to see him, though, and he's getting a lot of placement points coming out of it, regardless. Dancing Sky Pillar, though, on Mike's hands. Really great close gap material. We're going to see a Merciless Havoc and Immortal Defiance, a Starfall, a Blistering Edge, a Sab on Spider, with 2 Bull Fist Blades, a Fire Knife, and a purple dagger, and a purple fan, and a purple musket. So he's kind of set up for here for the end. He's at 8 eliminations right now. Okay. 12 eliminations on the board potentially for Spider. Is that the kill spread? Is that the what is it, the Hall of Fame marker for the most kills? And I think 13, right?
I seen 12.
12 from Mike. It's still you know, when we saw that, we saw blonde Mike, and I saw the page called, oh, dang, he had a blonde hair. I forgot.
Different, yeah.
Crazy. AOW. All right, listen, history lesson. We're gonna stop there. We're gonna see a chance right now for Spider actually having some force proc ultimate. This is gonna be where, I don't know. I mean, the players such as Asia with the Liam, he throws him the orb. Wait a second, what are we doing here? Are we playing racquetball? Wait, are we throwing him back and forth? There's no way, because both Focuses, both Liams, they're still on the table right now to kind of work off one another. And Alani from Verse, he's gonna be the one case, one outlier. Still gonna see that orb being played out here. Verse gonna be caught up to the distance. Still Asia with that flag. 68. I'm not sure if I'm even gonna have a free real estate because it starts to be going ahead for the chain.
Oh! Star catches the 2. He's gonna be forced to stop the second over that ride. He does manage to stay up for now. Star trying to hide out the pressure away. Who has B2 not connecting onto him this time. The lead doesn't as well. Still, the movement there from Star, being able to back on up, sends it off the halberds, and now catches Asia this time around. From Alliance, he is going to be dropping low in the armor department. Star still has eyes onto this Akko's might. Trying to back on up. On the gold staff. The F2 doesn't connect. The ult once again there from Star. Doesn't catch off the first ball throw. Mike though, some crazy movement right now. Swapping on over to the pizza fan. Being able to get a little bit of the distance. He clinks off of that second scare rush. Gets cut off the B2. And it looks like he's going to be thrown inside the zone. Doesn't manage to do so. Into the air. The 1-2 off the flying knife. Just so much damage here. Look at this. Oh my god. To the 1-2-3 as well. Looks for the R&B. Wakes up with F2. That's what I was wondering. So it's soft true now. Mike now trying to back on up, gets cut off the wall into the jump LMB, sends him back into the funnel LMB, and Mike not happy about that one. Spider snags the elimination onto Ace out with an F2. Bodies are dropping. The bait connects onto Burns. The long is popped out. Bounces it back off the ball throw there, off the ult throw. Now Spider drops very low. Both players potentially going for the full reset, and the third partner is nowhere to be found. Star. So it looks like these players are going to be duking out a little bit of isolation, but the bait is still in Calvin Havoc here.
This is dangerous, man. There it is. There it is. There it is. The Moon Game Connections. You know, call 1-800. You know, there's nothing that comes out for 1-800 movement. Actually, there's no digits there. Anyways, we have a spotlight right now for Verse. The fully penalized Spider for being that aggressive. The Holy Stance teleport was really the denial for Spider to look for this. Soul Fire Blades comes out here from the Tome. First, we'll use that combo breaker to break off, but the horizontals from the Flying Knives, a little different story here. We'll look for a little mid-air kick there, Start. Still though, these are the last 2 players left alive right now. Uppercut's confirmed. The jump R&B is confirmed damage. Couldn't really do much after that, but the 1-2 catches, and he gets another uppercut, and that's it. That's today for Star. Star's going to get his MVP on his end for eliminations on the Liam pick. And it really worked out in his favor. Second phase, able to pick it up. Spider chewing on a piece of towelette because you know, things just taste different, you know, when you start going through as the winner, even though you didn't get the multiplier. But man, still, Mad Akko's dash. Mad Akko's dash play with 9 kills, yeah. So that's going to be where he ends up as MVP. The catch up between him and Arano has been now closing in further and further. I mentioned this after round 2. I was like, now it's going to be a case for the other players to start catching through. And then Arano took that lead. Now Spider most definitely has it back up to his hands.
What are we getting? We're getting a verse Spider. I mean, we got a sequence happening right now. Both these players going toe-to-toe right now for the MVP slots. And what a crazy game 4 there for Spider. I mean, just not letting go. I think it was like 3 kills early game. And we were like 2 minutes in the game. He already had 3 kills to his name. So Spider obviously showing how strong his Akko's is, especially in Predoria. Mike though, unfortunate there for Mike, gets caught off the B2, and just a crazy extension off the Flying Knives with the Liam. It's just so hard to overcome when you're able to get those staggers in the air into the full capitalization there for the damage. And I mean, as we saw it there, the Flying Knives being a big factor there for Star to get the elimination onto Spider, or onto Mike, sorry. But wow, crazy game 4. Spider, once again, crazy game on Akko's. Burst being in that top 3, does manage to get taken out in the final 2 against Star, but now Star on the board. We're gonna have to wait and see how our overall standings for this game alone looks like, because off of that, I think Star might be securing that 2nd place spot for him to jump him up on the overall standings for our games for tonight. But wow, crazy game 4. Just overall, these players have been getting active throughout the whole day. It's just been an insane sequence to watch, as always, here for the Pro League. These players, everybody's so hungry, as you can see it. Everybody has been working on the craft a lot more off season. Everybody's looking to try to get a chip home for themselves and their organizations. And, you know, this is a very exciting time to watch these games for sure.
Yep. And now the question for you guys at home on Twitch chat. I know you guys are in YouTube chat. You guys are really repping it out here. It's crazy. How many kills, though, did the SS1 Exon get in game 4? A1, B2, C3, or D4? It's going to be for you guys. Like I said, Twitch chat, put the letter, get the right answer. For you to kind of, you know, give you a little hint. I'm not going to go through with it, you know, doubles. That's all I get. That's easy. We do have this to come through between Star, though. He did end up getting MVP in that round, or not MVP. He did get second place in that round for placement points. But via the scoreboard right now, between the two, it's like if Spider and Arano start going toe to toe between each other in the Hallroth, this is going to be that game that sets it apart. Like we said, the players don't really need to decide upon using a double pick. They are going to be individualizing themselves to make sure they can get those that extra pick by game 5 and 6. It was just whether or not they were going to want to burn that out in game 4, regardless. So for Spider, 9 kills, died it out in 3rd place, 10.5 points. Star with 7.8 in 2nd. Mike with 5, 4 from Verse, Asia for 3.5, 3 for Chen with Action for 2.5, 1.5 for T225, Tusheng for 0.5, and no points given or warranted for Arano, Edward, and Ship. So from DRG. Now, first week jitters, right, for some of these players, at least for Zhu, he's definitely is going to be the case, but we still seeing it coming from Edward here, so every so often he has like a chance of actually packing these points. And then again, I did really want to see T225 kind of have an opportunity for Yodo. We didn't see him at all after that first round of Yang with the depletion. We didn't see him anywhere inside of Imperium. Either he was playing, he was looking back towards Verdant Chasm, he's looking past Arcadia. Somewhere around there he would have been, but he wasn't in presence in these fights. And now it's going to be the scoreboard, which is at 4, 5.5 for Baudas, Shishang, Edward at 6.5, 8.5 for T225, Asia at 9.5, and 10 for Chen. The latter have 6. Up in the top 6 though, Exon is at 11.5 in 6th place, WBG's Verse at 13 in 5th, Star now up to 4th place at 13.8, 16.5 for OUG's Mike, Arano at 19, but since he didn't get any points, just like how Spider didn't get any in game 3, that catch up comes out to 26.2 in the overall. So far in the lead, it's after 4 games, and still having 2 more left to go here, both of them being Firefly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said Verse earlier, but it's Arano we're looking at. I mean, this sequence is very, very close, right? Game 3 there for Spider with a donut, and then Arano now with game 4 with a donut. But the two 10.2s and the 10.5 there from Spider just being a crazy game there for himself. I mean, that's minimum 8 kills for both. I mean, he had 9 on this one. Game 2, he had a little bit less, but we're gonna be taking a quick highlights for our game number 4. Powered by China Unicom, Spider. Kind of our job. I mean, look at just so much aggression and winning every fight. Drops on R&B to the crouch LMBs. Asia forces out that ultimate. Spider as well responds. Gets the aerial LMB finisher here, as we saw it earlier. Star against Mike. This was a big headache here from Mike. Gets cut off the V2. Throws him up to the ball throw. Follow hits there off the fly knives. ×2. Shotgun blast for the second to the follow-up as well. Goes for the R&B on the ground. Being able to weave that F2 off Wake as well. That was beautiful plays there from Star. Mike now going to cut off the grapple LMB. The 1-2 off the LMBs. Jump LMBs to stop him from skill rushing to the follow-up LMB. And this is a true MVP of the game. It's going to be Moonbane. That was an ult pop into the backdrop there from Spider to eat up the damage into the drop down R&B there for Verse for the elimination. Star, crazy sequences here. I mean, Verse was low, catches Prowl once again, gold flying knives. I mean, that's all you really need, especially with a character like Leo. We see Star being able to win the last fight, but does not snag out that MVP, and that title is going to be going to SR Spider, being our MVP here for game number 4.
There's a lot of sequences of events that kind of led in terms of where Spider kind of ended up at, but as MVP, he still takes the crown. Merciless Havoc had been in his back pocket, didn't have the staff at all really to work it up, but those fist plays really came into work once he was able to pick those through. Yeah, actually 2 pairs. Starfall never been used, of course, but all the mitigation, the Sap Jade, as well as having nunchucks and just using that in the early end until he was able to upgrade his gear selection and then was able to use his ultimate. I mean, we saw it in the Roman Yang against Syra, right? The pounces to come out to catch her, kill. This is something I always make a conversation about, killing time for your opponent. And when there's a greater amount of time, rather a percentage of time off of their ultimate, that has so much more value than what meets the eye, because Anako's V2 pounce can last for at least 2 seconds, it feels like, and for a Syra ultimate it lasts only for 17. There's a lot less value that comes out of her. It forces her then to decide whether or not she wants to space up in the air, and we saw that coming out here he had to dash in the air to avoid the potential for a second pounce, which means that he wasn't able to kind of accrue a chance of challenging Spider on the ground on the Octus, where he got her down the board, allowed him to be able to come out. But out of that fight, everything kind of led into where that Yang Spiritual was in contention. We did see the Liams. We saw 2 Liams, right? Aishao and Star were both playing Liams. and we saw Mike and Spider both Diaco assist in the game. Now, for that endgame circle between the 5, right, there was one outlier, which is going to be WBG's verse as Alani. The Liams themselves, you saw how the V2 was being chained up, right? One Liam kind of throws the orb in one direction, and then the other one was able to kind of build up the ultimate. Now, for Stark, he was able to get the Spirit Well, get a full ult refresh, still has another orb ready to go, and then was able to kind of set that up for the future. But the Moonbane was really that biggest deterrent once again, right? After we saw from round 2, and it once more comes into play. The players are actually using it, and that's when Verse really starts to set up the tone against Spider, where breaking his line of sight, right, or being able to transition from spot A to B instantaneously with the teleport, getting into goalie stance on that approach. That's why Alani still has that presence to come out here. She's still, and on top of that, right, each time that the ball returns, she gets 150 heal, which means that if she does teleport, she gets this instant heal of 150. She throws a ball and the ball comes back to her, that's another 150 on a sustained pool, which this is one of the changes that they applied towards her, where when she used to get a 200 heal, they nerfed that, put it down to 50 down, but she still has that viability because that first cast of her ball being thrown is also free of charge. There is no rage to be burnt out for that. So for her to kind of chain around here back and forth and reposition and then space out, there's opportunities for escape, but there's opportunities to play the Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, and it's crazy too, right? Most of the characters, when we see them getting put into the game, a lot of people know that we'll see them in the meta. But Lonnie was like one of those characters that we weren't sure if the Pro League players were going to pick her. But she ended up getting a little bit of tests from the players. I think it was the beginning of Spring Split last year, or this year, sorry. You know, some players were testing out V1. I know Mike was a big V1 enthusiast. He's trying to make the carpet work, but unfortunately, it was not really getting that much value as much as the V2. And a lot of the players who were running that V2 quickly knew that that was the ult to go with her and how strong it was. And like you mentioned, I mean, she was getting 600 health just in total, right? Just being a big chunk of health getting off of that ult alone. It's just, you know, any character that can provide siphon like that is just insane. But we're gonna be taking a look at a highlight, I believe. This was Mike bringing Zoo. What is this? Ooh, jump LMBs from Mike. Okay, we didn't even see that earlier. Oh, it's just a Mike Real. Okay, they just have to show us a nice little montage here from Mike in the realm as well. The Akos, right? I mean, Mike being one of those players that even there's a Mike preset in the game for Akos.
Gotta mention it. Have to mention it.
You have
to mention it. You got the fan skin too. You know, the crazy thing too is in the beginning of this Roman Yang fight, and I saw Mike going up for the scare rush and he double back dash. I was like, okay, we're clean with it. But now Shy Ultimate, look at the mitigation, right? This is the anticipation between the two. This is the same thing against Liam, right? Where what Akos can potentially do. Although it's 2 casts come through here, it doesn't even phase him. He goes in and he can catch it. The other thing, here we go. The thing that happens with Akos against Shail as well is that if he's not already in that tortoise block stance, here we go. We have a chance.
Hey,
we got that.
What?
MSC, where you at? I'm ready for it. But I'm finishing my point. Akos ends up going through and actually catching Shayo without her shield block up. That means that she can get caught. The whole animation runs its course, a little bit sustained, a little bit damage, and just goes off.
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna cope right now. I'm gonna cope for Tarka. Not gonna lie, we moving on into our Fireflies. You know, hey, potential. I mean, they're gonna have to probably start playing him once we get that new format. So, you know, if y'all playing out the Yodo, y'all might as well test out the Tarka a little bit more too, because I know not everybody tested out the Tarka once he got the rework. So, you know, could be a day we probably see it, but you know, who knows? I'm just scoping here just to see a little bit of Tarka gameplay. But overall, you know, we are already going to our second Firefly game of the day, second to last game of the whole day as well. 2225, rough start from the man. 2225. I mean, looks like he hasn't been able to find his comfortability into these games, not being able to find the value that he needs. He's dying off early game, I believe 2 out of the 4 games. But he also made it to the end game sequence there in our first Morris game. So, you know, he knows he can survive. I just don't know what's the just how his games are going, because like Severio mentioned, I mean, into that game 4, we didn't even see him after that yank. So I don't really know specifically how how his rotations are going or what's happening for him to get for him to get shut down in these games a little too early like he did in game 4. But you know, hopefully he can find a bounce back for the remaining 2 games of the day. Yes, these groups will be playing one more time, and we also have another group A, so you need to try to snag up as much points as possible. And you know, this bi-weekly is very fast. We never had 11 days straight in a row as we have it for this first bi-weekly, so it's just quick matches. Bi-weekly finals coming out fast for our first bi-weekly of the fall split, and then right after that we're moving on into EWC, which is just more NARAKA. And you know, it's just everything's coming so quickly. And you know, next thing you know, we're done with fall split, we're moving into J Cup qualifiers, into J Cup, and it's just in a flash the whole year ends so quickly. So you don't really have much time, and you need to try to adjust to everything that's happening now with how everything's showing up for these games. But you know, for today, day 1, you are going to be having a little bit of a leeway there to try out, you know, like the character like Yodo, if you do want to see her value. As we saw it for T2D5, he did try it out and didn't really find success, but still, you know, he does have 2 more games left for today.
Yeah, now our chances to see this Liam double pick ain't gonna happen. The split picks, they're gonna occur. It's gonna be coming out here for the Hollow Rod Dust map. And now Mike playing up the Liam, gonna go ahead and see Spider pick up the Lonnie, double Syra pick for Arano and T2D5, and then on to that end, we're going to go to phase 3. So for this phase, you know, we have a chance right now to see it. It's going to be double Shael coming through here, of course. This is going to be interesting going out here, man. We have a chance right now to see if there's going to be even a Kyler or even a Yodo to make experience for phase 4. Because seeing the Shael open means that there's going to be a chance right now for Justina's, and that's going to be from Exit, where you can kind of work as a, who is also kind of a semi-counter towards the Shaels. So seeing that there's 2 Shaels, Justina's going to be a no-brainer for Chang and Exit. Phase 5 and phase 6 brings up between Asia and Star. Octo's pick coming out here from Star. Asia, I'm thinking Tumulch. I'm thinking Temi. And I'm thinking Temi, if he decides to go through with it, he would, but he ain't. So now into phase 6, DRG Shut and the WBG's verse. There's options right now to see any doubles or single picks. And now 1 Yodo Hime to a Tumulch coming out here. Now the dictation of who's going to be who is really up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, not too surprised, right? Some success there from Mike on the Yodo. They knew it could potentially work, but you know, everybody needs to have their chance and see if they like her, right? That's what it comes down to the end of the day. If these players are gonna find good success with that character. But yeah, I mean, Temi always being that safety pick, and he's usually available in that second to last selection. So if you do have your Temi pick available, that's definitely a character that is, you know, always going to have your back, and you are going to be able to have a pop-off game as well if you do select the Temi. So we saw it there from Shu, picking up the Tomok there. Not a big surprise there for those selections, but everything else, I don't think we have a Valda for this game, right? I don't think I saw Valda.
Nope, yeah. No Valdas in this game.
Okay, so no Valda. Aqua's picks, double picks, not surprised. Fire map. Players love playing those hyper-aggressive characters in our Firefly map, as we're gonna see here. Our 5th game, second to last game of the day. Players are ready to start this 5th game as well. Yeah, very curious to see if Arado is gonna take this one home to make it a back-to-back for Spider, and then Spider takes the last game of the day. It would be a nice sight to see for our MVPs, but we're gonna have to wait and see how that pans out. I'm looking at these ults, and as nothing too crazy, somebody was using old Yodo ult in the Morris game, right?
Yeah. I can tell you who it is. Asia.
Asia.
No, it wasn't Asia. It was Asia, but that was Hollow Rock. Yeah. Because I remember he canceled his ultimate, and I was like, rage attention, because he got 40% rage, but he got chased out. Everyone was gonna look towards that Yodo Hime, but for Merce, he's gonna be rocking V1. And it's curious in seeing and not seeing is Justina's ever taking the opportunity of bringing a V2 in solos, but it's very wishy-washy. At least the activity that V1 brings is just too strong to him, because it's also 3 casts, and the fact that you also get attack boost off of that and the imprint capabilities is just, it's a no-brainer. When you're in an active state, you can either fight or flight. But our spawns are going to be coming through. Quarry has kind of taken its toll in being the heavy spawn rate right now. I'm looking at the Northeast, and this is SS1, this is DRG, this is Alliance, SR, GG. pretty much half the lobby is on this side of the map. To the northwest, though, the YZG, it's actually going to be with one other partner in crime. But dang, I'm just thinking, because remember the Fireflies on the quarry, bro, in the northeast. There's like 3 Fireflies, 4 Fireflies actually, kind of be building up there. So if anyone like GG Chen takes his opportunity getting one of those, that might get me start cooking. But of course, we have a chance right now. Drops are going to be happening for Salvation Podium as well. I think FPX Star isn't going to be contested for it. But for the Syras, for the Shayos, their main objective is to get those Fireflies, or even the Lonnies, right? Definitely for the Lonnies, which is only going to be one player, Spider. It's going to be going up against the forefront. There is one Firefly given to Spider. He's also building up an initial rage, as seen right here. He's at 72. Didn't get that last Firefly, so he's going to be moving up. Got the coatless version of the Bruce Lee fit. Classic. The classic now. The moment the moment that outfit came out, I'm hands up.
Yeah, that outfit is fire. It is. Someone's taking Ballista. I believe it's Action on top. Mike trying to find his way up there. A little bit of cannon shot. Does get the splash damage, I believe. And now trying to reposition. A little bit of peekaboo there. It's going to jump into the crouch to be able to avoid that. Does bounce to the grapple stun as well. Now, Action. He applied tons of pressure. Managed to find a common armor solve. Now the prow here for Mike. What's going to be the mix up? Aerial LMB. Tries to go for the full chase. Catches the aerial LMB again onto Action. And now Action loses all that common armor. Trying to see if he can find an opening here against Mike. Mike looking for the LMB, gets clip off the jump LMBs, I believe, and now the R&B focus there, forcing out the Liam ab into the Mike's ultimate there from the Liam. Goes for the jump parry, snags him up to the V2, kind of shove him away from that player in the back end with his burst, and it's gonna be burst with the R&B damage there for the elimination onto Mike.
Yeah, Purple Spear goes crazy, man. I'm telling you, that's like 8,000 damage. And now for Burst getting that Soul Bloom, not going to be the case. Or actually, it is going to be the case for him just to deal a little bit more damage to get that ultimate online. It's whether or not Star go get kill against Tushang in the background, which he does. Now, onto this 1-2 Scare Rush. X still has that Justina ultimate. This fight or flight response I was talking about. This is where Justina V1 really comes to the culpability for it. Now, the elimination comes out from Chen. The Soul is still not versus. For his F2, still up, though.
Wow. That's crazy. I believe Verse spawned all the way top left, so he rotated so quickly. I think it was him and T225 that posted up on that top left hand side. But now Verse already in the mix. We do see him apply tons of pressure there onto Chen. Chen on the Shayo is gonna get parried there. Grapple LMB. Verse gonna go ahead and invest the Yoda ultimate. Big damage there. Times 2. And he's gonna stagger the elimination onto Chen. The both ultimates are stopping everything in this tracks here into this wall. We do have, I believe, Ju in the back end does manage to get on out, and now still applying the pressure on the Temi, forcing out the Yodo at Verse now is gonna go ahead and recall the ult, and now the ultimate is gone this time around. It's gonna be a full reset for both of these players. No ult online. Goes for the jump LMB. Doesn't connect though. Looks like it's gonna be a full chase down Rano, I believe, in the bottom side against Spider. He's gonna be applying tons of pressure. Somebody, or that's Asia. Somebody's on the Ballista Tower as well, so you gotta be able to avoid the line of sight of that. The 1-2 off the spear. Tries to go for the ship parry. Doesn't manage to connect. The LMB clips him there. Now both players parry baiting. F called in for the Temi. The drop down whisk doesn't connect. Stays in blue to avoid getting caught off of that. And now both players potentially going for the reset. And Spider's starting to move on in. He sees the Yoda weed. Cuts the line of sight. Goes through the window. Gets the damage, not fully, but does manage to get a little bit of a love tap. And now T225 showing up to the party. Rano as well. And it looks like the Yoda might get full focus here.
Yeah, she will. Definitely gonna get Scare Rush into a jump LMB or a fan R&B. That's gonna be the case. First Scare Rush is up. It's only a matter of time. If he can get one chance of getting out of here, it's after someone clinks. You got 2 clinks in a row. But almost ate the parry in the face. Still gets uppercutted. Gets caught to the whip blast. Now, for this elimination given to BRG's shoot, this is gonna be his first kill. Still into this round. Fox up the ultimate, maybe you're looking for a bait out Lonnie F, and then there it is, R&B, that's 2 kills. Spider, is it his? I think it ain't gonna be going through here. 2-5 cancels to get that solo, and Serrano sweeps it again with an R&B spear.
It's a mirror. It looked the same too.
The outfits.
Yeah, the outfits look the same. Serrano backs on up though. T225 still on Katana. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I see T225 with Katana 3 games in a row. Not in a row, but 3 games today. So That's a rare sight to see. We usually see Hong Sword of anything, but we don't really see just Katana in hand with a range shot. We usually see it being swapped into, if even. There's not even a lot of players even play the dual blade halberd swap into Katana or Hong Sword. So, you know, very rare sight to see. But Star, 1-2 does manage to clip him, but now Edward responds off of it as well. The Aqua's ultimate gets caught in very quickly here from Star, trying to capitalize off of the situation. Doesn't clip him off the Scare Rush though. It looks like Edward is going to be able to get away for now. Star trying to grapple on in. Edward drops very low though, trying to find an armor swap. If he does manage to find one, Star going to use the V2 to create the distance. Beautiful, because the ult's about to run on out. Does manage to cover a little bit of ground off of that. Looks like it's going to be a common armor swap there for Edward. Star though, I think he does hear him or see him go on top. He hears that pop going out though, so he is going to be able to potentially catch up to him pretty soon. That's the purple armor back online here for Edward. The F called in there for the Shy Yo. And this is going to be a very tricky terrain here to try to catch a player. They are going to be able to continue their momentum off of this building alone. And the Scare Rushes do connect beautifully there from Star, or Edward, sorry, and Star is going to be able to lose him as well. Edward completely cuts the line of sight, cuts noise as well, shoots the bell, gets the call, now back to moving, manages to catch off the R&B, nearly connected off the R&B follow-up, but now it's back to neutral between both of these players.
Now the jump ability comes out here, throw the boards on the opposite direction, he's safe. Now the determination is whether or not he's continuing it, he will. Running one swing to the next means that he can go for buffing streams. Gets caught by that horizontal slide over. No, he's gonna go straight for the R&B's extensions. 1-2's F2 still available. He double dashes back. He's extending a lot of stamina right now. He jumps to mute the stagger, but now the counter out for the combo breaker. 1-2's and jump LMB. He still has 1 second before that reverb goes away. So Sark does get a reset. Edward does get the elimination +1. Our Rama Yangs have been opened up though for the players to kind of decide upon standing outside. We will see upon those entry points in just a moment. But while Star gets in that reset, still 1 elimination for Edward. 2 eliminations on the board right now between DRG Shu, Verse, and Arano. Yodohime on 2 right now. I'm looking at that board. I'm waiting to see if Yodohime can take a chance this time again, just like how we saw from Mike in round 3. But for Spider inside of this Yang, all the tranquility, Mike is on his own as well. Having the purple Howard on a Liam is nasty, especially considering that he hasn't taken any fights just yet. Rather, he hasn't gotten any eliminations. You're going to see Star spawning over towards Salvation Podium taking this. Maybe even looking at puzzle solving. I don't think that's going to be an option because the amount of damage that comes out, unless he already knows. He does. He saw that slap too. He's like, yeah. Watch your mouth. I'm like, whoa, yo, I didn't know who we were, bro. Purple, yo, you got an engraving too.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, so this man, okay, listen, Sark gets himself here, maybe for the Spirit Well, maybe even more so just to buy it out outright. He could just get a chance of getting the weapon that he needs, which is a longsword, or he just get the armor increase. Chen's going to be sticking it out here for it. Dagger in hand, dual Howler's last second entry is coming in right now. Spider gonna be coming in here. No switch to GJH, but has the staff and the dagger. So looking at whether he's going for first or second. There he is. First one, the second one actually with Arano. And then Alliance A-Shot versus TT25. That's this one's Exon versus OEG's Mike. Still though, we're gonna take a look at the scene about Lonnie versus Simon.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see how it goes here for Spider. I believe the Sour has an armor advantage. Yeah, Rano has purple armor currently. Scare Rush connects there for Spider. Since the 1.0, big parry here from Rano's gonna be taking up that staff as well. Now only 1 weapon left here, so Spider needs to be real careful not to get parried once again. Loses a lot of that armor. Nearly already gone, and we do see it now. The Scare Rush is connected here for Spider. It's gonna be able to kite out a little bit of the pressure, trying to play the pillar game, trying to cancel and try to catch the LMB, but does manage to cap off the Scare Rush this time around. The clip comes in between both of these players. Now, the pistol shot being able to be avoided here from Spider. The pressure still happening here from Arano. Arano now, since the 1.0, gets the damage, forcing out the Lonnie F here currently. Let's go to aerial LMB, gets a little bit of love tap now. The Lonnie ultimate is gonna be called in here for Spider. Bow shot connects as well, and that's a headshot, and now the ball throw connects here for Spider. The F caught in here for the Sour. The ultimate is gonna be invested as well, and now it's a run game here for Spider.
Yeah, the thing is that we saw the goalie stance available. Spider finds a bounce, and he might utilize the distance split. Yep, there it is. Gets the immediate heal, goes right to Sky. And hopes to see about staying aloof here. The Spiral ultimate's over in 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, 1. For Spider right now, it's going to be a case right now for Arano to try to see about the soul breaks. There's going to be a first release. The combo breaker is available, though. Hoping to see whether the army's gonna be released. The horizontal catches and the soldier 1-2s. Crash on me to catch. One bow shot in the dream. Dang, he slid it. He slid bow shot for that one too. He was looking for it, and he still couldn't try to cut across these corners.
That would have been clean. He was able to catch that, but he does manage to catch it off the scare rush, and Arano's gonna fall. Arano had the upper hand for a lot of that situation in that round, but doesn't matter to close it out. Mike's gonna be thrown. Oh my God, he threw him inside. Oh my God, the 1.0, and Mike now with beautiful plays, catches Star as well. What's gonna be the mix up here in the air? No, he's back in the bottom of the stairs. Make sure he's back on up. Star though has common armor in hand. LMB proud, but doesn't capitalize off the uppercut. The F2 on the ground. Tries to go for the re-stagger off of that. Not sure if he could have connected off of that though. Mike has to be able to reposition. Go ahead and swap back on over to the halberds, and that was just disrespectful to throw him into the chandelier, into the elimination.
You know, he's gonna be yelling and having a Billy montage about it. All right, listen, we're gonna see a chance right now for Mike up against Star, who has gold rarity off of ultimate action. And for Mike, no ultimate right now. Not gonna be the problem right now, considering that soul ultimate had been picked up. It's just a matter of surviving out between the third party, which is gonna be Verse on that chance. Remember, I said, I want to see her pop off here. Gonna see a leap coming through. Doesn't catch it for the second one. So for Mike, it's gonna be a full reset value. For Verse, it's going to stairwell. Might even change targets here in the middle of this. Star just ate up a lot of damage there. He has no Vermilion, has no buff. Pretty much gonna be the last target to go down here, and that's gonna be a scare rush. Man, one out here from the Salvation podium, but wasn't able to utilize that gold pole sword as he was hoping for. For Mike though, Verse is gonna go ahead, pick up that pole sword. Got that nice battle pass skin for the 115 level reward. Just a heads up. Still having a chance right now for Verse to kind of space up right down in hills, and this is that chance right now. 3 eliminations. Still looking okay so far. We're gonna pull that on wood. Over by the Ice Shark Lake. Spider's looking a little bit too, in a discomfortable state. Everyone's around here waiting for this Lonnie. He's gonna get a full reset potentially. No cannon shots coming out here. For Spider, still having 2 orbs ready to his name. Still has goalie stance available for him. Has around 5 different people waiting for this Lonnie to exit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see it. The hat. Don't be mad in chat.
The hat.
The hat's so drippy, though. Ever since I saw everybody, ever since everybody saw it in the game, they're like, dang, how I get it in game. But now, action. Catches Prowl, long sword. Haven't seen long sword all day. He catches fire off, wake up though, and now going for the grapple button to be able to get the carousel. Times 2. Oh my God! Goes for the double uppercut, triple uppercut. He 2-on-1 for the full extension into the full carousel as well. And he just stares at him. I thought he was going for the crouch LMB, but finishes it off with the dash. That's the Berserk special. If y'all don't know. He did it on land. No way. I didn't think that was possible on land, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So he's 2-on-1ing there into the uppercut to remanages to catch the carousel there. And as you see there, if you guys go back and rewatch that, the airtime is just insane.
I'm about to watch. I'm gonna rewatch it on the feed. I'm thinking hop into like what's going on? Yo, all right. Mike, I mean, he got his soul boom, but look who's chasing him. You know what I'm saying? Like, the raid boss is coming back in. He takes teleporter. And now Arana's gonna be the one going through the immediate dash with the teleporter. Was kind of nasty. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't gonna work though. I mean, it's a 50 shot. But oh, there it is. There's gonna be elimination. X gets a solo with for meter jump, trying to bait it out here for Arana's ultimate. And now it is the case, right? To go ahead and grapple away from the Syra. This is it. This is where X can look. Arana can ultimate. It's a nice grapple stack with the musket to musket shots between one another. Comes in between. Arana coming out here with the 50 cow skin. That's okay. You know that Arana's kind of working through here and trying to go ahead and not worry about whether or not he can carry that, because now it's going to be the case between him and another horizontal. That's going to be nice.
Let's see it. Action. Stag up elimination onto Arana. Soul break there off the LMB focus. Forcing out the Lonnie ultimate here from Spider. Throws the first ball throw. Doesn't connect the stagger off of that. Action still applying tons of pressure onto Spider. We do have another player in the mix. Is going to be 10 waiting for the Roman Yang, so he might not be going inside this, but now that's a massive parry there from Action. Oh my God. Oh my God. He catches the parry off of that. We saw him go up, but he pan switch on over to Spider, and the parry connects instantly there from Action, and now he's getting active against 10.
Yo, game 5 superior to his standpoint. Go watch that replay right now, CA. I'm going to keep watching what's going through here. Exen making sure the X2 comes out. Shane gonna go ahead, has a spot right now to not get into the Roman Yang, but a pair like that coming up from the Flying Eyes. That's gonna be a full sustain output, but for Exen, it's gonna be that crouch LMB spam, right? So we're trying to go ahead and make it the stagger. So as much as Chu-Chang tries to chase us out here, Exen's at a little bit of a weird spot, right? Considering that this is gonna be a double Justinas, this is both Justinas in the game. This is the only Justinas in the game right now. The sand pairs have been picked up here, I think, in mass by Shishang, so there's no more for them. As much as Shin already had one, it is about to run out of its duration. So, full race that comes out here between the two. For round 2, we do have Romy Ying. Maybe, potentially, I'm not too sure. There's only a matter of 3 people on the board. For Exen, slaps, cancels into the crouch on the beat. My man just been upgrading this past season. We didn't see him last season, guys. We didn't see him in the spring. So for him to kind of come back into the ring right like this into game 5, nasty work. He did really well in the Koi Cup as well. He's one of the qualified players to go to MSC as well. Parries are clean. Exen gets a jump R&B. The Exen special might be coming through here in just a second. Hopefully see. Because whether or not Jussain burned all of his dashes. Ooh, did he just get caught into a burn? Nah, he just got caught by his hand right now. He is at 1 HP in a dream. The Salt Smolder was what was proccing passively. We're looking for a bow shot. We're looking for 1 musket shot. You think he's going to hit it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang. I was hoping for it, but I think Shishang gets at least 2 heals here before Exen closes. Okay, never mind. He ran out of grapples. All right, so I mean, he will get a full reset. But there's some darn doggone games are going in here today.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about action on downtime. But Burst, right? Burst going at it against Chen right now. Chen has the advantage against the Yodo. Oh, swap. Catches probably with R&B. Didn't really catch what weapon that was, but he quickly swaps and goes to an LMB off the staff. And now the 1.0 here from Burst. Does manage to get some sorts of damage there. But now, still, the advantage going towards Chen's way. The F caught in. I don't know if he can grapple on him from that anymore. Tries to swap on over to the pole sword, and he finishes off with the last R&B. And Chen not happy about that one, as you see it there in the player card. 1 hit is all it's needed off that gold pole sword, and you see it hit like a truck there for Birds. And look at him running laps around the box, seeing that he's gonna snag up a gold katana. I mean, what a beautiful sight here. He's gonna go ahead and pick up the buff with that White Tiger's prowess for himself, and now gonna be playing that staff katana in hand. He's gonna be showing us some sorts of swap. You can R&B into the LMB from the katana, so that's probably what he's gonna be fishing for here. And I mean, that's one good thing about the katana. You can swap pretty much every weapon, I believe. Even Dagger has a swap on over, but A-Shao gets Edward. Edward on the Shayo. A-Shao on the Akos. Palm Lightning once again. Look at the damage off of that alone. The straight firepower there from A-Shao. Behind the pillar with the cannon. Forcing out the Shayo. Oh, and now it's gonna get clip off for this. What's gonna be the mix-up here for A-Shao? It's gonna be able to dodge right back into the LMB. Procs the shield for the 2nd time. Nice dodge there from Edward. Gets cut off for this. No, the F1 there to avoid that shield. Procs the last one. And now he's waiting for the B2. And there it is. Beautifully done there from A-Shao. And now Edward has to see he can avoid all these leaps here from the Aquos. Does manage to do so thus far. But the second B2 connects. And that's all that is needed there for the elimination there for A-Shao.
Yeah, I was ready to go with the fan too on the standby. Switch it up with the multiplier now for Edward. Up against Exen right now on the outskirts. Musket shot to the musket, counter musket shot. Looking for the again and again. Because he's disabling the flying eyes capabilities when he starts R&B. And there's a parry. Counterbreaker's coming out here from Edward. He ate up the damage even from the mitigation aspect, but now it's going to be the case. Remember, Justina can counter Shayo because she freezes her before the blocks. I'm waiting for the imprint, my friend. Oh, okay, he hasn't eaten up here. Has the space out here. Edward apparently gets a nice tap dodge, but now he's got the imprint, enhanced dash, and that's it. There it is. That's the elimination right there.
Yeah.
So you see where Justina can really lead into where Shayo, where she can either do 1 of 2 things. She can either go for a flat-out freeze, or if she's holding blue focus, she goes for imprint. She'll enhance that dash through any blue focus, anything of that nature. The only thing she can't really freeze through, if I'm not mistaken, is a shield throw, but so you have to really just time that out before she locks the animation. She can't do anything either because she's tap dodging like crazy, anticipating your dash, but we use force in that position. But my man got that soul ult, got the rage bar over by Servant's Pass, has a blistering, an overlord, a assault smolder, a quick charge tentacle. Pretty much good to go right now for a round 2 situation. There's a firefly right here though, so for one of the players who might look for that reset, look at Chen, look, he picked up the firefly right then and there, and so now he has 50% of the bar up against A-Shao's offense.
I'm looking at that iceberg in the back. I'm looking at the iceberg and I quickly look at the left side to see if there's any Liam, but fortunate enough there's not, so nobody's gonna get staggered right now. But Chen loses half of that white health, more than half, more like 75% of that white HP. Still though, in the pocket, needs to try to cleanse the 1-2 Spencer off the dual blades. The main char out here for 10, trying to find the value. A-Shao eating up tons of damage, sends out the R&B focus off the fan, tries to catch him off the crouch LB, doesn't manage to do so. Chen now trying to back on up, has 64% on that ultimate rage, start building on up. A-Shao though, he's gonna go ahead and try to catch him there with a palm lightning, doesn't manage to do so. In the back end, another player showing up. I believe someone crossing it was Choose. Choose now is gonna start joining the fight. Action as well, potentially hears all this commotion as we see him there with the wall hacks on the right hand side, is going to start moving on, and Chen, though, is going to get clipped off the musket shot in the back end. The grapple ball connects it for H-Shot as well, just eating up tons of damage, and now the palm lightning in the back end. Musket shot still flying on in here from Action. Chen getting clipped off the side, though, doesn't manage to get the scare rush. Since the LNB focus in the back end, has this pillar there, or this ability to try to get the movement game strong. Cuts right back, tries to cut line of sight. Thought he got spotted, but now trying to reposition in the backside, uses the scare rush once again, hides in the bush. It's gonna be a Papa Battalion. He managed to see this. He managed to catch another day. Oh my god, he manages to get a powder off, and now it's gonna be a full reset here for Chen, but he still has that Yang depletion timer. H-Shot now is gonna back on up. Versus Choose are chasing down another player on the top right hand side of the map, and I believe, is that Action getting chased down? I think it is. Verse and Choose repositioning, though. Chen still in the mix. A minute and 18 seconds. Choose is still going to be the one getting aggressed on here.
Yep, Pistol Shot's going to try to go out here for another 70 seconds. That's the timer for Chen's Yang Depletion 2.0 is going to be thrown in one direction. Pistol Shots are connected. This is a lot of resource management coming out here for Chen. He's down to 3 armor powder level 2s. Looking for the LMB. This is Cat. Support looking for Chip. It's the raw deal here. 1-2's raw uppercut. Crazy from Chishang, but, you know, it's still an opportunity right there. 2.0, health check, and the bow shot, the stagger. All fire from H-Shot. He has approached here for a hold check out of the vertical. F1 to mitigate it. Now it's going to be where the silos been banned, right? The F1 was a good way to kind of mitigate that shield throw. Now H-Shot's caught out here. The Yang Depletion is now going to be on the standby for anyone in the vicinity, but there's going to be a chance right now for the Blistering Edge. Shin is going to be looking to try to go ahead for the last hit, maybe even looking to try to see what's going to happen after this Aqua's lunge. The Yodo Hime ultimate's coming out here from first. He's going to go try ahead and try to get the swipe of a lifetime, if anything, from the shots off against Chen or H-Shot. And now the shield throw comes out. There's no more shields coming down. There's a triple pop. The ultimate range ended at the worst possible moment for Chen, as everyone is lining their points onto these 2 kills. One given the Verse. Blistering Edge and release from Shin doesn't connect to anything, but the Soul Bloom to Shen gives him another chance to survive again.
Yeah, Choose still with the Yang Depletion timer. No, he cleansed. He still has it on the left hand side. Oh no, that's Chen. Sorry, Choose still has a Yang Depletion timer, so we do have him still trying to get active. And Chen is the one getting full focus now this time around, trying to run for the hills in the back end. We do have all 3 players full chasing down the Shayo of this lobby. Now, an aerial LNB from Action once again. He's getting away with it once again with his gold pulse sword, just being able to outburst so much damage so quickly. And now pulse sword out for Verse on the bottom side, loses all that armor, trying to play the box, I believe, for the armor swap. Oh no, that's a Spirit Well, sorry. Potentially has one hidden, and he does. Smart plays here. Verse now is gonna be going back to full health. Random Bane starts forming up here in the center of the zone, so these players are gonna have to try to be careful and not get clipped off of this. We've seen the damage the Bane can do, and we see it once again. Verse gets clipped off of that Bane. Now Choose force to pop this F, but the Bane is still in this area. The overhold R&B here from Choose. We do have the 3rd player moving on in Action, and now both players gonna get clipped off of that Bane, and I think that's the proc off the Mortal, I think, or his health didn't go that low.
Mortal Defiant proc right there, got all the damage back and then some, so now up to like 800, 600 HP now, or still looking to chase down Chishang here. Yodo can't really catch Justina, though. This is the problem right now. There's only one more dash. Blistering Edge comes out from the back line. It's going to be difficult right now to do 2 to mitigate the dashes. This is going to be it. Versus getting caught by a stagger, the RB, no proper focus. Another dash coming out here. That's going to be reset. For Verse, he's going to get caught by another dash. He's got F2 on standby this whole time. There it is. He mitigates that last dash to be available. But the musket shots are just too good. The gravel bump might be coming out. 1 scare rush is all that's going to be needed here. The whole sword action might be just 1 jump RB in a dream, but 1 nunchuck spam. There it is. Yeah. For 7 kills. Soul Boom is going to get picked up here. It's going to be the advantage right now for Shen.
Yeah, now back to neutral. LNB focus here for Shen to pick up the pile or the damage, I should say, off the LNB focus. Now Choose responds to open up the stabs, overholds it, now forcing now the F-step from Choose. Now the jump LNB, just ultimate called in here for Choose. Is not going to be able to avoid that. He gets caught off that. Now Action drops very low, catches pile. What's going to be the mix-up? Goes back to a 1. No, the terrain greaser doesn't get the full damage, and now he's going to be forced to pop this F. And now with a little bit of HP left, Choose would have dropped on R&B, and that could have been a game changer there for him, but the terrain said no, and now we have another player taking MVP. Chuzong showing up, I believe, and I mean, what a crazy game. Action. Oh, okay, Action does manage to do it. I mean, he deserved it off of that Yang alone. Oh yeah.
Yo, that Yang alone was the let me adjust my seat real quick. That was it. that was it. I ain't gonna lie though. Verse did a tremendous job. That Yodo, he managed to get there.
Yeah.
My man timed it out. My man got everything going through here for the Yodo Hime mitigation. I think it's 2 Justinas, mind you. It's 2 Justinas in that final moment. But still, rage bars against another. It's crazy to me to think that Gigi Chen and Asia, right? When Gigi Chen ran through Strider ult first, I was thinking, this is it. The amount of damage that comes from singular blue focus hits, like the full sword and spear in the background, would have been enough to set up the day. It's kind of a difficult chance, though, seeing Asia get eliminated first, and then Chen just stayed alive throughout the whole duration. But yeah, Verse had this Yang Spear well to be available for him, so he was kind of that, the reset of a gold armor on standby is definitely going to be an opportune moment where you just chase him down and all of a sudden he's got 1500 health to his name. So long as you have a burn jade, such as the blistering edge that you saw from Nexon, or you have something else like a rough skill orb with the burn tick added onto it, you can really just go ahead and have every single points of value and just going for hit points directly straight to white health. But regardless, massive gain coming through here. Mike did TTG 530 though. My man got him. My man pulled out the yoink and then looked up and then he just threw him up into the chandelier. And there was nothing TT5 could have done there. Absolutely nothing. That's the thing. Like we saw this into game 4. Mike wasn't. He was playing Akos, and he saw inside of Imperium. There's a lot of plaques, and he shot every single plaque he saw. He wants no chance. And we even seen this coming from him in more solid matches prior in this season, where he finds any sort of plaques, he wants to eliminate those. Ice cones, eliminate those, shoot those. Like he shoots every single one. The opportunity for any sort of player that's a Liam on the field that's still alive, at least still alive on next to you, they could take any sort of advantage of that as long as it's within the zone. And just being able to have that type of knowledge or that game sense to just go ahead and shoot it is just the decision making that needs to be done. How many players though, guys, in Twitch chat? How many players chose Akos 2 in game 5? It's A2, B3, C4, D5, guys. Come on, man. Guys. The limitation
75% of those are gone.
Bro, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
75% of those answers are gone in an instant. Like they are just gone, right? Like even if you don't know how this new change work where they get locked out, they didn't even put the number 1 in there, so you can
not even zero. Not even zero,
yeah. So instantly you can clearly just put it in the chat what the answer is. But hey, what a game 5 though. I mean, honestly, Action, like you mentioned, I mean, Action wasn't even a league in the spring split, right? He was not in any team. I remember when I first started casting, Action was always a player who was techie. I mean, he was doing longsword infinites, like he was doing 9 juggles off longsword infinites. Yeah, they were a lot more easier back then. All you do is grapple bump, uppercut, grapple bump, uppercut. But I mean, you can see it there alone that, I mean, he is keeping up with the game. And yeah, those sheet swaps that he was doing it in that realm to re-get the uppercut distance or height, I should say, to continue the momentum for the carousel. It takes some practicing. You can see it there. He played blue longsword just for that, specifically in the realm. And then later on, when we saw in the end game, he had dropped that longsword. He didn't even want to play. He just knew what the potential was with that weapon inside Yang, and that was a big thing about longsword as well. Before he got nerfed, that a lot of players were doing carousel extensions with just having the height, right? But now with the change, it was not possible until people figured out you can sheet swap into the uppercut to continue that height. So as you see there, Action showcasing out beautifully as well. And I mean, that's just beautiful to watch.
Yep. Seeing how the longsword is still available, and it was crazy too, because I'm pretty sure I remember like 2 years ago someone said that the longsword just didn't have as much value. But things change. Value, opportunity arises, and the longsword has, that thing is, now it's like the catcher of all. You catch one R&B, and there is so much potential, especially now with the Realm Yang Inception. Now, for you guys, in terms of scoreboard, bottom 6, A Xiao is the leader of the pack alongside with Chen, but is up because of the eliminations alone. Chen still having, this is his highest point game so far, right? But games 2 through 4 had died to Realm Yang depletion, and into game 5, was able to survive out with the Soul Bloom, even though he was still under Yang depletion. He got out of that.
That's crazy.
By picking up A Xiao's Soul Bloom essence. But yeah, it's crazy to me how Xiao was able to last through even after the Yakos ultimate. Still though, Bao to Chishang at 9.7 in 9th place, Edwards at 8.5 is alongside with TTG5, and then shoot from DRGs in last. But our top 6 stars up to 14.8 in 6th. Mike with 5th place. WG at 18 points, 19.5 for WBG's verse, Shin for 20.5 in 3rd, WC Zerano at 121.5 inside a 2nd, and he's actually with Spider being in first place 28.7. That last game was a tied score, 22.5 points being earned. This last game, anything can happen, right? We've seen that there's donuts have been happening between both of these guys. So
yep.
It's still a test between both of them. Maybe even more so too with Shin. But any kill games that lead into a multiplier with 8 or higher, that can make any difference between first and fourth place to make it bump it up all the way up there. We gotta get some clips on it, so brought to you by China Unicom Gamers United. C8, this beginning fight, immaculate.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Look how active the lobby is early game. Look, the timer says 23:34, 2 minutes past. These players are all in the same area by Ballista. Action against Mike, and this was the big terror we just saw. Look, prior off the grapple, goes for the 2-on-1, goes for the R&B uppercut into the carousel, goes for the uppercut once again, 2-on-1 into the R&B uppercut, R&B into the carousel once again to the follow-up LMB, stares him down, just throws up the Justina dash into the jump LMB if he needed it. Action in his element right here, beautiful showcasing for him, goes for the shift dodge, doesn't connect out the first, resets the parry again, and connects it there onto Edward, uses the V2 or the V enhance the ice burst into the dash off the old V2, gets it there, confirms, gets the R&B damage, all that's needed, goes to the Xiaoyu, shield, damage is there, choose, opens up with the LMB focus, power for action, forcing out Justina F, goes for the jump LMB, now choose invests Justina ultimate, catches off the ice burst. Now, since the 1.0, once again, LMB power for action doesn't manage to get the full extension off the pulsar swap because of the terrain, and this is where he falls. Choose though, since the R&B focus, but doesn't manage to get the MVP because Action did tons of damage throughout the whole game. And now we see Sky coming back, getting MVP in the first day, making sure that people know that he deserves to be in the league.
Seriously, I mean, get that. I can't believe I'm saying this man got that aura stance, you know who I am. You know how long I've been in the game. I got some, I got some threads of lines of fate coming through here. 21,000 damage, first MVP in this scenario for today. Yep. Still has himself with that dagger. Here's the thing, right? He did the longsword shenanigans, not even in his top 3, right? Because the scaling of power that came from his other weapons. He had a gold dagger, gold pull sword. Thinking there's purple nunchucks in the mix right there.
Yeah,
or so. That. So he's gonna go ahead and just pick those up. Great combination. It's unfortunate that he had not gotten that terrain advantage against Shisheng inside of that last catch. I saw that turnaround 180. I was like, oh, he's better ring, and he went for the horizontal, but then he dropped further than he thought. Would there have been any extensions past that, or would it have been a reset value? What do you think? Because I think he launched him off the cliff. He backs up with the nunchucks so that way he can get one reset, and even forcing Shisheng to use a 1 dash to get close gap.
Honestly, off the 1-2 pull sword, it was gold pull sword. He gets 1-2 pull sword. I think the body flies over. I think he can dodge and catch 1-2 nunchucks.
Really? You think he's gonna go for a full offense?
I think he could. I think he could have. If that would have connected, I think he could have got the elimination there. But, maybe in another lifetime. But what we have in this lifetime is we are going to be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we are going to be finishing up our last game of our first day here for the Fall Split Bi-Weekly 1.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming through here for Game 6. My name is Severio, alongside with Creatives. We have ourselves bringing up for day 1 in the autumn season for the NBPL. And for today, for solos, a lot of surprises, right? We're on to the patch of 724 for July 24th, so nothing from the current day patches in the live scenario or the live service. But in terms of this patch, the players are still using the opposition picks, at least trying to counter pick option for the first 3 to 4 rounds. But now we're seeing a lot more double picks, a lot more solidified situations where the team or the players are actually having more of an understanding of who's going to be picking what in a related scenario. I know that we saw last game Exen from Team SS1 ends up popping off here with the first eliminations, and then go on and so forth to actually MVP as Justina. Will we see that in more style? Depends right now, because we are going to the last round. That means double picks are on the table. These guys have been, I'm pretty sure these guys have been holding on for double picks since the beginning of the games. Since the start. Everyone has it except for Star. Star had double picked his Liam, so he's going to be the only one that actually, across everybody that's played today, he is the only one that is on a double pick choice pick of a single character.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how those picks go. I mean, we had a little split in the beginning with the first round selection with that Lonnie Liams being picked out, and then we started getting our double Liams, double Lonnie, so we were getting that pair of characters in the games. But now it comes down to the round selection, who's gonna be able to have their little choice that they haven't snagged up their 2 picks, right, for the round selection. So we just have to wait and see how that pans out for this game 6, our last game of today. We do have trios tomorrow, but for today we are locking in our last game very shortly. Yeah, I just had to go back and rewatch that extension there from Action. I know if Mike didn't have that in his arsenal, he's definitely gonna go lab that, because once again, long sword showing up that it's so good. Once that F is on cooldown, you're able to catch that prio as we saw their Action Day. He woke up R&B caught, and it's just GG after that, right? Just being able to have that in your arsenal, being able to get that full TLD off with those sheet swaps there to confirm the uppercuts there into the carousels. It's just a good way to confirm Yangs as fast as possible. Liam gives you the advantage to do that with flying knives very easily too, if you do have your opponent off cooldown or on cooldown with their F. So being able to have that if you're not playing Liam, like with any character, and even that, I mean, he was playing Justina. If he really wanted to, if he had that ult already popped and he catches a freeze, it's so much easier, right? You do that for half of the duration, you go to the freeze, into the reset, and grapple 1.0 for the elimination, right? It's just so much versatility. Even the Lonnie, right? If you have the Lonnie ultimate popped already as well, you're able to do so, but there's also a way to TOD with Lonnie still, which I haven't seen it, so I'm gonna wait and see if any of these players are gonna do it. And I think from what we've seen, the person that might be knowing how to do that is Action.
Yo, Action kind of learning this out here. He's in the lab, he's checking it out. It's like, man got the DLC outfits. I'll stop. Listen, he's got himself to work through for first phase pick. So this is his chance to pull up the Lonnie. He has not picked Lonnie whatsoever today, nor, and get this, right? Nor has Exen played a Liam. So I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, this is great. He has 2 options to this table, 2 meta picks, and even if he didn't, even if he did single pick one or the other, still had a double pick opportunity. But more importantly, he's on the first phase. If we see him picking up the Lonnie and he starts doing shenanigans, all the other players are going to be going ahead and following suit. But for solos today, right, it's going to be the last round. It's going to be our chance to see the catch-up game. Set up the prediction to see if anyone actually can stand point against Spider. He is in first place in the overall, tying out the scoreline in Game 5 with Orano. Crazy segue, because we've got Orano right here on the screen. But anybody can take this if they get a high enough kill count from 1st to 4th. As long as Spider doesn't get points to kind of earn himself out there to stay on top. Might be one of those examples. I think he's in 4th place overall right now. Still has chances of actually getting a 10-kill game if he wants to go ahead for the low phase. I think Mike in this phase, in phase 4, opportunities arise for him and Spider for them to actually double pick Octos if they really desire to do that. Otherwise, they still have opportunities on the table to choose anyone else.
Yes, but surely, you know, we'll see. Newcomers, still, I mean, day 1, right? It's kind of rare to see someone come into the league and really put up good numbers and good damage and good points throughout their first day. First week, it's a lot more obtainable. These players have their first day out of the way and then they adjust off of that. But you know, it's just been you can count the number of players who've been able to come in and dominate in one hand, because it's very hard, right? A lot of these players who are in the league have been playing for years in the league, so it's very hard to try to catch up with this sorts of level of gameplay. Yes, they are able to get good value of games in their Immortal War, but there's nothing like pro play as we see it here. But these players still have some time to adjust. Hopefully they find their fitting pretty soon into these matches. But now, last round selections here for our last game of the day. We are going to be having chooses in once again on the first round selection. Chen and Edward on our second, T225 and Arano in our third. Waiting this out, might have a little bit of a waiting time, but still, we are going to be locking in now. Double Lonnie pick for our first round selection there from Choose and Action, and hopefully Action. Hey, Action, I know you got me, Action.
Make sure you slip up, show the tech, and then everyone's going to do that in game 2, day 2, day 3.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if Mike didn't have that extension off the log sword of his arsenal, he's about to go lab that after this.
Oh yeah, big time. Still has a Shio available for him too, and that's a really strong choice inside of more style.
Yeah.
Now, and then with the with Justina from Spider, that's a cancellation right there between the two. For the chances right now for a Kylan to show up, I see a Yodo. Could just still be an opportunity. We saw Kylan kind of still stay alive throughout the final fight in more style. From last we saw the Lucha. Still having it for Zhu and for Verse, and for Asia and Star. Tumultuous are available for them. Remember, Star is on he already ran his double pick, so he doesn't have a chance of actually going through with it. But he still has Tumultuous in his arsenal to be able to pick up. It's just whether or not he wants to play it, because he can't play anybody characters twice, such as a for the case. Still gonna go ahead, double pick it out. So this is where everyone's gonna be able to see double picks on the majority of these characters, right? At least 4 different characters have been double picked, right? We saw in the Wuchens, it's Mulch, but also to the Liam and the Lonnie. So we know that's gonna at least there are gonna be pairs of these characters inside of more style. The spawn drops, however which way the case is, these are gonna be Firefly drops. Sun Cave is going to be one of the more prominent areas, which is outside of Shadow Jade Mine, outside of Sigma Mine specifically, right northwest. The players can just go ahead and start scrapping off right there, get a single trove, and start hammering away. Things can lead into Money Town, where that's Artisan's Grove, northwest of Celestra, where the players can just end up just rotating out. Noble Cave has Fireflies in a plethora amount. There's so many Fireflies over by the Noble Cave. This is going to be where it's northwest of Servants' Grounds. And I know a lot of players kind of want to take an isolated drop here or there. And that's what we saw even there. If I'm not mistaken, it's a game 3 where, what was it, the Akka, so it was between Chu Shang, as well as, I think it was Chu Shang and Spider that are fighting it out here. But those type of isolated drops are really more characteristic areas where they know the players can be dropping, so then they're going to go ahead and try to counter that out. Either that, or they just want to RNG it out. Because we saw Mike dropping the Imperial into the Imperial camp twice in Midoriya, first round and then into the 4th round, and then Spider wanted to contest before that into the 4th.
I think they're always doing it out too. I mean, obviously these players know what their desired landing spots are. A lot of these players have like 2 max to 3 spots where they job each map. So at that point, it's like just a toss up if they're gonna spawn there or not. They can clearly see when the map is up to see who is landing there. So they already have a broad idea of which players land there most of the time. So it's just been years of them fighting each other throughout the league, knowing what their landing spots are. But we do see double picks for 2 players out of the 12. A Zhao double locking into Temi, and T225 locking into the double Syra, which once again, it is our last game. With the way Justina's been doing, I might be going and giving it to Spider here to take this MVP home if he has a pop-off game like he did with the Akos round. But we're gonna have to wait and see how that looks. Top side of the map, the north side, very congested with a lot of players. Even at the top right-hand side, that Firefly, I can't even speak today. Firefly spawn in that cave, being contested there by Verse and another player as well. And now right below Temple, SS1 posted up, and I believe there was 2 other players landing around the same area of SS1 Star. And now just a little bit left here for our last game to start. 2225 hasn't been having the pop-off dates thus far. He's I don't know. I feel like we haven't really been seeing how he gets eliminated as well for these matches, but hopefully he does manage to find some sorts of points for this game alone. And now we are locking in our last game of the day. Looks like Spider's gonna be landing very solo there in that middle right hand side of the map. But our last game, locked and loaded, players spawned in first on the Wu Chen. Do you like the Wu Chen? Do you feel like the Wu Chen has lots of value?
Oh yeah, I think he does. You're gonna look at this valuable parry though coming out here from TTG5, and I'll explain why. We do have a chance right now to look for this fist blade actions as it comes at us, and Smike is looking for another armor spot. He's gonna be doing this to try to find one, and he gets one off of that gold trophy. Crazy. 1, 2, 3, vertical comes out, goes for the horizontal 1.0. Let's take up the lead to stagger up. So having a chance right now for the parry, doesn't go for it, and instead goes for the uppercut. Now Combo Breaker from TTG5 enables himself to get a look to heal, but the Combo Breaker used early from Mike with an anticipation for that scare rush. And while that chase comes from Rano, the reason why I think Wu Chen has still in the standpoint, right, is like what I mentioned earlier today. The shield walls that come through can deny a lot of projectiles, and there's a lot of characters with projectile abilities inside the ultimates and otherwise. But it's also because he can also backstep for free. Mitigating blue focuses or mitigating staggers with throwing the shield walls. He's got 3 of those opportunities. He's got the Moral Defiance in case he gets blown up by one singular blue hit. Or if he ends up going ahead and proccing ultimate, which is also another free dodge, which then he can also use as a knockback. There is a TOD that can be enabled with a Wu Chen though as well, with an uppercut. So depending on whether the other players are looking to try to be ambitious for it, they can find that, and then they get massive value because they just harden from the Spirit Blades, which means that in face value, they can go for staggers 1-2s and then maybe potential 3s. Our fights are still continuing though. A shot comes out here from Bada Shang over by the council courtyard. Still seeing the horizontal being spanned out here. Combo Breaker from Lonnie comes in. Still have the R&B coming out from Blue H-Shot, and he still has F1 to mitigate this Lonnie ball.
Yeah, he does manage to iframe that with the F there from the Temi, but gets re-clip off the ball down. Should be forced to block this Tomoko ultimate. Throws it on the Wisp quickly, trying to catch Choose there inside with any Wisp as possible. But the overhaul there from the Nunchucks, be able to stay up for now. Another player trying to move on in. It's going to be Edward with this Tomoko ultimate down. That's a nice cut there from Edward. He sends the follow, gets parried from that, and now the ball throw there from Choose. It's going to snag an elimination off of this, and now it's going to be Edward against Choose going at it.
Now, Chu Shang's going to be looking to try to go ahead and try to conserve rage on the ultimate. Still, though, having a chance right now to look for the orb is going to be up to Edward. If he commits towards an attack that he cannot directionalize, there it is. Tap dodge is going to be coming out, though. Edward is going to be late on the party. Looking for the R&Bs, going for the block extreme. Still having a chance right now for the catches off the LMBs. Still seeing the HL hovering over here, seeing how the fight's going to be turning up. It's lasting for a while, and yet one just comes out to reset.
Oh, it's close. Massive parry there from Choose, though. He is going to be snagging up the elimination as well. He's going to snag up the purple dual blades from that parry, so he is going to be able to get a little bit of upgrade there from the Nunchucks. But Arano on the Yodo be forced to pop this F. Going right back in here against 225. 225 overholding the R&B. Parry baits him, catches Prowl into the 1 point for the stab, but no, Star drops down, clinks off the blue, and now Arano, you know, tons of damage here in the corner. Needs to be real careful. Tries to double tap dodge, gets clip off of this. The Yodo ultimate is going to be called in. Arano one shot Star with a follow-up R&B there for the kill onto him. That's Blue Katana. He is going to be trying to get active against T225, swapping him over to the fist blades, gets the damage off the LMB focus. T225 though, with no O online, he cancels 40% there on the rage, overholds the R&B focus, gets the damage, forces out the Temi Wisp. No drop down though. Star backs on up. Looks like it's going to be a full reset here for T225. I think Chen and Spider are going at it after seeing there in the mini mat. These players could be going at it as we see it. Yes, we are going to be having a little bit of commotion here still in the center of Celestia. All these players are getting active. Spider runs on back in the backside on the Justina. Chen waiting for the perfect opportunity. He doesn't have that sign there, I believe. So he does have the O online. If he can catch somebody with the V2, he might be forced to run to the center of the top temple there from in Celestia. But action, once again, on the Lonnie with the hat.
With the hat. With the hat. What I mentioned, I don't get the drip. He's keeping the hat on. He's like, look, I'm back. I'm back with the hat. Still, Mike happened to, you know, I mean, the fight that we saw earlier against him with was it with the TG5? Yeah, off of the Servant's Grounds. Like this reset all the way towards the east. He went to Crow's Nest most definitely to kind of end up over here by Sun Cave, which usually, like I said, is a Firefly drop. Celestial though by the Celestial Corridor. There's a lot of fights happening around here. Looking at the rooftop where Spider is going to be just dashed at LMB with the longsword, but the GRG shit. It's going to have himself purple halberd. It's going to have the Yodo. I'm hoping to see whether or not he's actually going to be popping out. Dude, I'm really hoping because he's a newcomer, but also to have that effect. It's still going to be a chance right now for him as a Wu Chen. Still, with 225 not having ultimate here, is that 6 grapples in the dream. SPX is trying to get the pair. He earns it. Pistol shot. Okay, well, you know what? Something's lead out that way. We still have a chance right now for 225 though. With the escape route, has 12 grapples down to his name, but DRG is going to be looking to try to go ahead and take that out. As Shu has his halberds, he gets 1 RB. 1 RB. You can go for the 1-2. And then 225's rage damage dealt will be taken, and he'll be getting ultimate, and then everyone can just back off completely. And for Star right now, 8 grapples to his name. He needs to start making his way around the map to see whether or not he can get some more supplies before he ends up going to Romyang. Still has a purple plus or blue. He has a blue staff. Here's about the Jade. It could be Shalom staff, considering it's a purple deck Jade, or it could be a Javik. We'll have to see how that ends up going here. But our Romangs are going to be spawning in here in the next 10 seconds. Players are going to start moving away. Chen, Shu, all in the northwest are going to be next door to one another. Bao to Shang, as well as WP's first by this top pool of cleansing, are next to one another. And Ajao is actually going to have a chance to test against Mike.
Yeah, who's going to stack out the pass? It's going to be Mike, Ajao. Catches power. No, Shayo shield throw there from Mike. Catches it from max distance as well, I believe. That was a far throw. Does manage to get damage. Asia now is going to back on up. Needs to be real careful because this Shayo ultimate is going to be gone pretty soon. And Asia can contest with this Temi lockdown here off the ultimate. C might be very cautious to grapple into the pistol shot from Asia. Now, going back on in. This is where Mike needs to be real careful. We see him now playing around the center of the round gate to make sure he can lock him down properly. Tries to cancel, doesn't manage to do so. He hits up 2 R&B focuses, and I believe Mike has done a lot of damage. Oh, there it is, New Jade. Goes to the follow-up, tries to go for the time 2. Not available here with the terrain. Catches Prowl there onto Mike. This could be a big mix-up. Goes into the R&B focus. I thought he was gonna do it then because he had the terrain in his favor, but he doesn't do so. The lockdown there off the Temi, and the massive wisdom from Asia, but the terrain doesn't give him the crouch there, and he fast falls. And Mike now has to back on up. He does manage to get a Firefly, but the damage is done, and I believe Mike is not going to take this Romyang.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Now we're going to see a chance. Actually, he might be, but we are going to look at this fight. Action has himself with the Fine Knives, the blue rarity. Looking like it's going to be a fight between the Wu Chen, which is, you know, we want to see about the theory crafting, right? Whether or not that chance is going to be coming out between Lonnie versus Wu Chen. 2.0 doesn't get thrown. F4 might be coming out here after this 1-2. No parry has to come out. There it is. Coming into play. The F1 combo breaker comes through, and the Flying Knife can be picked up, but he doesn't get carry himself. He gets a nice chance here. He always gets a back to Flying Knife. Man, X is going to be popping out here from the. Okay, this is B1. Wait, did we even look at that? Did we even look at that? I didn't even look at that. We didn't even look at that. F2 is going to be already. F2 is coming out from the activation. The ultimate mitigates the Ken as a counter option against the shield wall because he doesn't care. Go. He's going to F1 through this, and he's going to be able to lock him through for another orb. Watch this. Look at that. 1 R&B. Well, there it is. Bro! Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You know what? You know, it's obvious selection. What can I say?
He said, "We." He was flying around in the carpet, man. That is crazy. B1 Lonnie. I've seen that since day 1. But Arano against Star. Temi here for Star. F caught in there for Yodo. Arano in the back end. Tries to come on in. Does manage to connect off that scare rush. Oh my god, gets clipped off of this. This is why the Flying Knights are so strong. You see the damage there. Oh my god. Full compensation off of that. Arano with full punishment there onto Star. And 1 catch is all you needed. If you throw up that F throw to Tomoe, you are going to get punished with the Flying Knights as we see it. And the Flying Knights making sure they know that it is so strong. And the same thing that we saw earlier with the Wu Chen, like I mentioned, it happens to the Temis when they pop that F. And now we see it here firsthand for the millionth time in this lobby. Now, we do have Arano against Mike. F throw down here from Rano's going to be able to pop one in. Mike tries to roll on in. Oh my god, he used the F to bounce the player back to avoid getting that reset in. Goes to the 1-2 off the dagger. Tries to go for the slap. Tap dodges away to avoid getting punished off of this. Half almost through the wind gust there from Mike on the fan. Catches the crouch LB there. Gets the damage. Goes for the air R&B. Forcing out the Shire ultimate there from Mike. And now Arano with a nice tap dodge back, but still gets clip off of it. Now the Yoda ultimate is being addressed here from Arano. Trying to see if he can bait out the shield. Doesn't manage to weave that one. One more shield throw available here from Mike, I believe. Does catch off of this one. And now the proc is not going to connect. Yeah, it is. And now he is able to catch him here. He decides to throw it. Arano uses all his dodges there to try to stay up. The shield throw is not available no more. Mike try to go back on up. He clips him through the wall. Gets that damage through. Edward picks elimination onto Verse. And now it's a reset between Arano and Mike.
Yo, it's like a roulette reel coming out here, though. So the ultimates are down, though, for Arano. It's all going to be the whole Check of Destiny. He releases it. So you know, crouch on B again and again, but now it's going to be Mike, whether or not he downloads him in time. The 1-2's crouch on B. If he goes for the silent thing, Arana already been known potentially revealing that, but there's a lot of chip damage. There it is, 1, 2, 3, in the opposite direction. Held W key to make sure he doesn't get caught to the parry range. F2 comes out, 3 links. Arana will get 1 health reset. Now I saw Mike roll into that F2, and he might have been trying to hold for the blue focus to try to force out Arana in the predicament. But now for Arana, doesn't get any sort of range issues. This is not flying nice. He's going against. It is a man. It is going to be a grounded ability, a grounded blue focus, if you will. But for Mike, it's all about the escape pattern. And right now, Arana is on the hunt.
Yep, trying to see if he can get the chase down here onto Mike. Mike manages to get a common armor slot. Action snags an elimination out to T225. And we're early mid-game. And T225 is out of game 6 as well, with 2 on the board. Unfortunate there for T225. Arana still trying to catch up to Mike. Not an easy task, especially in a terrain like Celestia. We know these players have been having this playground for such a long time. This is where they're most comfortable in. Mike on the fan as well, being able to have those quick skill rushes. Seeing if he could play to try to go inside this round, but just to congestion the players on the north side as well. We had Asia, Bada was there as well. Oh, they're getting active here. Spider, Star. Oh my god, what a massive scare rush times 2. Gets the damage onto Spider. Spider swaps on over to the fan once again onto Justina. Does manage to create a little bit of the space. Mike on the really backside does manage to get out as well. Star now getting damage through here from Choose. Choose chasing the Tumult. The Tumult ultimate can be invested. Star now throwing down the Wisp. You should be real careful on the right hand side. I believe there was another player there waiting. See if we can try to catch him, but it looks like Star is going to be able to get a little bit of reset in. I think he connects off that Wisp as well, but it doesn't even matter. The ult is gone. Spider ready to go back in. Star now running for the hills with 1 minute and 10 seconds. This could be bad for him.
Oh, yeah, he still finds a little pocket. Might get a little bit of heal. No one knows where he is. There it is. Gets spotted out. Spider's like, no, that's my spot. I know this spot. Looking for this R&B. Looking for the chances. Whisper on the next. I thought it was gonna be a wild thing to throw that wood, but under 50 seconds left for Star. That's for the pocket and the awning. Has no time to reset. This is gonna be a roaming by. This means that he has kind of a plentiful amount of players around him to kind of decide upon seeing if they want to incite box with one another. There's 40 seconds left on this game. The portal will be opened up, and I think the same time duration for that completion. But on this end for Arana, Yodohime 1 elimination. Purple Flying Eye's now been built up. 30 seconds left for Star. Has a run. He's not gonna have the ultimate because he already used it, but the gauge right now is whether or not he's going to initiate against somebody or just not get points. Otherwise, Edward on the other side of the Celestial Corridor taking fights against this. 15 seconds left for Star to actually end up going through here, and if he finds Edward off this end, so underneath 10 seconds, he could end up actually getting it, but line of sight right now is having him head down south. No one in sight. No one in mind. He's not going to give the elimination to anyone. He's going to go ahead and just perish up. And watch Shang kind of comes through here. Might even see the body. And if he does, he'll definitely take a notice of it to get that soul. But Romy Yang begins. Exen versus DRG shit. This is going to be another Wu Chen versus Lonnie. And he's just going to be surprised.
Bro, Edward broke their ankles. It was so looking for it. He hid there right under the rock, but action once again. This time around with the fifth place against Shu. Shu trying to find an opening here on the Wu Chen, I believe. We see him with the purple spear in hand. Action having some good success here in this game as well. Do have him have a bit of faster value off the scare rush, but gets clipped off the scare rush this time around. From the spear, the bow shot doesn't connect there. Still trying to get active in the pocket. Catches the scare rush, forces out that Wu Chen F, and now the Wu Chen ultimate will be coming out here to shoot.
Now the chances here is that he played a game of bait. He threw the F1 into the sword throws. 2 shield throws down here. He's gonna be trying to get his cooldown up for his F ability. He still has a second pair of blades off of the off of his ultimate. Now for Jin, he has a chance right now to look for the lockdown. There's B2 catches, the B1 can be used. Going to be a chance right now to go ahead, leap attack, mitigates this out with the orb. Now the crazy thing is that he can deflight here if he loses that orange hook part, but as long as he connects in this king, he's going to go for it again and again. He's playing a little game of Blinko, he's looking for the king, and then of course he's going for it again, and he gets connections. This is the same thing we saw from the beginning of V1, yeah. It's just that the V2 variability is like way too strong, but Action is literally here to play counter. No parry off of that was crazy, but Gareth is coming out, so we got 10 seconds. Oh, mid-range RB. Mid-range RB for the finisher on the Lonnie. It's the hat, bro. The hat?
It's the hat. It's the hat. I ain't gonna lie to you, I still got my box. I haven't even opened it. Let me stop. Replay here from Mike and Arano. Yodo v Shayo. The 1-2. Gets cut off the crouch and be from Arano though. Quick comes in. Both players try to win guns. Don't release. Skirmishes here for Arano. Catches there, Mike. Now the F invested. Combo break on cooldown here from Mike. Arano trying to find the opening. Gets flip off of this. The 1-2 as well. Now the Yodo F is going to be called in. He's going to pop the Shayo ultimate. Beautiful plays there from Mike there to pop the Shayo proc, shield proc. And now Sensen gets the damage, and now you see a big negative there in the Yodo. I mean, like I mentioned, grapple bumps. I was wondering if people still were doing that. We saw a little bit earlier, but you know, yeah, just effing out of them, effing their F to get them out, or as we saw there, the Shayo popping the ultimate to force them to back on out is another way to see to use that against Yodo.
Yeah, that was the one. It's still, I mean, it's always been the weakness of Yodo.
Yeah.
Even in like when she wasn't in the rework stage, even when she wasn't, I mean, she was D tier, right, to a certain extent, like the lowest tier that you could actually do. Because when Shayo was still in the peak, all Shayo needs was stagger. Literally all her moves require staggers, or force staggers to come out, especially F2, F1, however which way, it's everything, right? Yeah. But still a mind game. Arano was able to burn it out earlier, but against him in the Roman Yang, against Mike in the close quarters pocketed area, there's not really much to work. But Spider, probably fit from the Degenerate collab. We're having the chance right now to see whether or not he's going to get anything out of this, because he is still at 0 limits in gameplay. Since there's only one Shayo in the lobby right now from Mike, it's just going to be up between everyone to recognize the fact that it is between them both in the same phase, just like who is what. So for Mike right now, Gold Spear, 1 elimination. Still have the White Tiger's prowess. I think he got himself a dragon like Mike in the Romanian, unless that wasn't him. That was X that had that. That could be a J that we can see later on. But for shit, he's gonna be going ahead, so trying to get rid of that Romanian completion. So look at that besides Arano. Maybe looking for an R&B range poster. I don't know. I mean, Arano could try to look for it into the F2 if he needed to. Trying to wait it out. There's horizontal release of the F2. There it is. Full proc. Crazy work. Half dodge. This is good for it. Good for the dodge. Ooh, okay. Into the 1-2-3s. And I think there's going to be a chance right now for Arano to chase going. But one shield throw left. Not going to get the mark. Using the bait.
Yeah, this is bad. And now, no online here for the Wu Chen. The Yodo still trying to get active. Doesn't connect off of that. And I feel like it's just slow, you know? I feel like that ult is just too slow, especially the speed in the movie.
Ice speed.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced that she's very good. Yeah, we see her, you know, she's not worse. She's better. But the follow-up there from oh my god. Is that gold pulse sword again?
Yeah. No.
Oh man, just so much damage. Action now. Got away with murder. Backs on up. Arano now eating up a lot of the damage in the back end. Mike trying to get active as well. I believe he is trying to find the Arano as well. What character is playing? In the back end, we do see him. Oh, Yodo. Obviously, there it is. He is going to fall to that. The Lonnie ball throw is going to connect in the back end, but it doesn't even matter. It's be Spider with elimination there onto Arano. Choose backs on up for the full reset, investing that ultimate. Action still has his Lonnie ultimate online if he needs it with a gold pole sword. Mike with gold dagger in hand, gold spear in hand. And now Edward trying to snag up some of the resources as well from that body. Asia, everybody just waiting this out. Here it is, Mike with the spear in hand. What spear is this?
This is the one that came with the Cyber Pack, the Coral Spear. I love it.
That's tough. Yeah.
I think that's tough, bro.
Yeah, that's nice.
Dragon War picked up here with Soft Like Echo Foot and the Tempest Kick. I don't know if he's gonna Tempest Kick, but if he throws it and he gets buried, you know, I'm calling it here. I'm calling it. But the Dragon War should be safe enough. Martial Art will form a hook. Bending Descent, Cyan Fang. I don't know. You think Edward's gonna be throwing those 1-2-3s like Mike does?
I hope so.
I hope so. I mean, I hope so too. Oh, wow. Aurora Burst comes out here. He's got an engraving. He's got himself a quick scatter shot. Got a tuna. So Spider, listen. Spider's at 1 elimination. He's in first place. Exon is creeping. He's creeping up there. I'm not going to say anything else. You know how it works out here in the cafeteria. We don't want to try to grief it out here. Exon's really articulated, though. I really think that Exon's going to be the target bio. I mean, They don't know which Lonnie's not gonna have ultimate. And in this case, Shishang's gonna be the one without. He's on B2 variation. It's just if you silence a Lonnie, anyone can take partition for that. And I think that's what's gonna be what's gonna happen. If Mike finds his chance right now for the Lonnie to try to focus her out, Yang Spirit Well's gonna be coming up here. X is gonna be taking full control. Actually, no, he's getting the Spirit Well. Yang Spirit Well taken by Mike. So X is going to be clear from the debuffs. Everyone else is going to be getting themselves out of here. I don't know, man. Do you think anyone's going to be trying to grief it out?
I think that might be the best case scenario, but does it look like it? It doesn't look like it. Nope. There it is. Everybody gets hit with the Yang depletion time. Look at the on left side of the screen. Everybody just got red there. It's just super unfortunate. You do have Mike now getting active off of this alone. And the backside he gets caught up the shield throw. True, eating up tons of damage here. He's going to be forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate. And Mike goes right in the center into the parry. Does not get the damage, but has to proc off of that shield if he needs to throw it down. Choose trying to run for the hills. Edward trying to cut the line of sight. Oh, breaks his ankles, throws the ball left, goes right though instead to try to stay up. And now TP's to the ball. He is going to be able to create the distance. Choose still is going to lose all that armor. Trying to go for the full reset, and Edward he's it though. Goes around, does not catch the power. The 1-2 spam there from the dual blades, and now crouch on the beats to the 1-2. Doesn't manage to get the uppercut. Choose now parry baits Edward in the backside. And we do have him now trying to stay up. He does want to use this as a movement for now. Edward though trying to stay in the line of sight. Action. Go ahead and pop the B1. And they're probably confused right now because I think this is the first time he popped the ultimate outside of the round.
Yeah, it is. It feels like it is. He still has an armor reset. My only condolences is that it is across to a place where he just let himself back in. Look at Spider, right? He cleansed himself from using the flag. So he's got himself going through. Exon though getting a lot of heals coming from that B1. Because I think it's a multiplier of 5. Every hit point that you deal, you get 5 heal back. So if you get 16 damage, you get 8. Now it's up to whether or not you can go ahead and space him up across the top floor. Mike gets caught by movement. Almost got caught by a blender from the dual blades. That would have been it, so he would have been done. And now it's up to whether or not he can use his combo breaker sooner or later. Shishang may caught by the flying knives of the shotgun from Edward. Mike still finds enough space to get 2 heals off while Shishang gets knocked into the zone. He's forcing himself into the low ground. This is going to be working to utilize the range advantage to scare us back up. But for Edward, all it is trying to keep control here. He's got himself the flying knives, and that's going to be elimination right there. Reload for Edward, and that's going to be up to Shishang. Solely is picked up by him or tap dodge. Yep, it's gonna be his. It's gonna be going ahead and comes up, and now he's being caught by the quick throw. This is gonna be the Moonshard Storm. I just saw that coming through here. That's actually from Exon. Exon actually has the Moonshard Storm. It is not in a Aurora Burst. That is gonna be the one day that's decided it all here. And whether or not Exon wants to go ahead and drop right back down, we're gonna have to watch that coming through.
Wow, does manage to get out now, but damage potentially done. We do have Mike still. We'll focus on somebody in the top side of the tower. Asia with 20 seconds. It looks like he is going to back on up completely. Takes 1 powder in, but now laying down the pressure off the pistol with 15 seconds remaining. He is going to have to try to back on up pretty soon unless Spider gets one hit off onto Asia, but I believe he does not. Yeah, Asia going to have to run inside the zone. No source of value now. Can't find anything. A second left. He does manage to get eliminated by the Yang depletion. Action loses all that gold armor. 1 block left. Potentially posted up in the backside. Is gonna be able to get a reset in. There's a bloom down there. Not sure anybody needs that ult. We do have Action nearly getting that ult back. He is gonna be forced to pop this F. Mike though does manage to catch up to him. If Action jumps down there, that could be a nice sign of life for him. He looks like he is going around that area, but no, Mike's still applying the pressure. There it is. Actually, he does manage to pick it up. There it is. He is going to be able to snag it up, and I called it, and that's exactly what he needed, and now he's right back into this fight.
It might be a chance right now for him to jump LMB extensions, right? That's what I'm hoping for. LMB uppercut, bro. I'm waiting for it. This is terrain advantage and a half. Spider got that tuna procking in the middle of the face value. Looking for the RB hits, it releases, and Mike had to burn the combo breaker. Excellent looking for this, man. The ultimate comes out. Whoa, the Ballista comes out here, and Spider's in a bad position. Edward. No way. Yeah, he's gonna have to go on ground. Look for him on the ground underneath the pillar. There's gonna be 1 dash left for Spider, and in case Edward wants to find him out and around the corner, he peeks it and he gets frozen. Combo breaker would have been used. It's gonna be a cycle right now for destruction. There's the freeze, there's the RB. Exon taking a lot of damage. Has B1. He's not throwing it out. Yeah, he is not making it as a priority as Spider. Oh my goodness, he jumped R&B. This is it. Combo breaker comes out. It's not going to be enough time. Not going to be Edward getting the elimination after R&B. 1, 2, 3. Somebody trying to go down here. It's going to be where it comes out. But Mike takes open, picks it up. It's a race for a second. Still has a chance right now for another orb. And then Edward's going to go ahead. Probably even just going to get the extensions in midair. Nah, anyway. He's going to go ahead and crazy. That would have been crazy. Inside the tower, man. Close pocket of claustrophobic, spaces for him. But for Mike, he is on ground level. Exton saved his ultimate rage bar, so he's at 50%. Hey, 6 eliminations and gets a multiplier in the placement points. He'll be able to go ahead and surpass Spider. I'm just letting you know. Maybe. Potential.
It's crazy, too, how long he's able to stay up, right? He's been in very bad spots. Oh, he threw it down? Was that the Viper tone?
Void? No, that's Void Thunder. That is the epitome of the books, bro. That is the best one. That is tier SSS plus. If you kill someone with that J or with that tone, bro, you're clean. Ooh, that's my price fall.
That's your price fall?
That's my price fall.
Mike, though, trying to take a quick reset in. I believe both of these players are full focusing the Shayo right now, but the Shayo ultimate is about to come online pretty soon. 5% remaining. Tuna's in front of his face, too. Oh, my God. Mike doesn't care. Manages to get it off for a little bit, but Mike still losing half of that gold armor. Drops right back down. He's going to go ahead and pop the Tuna once again. Action and Edward stop the chase for now. The drop down from Action lands on top of his head. Doesn't get the damage off the blue focus. Double dodge on in. This could happen right here. He's going to be forced to pop this F. And now on cooldown, to be forced to pop the ultimate this time around as well. Now, trying to see if he can apply the pressure onto both of these players on the top side of this terrain. But now this cannot be in his favor here with the terrain being so tricky with these shield throws. And now it goes to second prod. That's to connect off the second. One more shield left here for Mike, I believe. Here it is. Not going to be able to throw it down. I believe the ultimate is about to run out pretty soon. The Lonnie ultimate is going to be called on in there from Action as well. On the top side, catches Mike this time around. And he's flying through his lobby. You see him here. Try to catch the staggers. Edward gets a little bit of the backfire there, but not a lot. Gets a little bit of the love tap there as well for the second time around. The drop down, jump LBs. The LBs there from Mike. Being able to come back down to that spot to find a little bit of a leeway, but Mike still now with the upper hand against Action. Action drops very low. Edward, though, with the full advantage currently right now, I believe has the most shield since the R&B gets parried off of that. Mike spins it back there to Action, and Action's going to fall off of that. Mike now in the final 1v1. Edward gets the bloom, but it doesn't even matter. The F into the F throw there for the elimination, and Mike now picking up, I believe, the dub off of that. He had 1 kill into that. He snags up the last 2. That's 3 plus the MVP. The other 2 players had 4. So I think Mike might be taking the MVP off the multiplier alone.
Yeah, I believe so too. Multiplier for the points. It's decimal points, but it's still points. And he earned it out. That's going to be coming through here for Mike's MVP. This is Shayon. Not as much as he was kind of hoping to earn it out, but that turnaround against Exton peak in close quarters, Exton was really earning himself out to try to burn up that Mortal Defiance in zone, like we've seen earlier today, even in the past, but still predominantly using V1. Kind of nuts, especially coming out of of what we've seen prior for this with the V2 value and all that, and it's strictly for that V1 counter in the Roman Yank. I mean, that's what we saw. That's what we thought Lonnie's V1 was going to be used primarily anyways. It's a Roman Yank close quarters pocket area. In the outside, it can multi-balance for the players that are anticipating it, and they can just tap dodge it. It's depending on if they decide to bump the speed of it, which I hope not, because the 3 of them would also be this. But it'd also be a way for the anticipation. That's always an upside, is always a downside, right? If it's slow and it's noticeable, then the players are going to be looking for it. They'll be ready for it. But if the anticipation for it is up to the speed of which it travels, and if you're not ready for that, that's what the V1 is up to go through. It doesn't matter whether or not Wu Chen shield wall goes in, it will bounce around it, and he can actually phase through it, forcing the Wu Chen in a staggerable state. Plus, it's implosion damage, or explosion damage, I'd say. It will have a radius set amount around it. It does have a good amount of sustain, just not so crazy like V2 is with the immediate heal off, but
yeah,
it does give you a little bit more of a leeway of being able to be omnidirectionally moving up or down or left or right.
Yeah, I mean, like, nothing's changed. I mean, you said it perfectly, where You know, that's what it strictly played in, is for those isolated fights in the realm. I mean, we saw the downfall there in Circle, which we saw in the beginning of the spring split too, where the V1 wasn't really getting that great value there in those last and final moments of the games, where the V2 was shining a lot more, especially if you're able to connect with a ball throw and getting potentially 2-3 people in a ball throw. It's just so much more valuable than the V1. But I mean, needless to say, Action did a really great job there, staying up in the last and final moments of game 6 and still being able to snag up four kills with 5.5 overall game score. It's a good way to end the day there for Action. But Mike taking up the MVP, his first MVP of the fall split. From there, from OUG's Mike with 6.6 overall game score. Edward with 6 though, bouncing back from his first game, I think being very decent as well. Chuzang with 4 game scores. Star with 3.5. Spider with 2.5. T225 and Asia with 2. Arano and Zhu with 1.5. And Burst and Chen end up with 0. And Burst dropping a donut for the last game of the day. Super unfortunate for him, but we are going to be taking a quick look at our overall standings for our first day of Biweekly 1 here for solos. Zhu, newcomer on the block, not being able to find lots of points for his first day, but still has time to adjust with 7.5. T225 having a really bad day as well with 10.5. Chen with 13.5. Choose with 13.7. Edward with 14.5. Asia with 15.5. And if you look at it from 7 to 12, I mean, 7, 12, it's almost doubled, but I mean, 7, 8, 9, 10 is pretty close. And now FPSGQ Star in 6 with 18.3, Burst with 19.5, Arana with 23, Mike with 24.6, Action with 26, and now SR Spider being in the top of the pyramid for the first day with 31.2. Slow down his last 2 games, not having great games, had a bad game 3, but those massive 10.2s, 10.5s for games 2 and 4 put him very comfortably up there in the leaderboard to stay up here for his first day of Biweekly 1.
Space. I need space, bro. I need space to see what's going to happen in the day 2. To see the players that come into day 2 include the champion from the Quake Cup with ASC6Y, and I really want to see how he kind of ends up going through the playstyle. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom Games 90. You know, the A-Shao goes for this 1-2s, but you know, Shisheng was kind of throwing this out here, where it was a combo breaker was used, right? And A-Shao's going ahead and try to get himself caught, try to escape. There was no time for him to go for the ball to get framed out, but the elimination was still going to be his. Mike, though, finds himself in Toronto. And this is what I was talking about, the Stagger Haven. Look, it's an old proc second block, right? Wait for the whole gold card to try to tap dodge it in close proximity. Not going to be enough time here. Nice in the land performance. Now for Edward, fighting out the Liam Orb in the corner sides. Still finds elimination. And then he'll solo immediate win, right? Especially considering that he was being focus fired by everybody around and sustain off of it. And Edward finds himself with Spider. And Spider, when he has this jump R&B, misinputs. Big misinput enough to cost him his life. He had to emergency ult combo breaker, and then the tap dodge is going to be anticipated. Now for Mike, finds parry against Edward here with these spamming blue focuses, and one of the finds procs, there wasn't enough for X to survive here. That was going to be the turnaround. Solo picked up for him. A little bit of time to break off Edward's health bar a little bit more, and then that was all that is needed, time and effort. And enough chip damage gives Mike that MVP. Another day in the office. And now, coming through here for Shail, MVP to be earned out. Not going to be the last time we see Shail. Not the last time we're going to see Mike MVP. Shouldn't be. But this is going to be his first one in the season. The Heart of a Pick with the Alchemy Scatter Shot. He had Hex Harmony Spear and Fire of Target Lock and Tuna. Spear was his predominant weapon. It was a 10,000 damage spear spree alongside with the fan. And the ultimate was also doing numbers, especially for that shield throw, where it also implodes any sort of targets. Now, thing to mention about the Shios, apparently I don't think a lot of players know this. I don't know if that's the case, but if any targets are nearby with Shios shield throw, it will stack damage. It will like blow up. Like if it does 300 damage for one person and 300 damage for another person, both of them combined will be 600 each. Like they both take 600 each because they're so close. Very rare instances that happens. That was kind of one of the cases of the first things I wanted to test when she first got released, and I was like, dang, you know, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt if you get into grouping up. That's why certain units could really start to really blend out with her if the comp selection really prevails in trios, which I actually talk a bit more for you guys later on after we get through the interviews later on. But it is interesting seeing Wu Chen kind of coming out. I did want to see what's gonna happen with him into day 2, just because we don't have those players that really start to pop off of Wu Chen until the latter end, where they start to make up these points and they started playing out of their minds. because obviously we're playing 8 days in a row. We're playing 8 days in a row, solos and trios to be combined, which means that the players are going to be going through here from day 1 to day 2, day 3 to day 4, or the day 4 being finals. They're qualifying for day 3 being on, if I'm not mistaken, on Monday. So then they start to go through, and then they start to get the play out, and then by finals, it's all on the table.
Yep. I was looking at the damage Mike had. He had almost 22,000 damage, and he had 3 kills. So you know his kills was just getting stolen left and right with so much damage.
Assists, bro.
Yeah, it was just. He's like, please add assists to the ranking. I need it. I'm putting up the damage numbers, but I'm not being able to get the eliminations. But that's the topic for another day. We are gonna be snagging up a quick interview with one of the players. And once we come back, we are gonna be closing out today's games.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Spider, and let me say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Spider， 好久不见，先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first, because it's the first day for the new season, so we know today we have a lot of old players, they just return, and also we have new players. So how we comment on them? 但我们也知道，其实今天新赛季的第一天啊，我们这个赛季迎来了老朋友，也有新朋友加入到我们的单排比赛当中。1天6把比赛比下来 ，Spider 目前觉得怎么评价一下大家？
可能大家还没有很适应比赛的节奏，好久没打了。要让他们适应
你说的是新选手还没有适应，还是所有人就是休赛完还没有适应呢？
可能大部分人都有点就是忘了就生疏了。
Okay. So in my opinion, I think not only the old player, but also our new player, and I think almost all the players, most of them, they are to rest so long time for us, and we need to adapt the speed for the matches now, and then we can have the higher score. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下我们今天的有奖问答会是什么呢 ？Okay, so now we are going to see the question on the board, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. And if you know the answer, and also you are the lucky guy, and maybe you will be whispered. So please pay attention. Okay, so today's question is, which hero did SR Spider use in Game 6? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中第6把当中，Spider 用的是哪个英雄？那我们先来聊聊关于刚才这把比赛。So before the answer, we would like to chat about the Game 6 because we just talked about old player and new player, and before the post-game interview, and Spider just told me that he think Edward today has really bad work, and I would like to know why. 那我们讲到刚才这把比赛啊，我要透露一个小信息。刚才其实，在我们赛前采访之前 ，Spider 自己也说感觉王狼今天打的真的是，你自己评价一下吧。你觉得为什么这样说？他评价一下他今天的表现呢？
感觉是今天表现非常抽象，脑子也不太好，然后手也不太好，我都不知道他在干什么。搞不清楚。
我觉得可以一会儿采访完了之后好好的去拷打一下他，好不好 ？Okay, so I will comment on him he's abstract today, and it's his brain is not good, his speed is not good, and his hand feeling is not good, and I don't know what he's doing in the game. So one more question is that you are here and you think it were really bad work, but he just killed you. So I would like to know how you reply. 那我这边多小小的问一个问题啊，刚才喷了王亮半天之后，但是王亮最后把你给杀了，你要怎么回应呢？你不是说他脑子也不灵光，手也不灵光吗？
对啊，他明明可以就是说更快的、更有机会拿另一个击败分，他非要整我。
所以就是现在是有这个怨气在这边，不是就是真实的评价，单纯有怨气是吧？
真实的评价
OK，
本来就是不想说，但是一有怨气就想给他说出来。
就我们主打玩就真实，对吧 ？Okay, so to be honest, I think he can kill me more quickly, or he can choose the other person. That's why I'm he think really have bad work today, and I just it's the truth for me. Okay, just joking. 我觉得是我们开了个小小的玩笑，因为我们选手之间感情还是很好的。Spider 接下来要进入我们的倒计时，准备好了吗？可以说 3, 2, 1， 来。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那也有请 Spider 给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是哪个呢？
D。
Yes, the correct answer is D. And congratulations, our lucky guy, and thank you, Spider. 那这边 Spider 今天也是给我们带来了非常有趣的采访，再次恭喜你，也感谢你今天带来的采访。恭喜你今天在我们秋季赛的首日拿下了我们的最高分。那希望这个秋季赛可以保持，好不好 ？Okay, cheer up for you for the new season, and thank you for today's interview. And we will get back to our casters.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. After that quick little interview there with the man himself, Spider, a little bit of banter there between the players. That's always, you know, it's just friendly banter. You know, these guys are friends. You know, they've known each other for a couple years, but yeah, still great for the games. I mean, it's been a nice, refreshing sight to see another character like Wu Chen and Yodo being played out today. Just now, we gotta wait and see if there are gonna be still played throughout the remainder of bi-weekly 1. Because I think 21st, yeah, because after EWC, we are going to be having that new rule, I believe. That's when it comes into play. So, you know, from there, we are going to be having a lot more versatility in characters. Everybody playing different heroes. Man, do you remember when everybody was the same hero? I remember 12 games, Tebby. You did it?
I don't like those days. It's like it's like a resident sleeper emo, bro. It's like when the same character gets played out.
Every game, too.
It is a skill check, bro. It's a character diff for the characters to be played. If it's like a meta hero that ends up being played by everybody and everyone, there's no dictation about who's who, right? Like you can't, you know, there's the family side of things, but you can't do that when everyone's the same, right? It's like, okay, what are you trying to do? You know, it's like, oh, survivability, yeah. All right, what about that guy over there? And it's like, you know, you can't really justify it now. I'm curious in seeing how that system does end up going through for EWC. For MSC, we're going to have to showcase to the world about what is going to be the effort from not only to the CN side, but for everyone else between NA, EU, SEA, and as well as AS. The team players, the whole entire 9 yards, will have to just, you know, see about what is going to be preparation for it. But CN is already on it, right? They're already trying to get their preparations going through. Even not even to the case of the BR aspect, but like players are getting into solos more often, doing these 1v1s with the martial artist solos events. So a lot of things are getting prepared for the global audience to get that into the notion. And I actually want to mention something for trios this week. For you guys, if you guys don't know, for trios this week, for week 1, we've been seeing Wu Chen ban from the latter end of spring season into Koi Cup, and up until this point, week 1, after that, Wu Chen ban is lifted. Wu Chen ban is lifted. So that means that Wu Chen can still be played going through here. Everyone's kind of seeing about what the week 1's going to be looking like for the comps, and they're going to see any Wu Chens, and they're kind of curious about that since it was enacted, but it's going to be lifted after week 1, so players can go back into it. Maybe they find a balancing patch to go through past that point. Otherwise, they didn't see one in the patches in the season update. It would be cool to see if Wu Chen does get a change up in the V1. I will like to see that. But for the points here, I know there's going to be our overall here. DRG Shield was at 7.5 and 12th. YZG 5, 10.5 and 11th. GG Chen, 13.5, 13.7 for Bauda. Edward, 14.5 in 8th. Azhao taking them to the upper end of the ladder with 15.5. Now, Azhao, you know, I still want to see him take an opportunity here, right? He like last season, he had the opportunity of being like the next Pace, if that makes any sense, right? We saw Pace coming through here with some like tremendous success during his first season, and then even to the second season, he still had that kind of going through. We don't see him this season though, for the autumn, I should say, season. But it will be cool to see that in that kind of reciprocation. For FPX's star though, 18.3 in 6th place. WBG's verse at 19.5 in 5th. He's at Toronto with 23 points, 24.6 for OEG's Mike. Excellent for SS1 for 26 in 2nd place, and then Spider 31.2. That last game, like mentioned, it was going to be the catch-up round for X1's or SS1's exit. If Spider didn't earn as many points as you might have, you know, hoped to see, but Spider still was able to end up with kills and eliminations. Excuse me, ending up into where he earned 2.5 again, and still has first. But taking that into consideration, proposed points to also be a system to be in play. We'll have to see. Our rotation for trios tomorrow has game 1 at Fedora Morning Dew, Holrod Sunny game 2, game 3 for Morrisal Midday, Holrod Dusk for game 4, Morrisal Night for game 5, game 6 for Fedora Midday. For the rotation of these maps, it's still going to be interesting to see how these temporary comps. I don't know if you've seen this, EA, but with the Viper, Matari into Syra comp, that alone was a comp that has been like traditionalized over the past couple of weeks. Kind of hoping to see what's going to happen if things get reverted or the changes to Syra, especially post-patch.
Yeah. And yeah, that's what I was seeing in the scrim. I was a little confused why there was a Matari Viper. and I kept asking like, is that a new comp? Seeing it played out. Also, I don't know. It was played out in Koi Cup.
It was played out last Koi Cup, 2024's Koi Cup. I was talking to the EU team with Hex. Sachiko was mentioning how we made a joke that there's like a university team because there was teams that were semi-universities. They were playing that comp specifically, and it kind of stuck out this season once Wu Chen wasn't available because Viper Tessa isn't going to be able to exist without the Wu Chen for the availability of him. So the Viper's opportunity comes through with Matari instead of, and even with Matari in the Zai with the Viper, it was an available option because the reset and the blow up and the knockback. And we saw that coming through, right? When the V2 for the Zai pops up and then they have 2 from the Viper, knocks him back. And then that person just goes ahead, floats in the air for a 3-story building. Like they will get launched up, but the blow up there is immaculate. I think I saw last week's stream where one of the Hex players got eliminated from one of the BWG players where he got 100-0. I think it was Revelia or something, or maybe it might have been from DRK, but they got blown up. Like they got literally blown up from 1500 HP down to 0.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the potential. It's just like, it's just any comp can come into play, and it's just a matter of time that these players gotta adjust. But like you said, the Wu Chen being banned was, I mean, AOT has been a staple for a long time in Trio. So now even with the new character in pool, we might be seeing some new stuff being implemented. But something that we're not going to be saying new is that we are going to be done here for today. 6 games played out. Me and Severio have been locked in here for the first day of the bi-weekly one. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio once again. Catch you guys next time for more NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.